We all knew it was coming. This is all 500 days of the Mega Modded series squeezed into one big, huge, gigantic video. More information about the mods I used will be down in the description and down in the comments, and if you enjoyed this kind of content, then I am legally obligated to ask that you like the video and subscribe to the channel. All I can recommend is a very large bag of popcorn. I think you're gonna need it. It's day 1 on Mega Modded Farm, and welcome to the farm. Like I said, I have so many mods installed, so I will get around to highlighting them as we go along. But for now, let's just start off with the basics. I started out on my first day on the farm by clearing out an area in front of my farmhouse, yeah, you know, as you do, and chopped down some trees for a bit of wood. I used that wood to make myself a handy dandy chest and headed out into town. I passed by the bus stop and found Lewis having a conversation with his older sister Lenny. She's a new character added in with the Ridgeside Village mod, and trust me when I say there are so many new NPCs. Have fun keeping up with them all. Once in town, I had a chat with some new people called Carmen and Kenneth, and took a quick peek at the calendar outside of Pierre's. Yeah, I wasn't kidding about all of these new NPCs. Heading inside, I picked up 25 more parsnip seeds from Pierre before adventuring around the valley and finding some forageables. Now, the more perceptive of you may have noticed that the game has been recolored, and you'd be correct. Well done, give yourselves a pat on the back. That's because I'm using the Starblue Valley recolor mod, and if you've seen my original 100-day series, then this will be a little bit familiar to you. I was making my way back to the farm when I got stuck behind some rocks without my pickaxe, and embarrassingly, this isn't the first time this has happened. So I circled back through town to the beach where I picked up some more forageables and finally made it back to the farm. I spent the late afternoon planting down my 40 parsnip seeds, and to finish the day off, I wandered down into the cindersap forest to pick some spring onions and found some more forageables, all before finally heading to bed and finishing the first day on the farm. Which must mean we're on to day 2. I started my day peacefully watering my parsnips and chopping down more trees for wood. And after making myself a chest, I potted my way through town and down to the beach. Here is where our good friend Willie handed me his old rod he didn't want anymore so we could do a bit of fishing. So hey, thanks Willie. As I was heading up to the mountain lake, I met a new kid from Ridgeside called Kihi in town before popping my chest down and getting comfy. I then spent the rest of the day fishing, reeling in fish after fish. And another mod you may have noticed is the visible fish mod, which is, you know, is pretty self-explanatory, but if you don't know what it just means I can see the fish swimming around in the water, which is actually pretty cool. The rain was coming down on day 3, which means no watering parsnips today, thank goodness. I took all that extra energy down to the river to try my luck catching some catfish, and I did myself pretty proud as I managed to catch 3 along with some shad and smallmouth bass. Later that evening, I made my way back up to the mountain lake and continued to cast my line out, catching fish all the way to the late hours of the night. I managed to rush back before it got too late and headed to bed for a much needed rest. So on to day 4. I awoke to a missing parsnip, which I wasn't too happy about. But that's okay because all my worries melted away when I was playing around in a puddle. That's right, a puddle. And this is all thanks to the DynamicReflections mod. It adds in puddles after rainy days, reflections in those puddles, and it reflects the stars on sunny days when it gets dark. Isn't that just so cool? I can't believe it. I'm fangirling over a mod. But anyway, today I was back to fishing at the mountain lake. Isn't this just lovely? No worries, no responsibility. Wait a minute, did I water my parsnips? I had so much fun playing in puddles that I had completely forgotten about them. So after that near disaster, I finished my day off back at the lake trying to reach level 5 fishing. And just as night was coming, I managed to hit level 5, so I decided to run all the fish I had caught back to the farm before it got too late. And overnight, I chose the Fisher perk, so my fish sold for a bit more gold. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to bring every single fish back, so here we are on day 5, starting the day, finishing off last night's task. But once all the fish were safely back on the farm, I got to picking my healthy and ready to harvest parsnips. Afterwards, I shipped off all the goodies I had gathered, making sure to keep important stuff like community center fish and gifts in a separate chest. I mooched into town that morning and found myself being led into the rundown community center by Lewis, where I was then gaslit by the Junimos to make Lewis think I was acting crazy or seeing rats, which as a new villager in town I'm sure is a great label to have. I then passed by Pierre's to hand Caroline a gold quality parsnip. This may seem confusing as my main money making strategy requires 2 hearts with Caroline, but you'll just have to trust me on this one and wait to see what I mean. For now though, being the 5th, the mines had opened up, and since we're in the expanded map, it's stationed a little further away along with the Adventurers Guild. So after a short trek past where it usually is, I met with the Adventurers Guild leader Marlin, who handed me a sword based on the look in my eye. I don't know if I'd personally trust that, but hey, we have a sword now. So down in the mines I adventured. I only managed to go down 6 levels today before calling it early, but since my money making strategy didn't require me making it to level 80 this time, I wasn't too fussed. Back on the farm that evening, Lewis paid me a visit to set up the market day. Now isn't that exciting? This mod adds in a market day where you can sell goods to the villagers of the valley. Clint paid me a visit the morning of day 6 to hand me the blueprint to a furnace. In the mail I received a letter from the wizard to go and meet him about the weird scrolls I read yesterday. So I wandered my way down to his tower and headed inside. Once inside I was made to drink some dodgy potion which made me see dancing trees. You know, between this and the sword, maybe I'm the one that should be worried about everyone else. But I was granted the ability to read the scrolls now, so I guess it wasn't too bad after all. After that ordeal, I gathered up my spring forageables from the farm and headed into town. I ran over to the community center and handed them in, where I completed my first bundle and was rewarded with 30 spring seeds. And of course, I also unlocked the pantry and fish tank bundles. After a quick trip back to the farm, I found myself back at the community center with an inventory full of fish, and I gave them all up to the fish tank bundles. While in town, I popped by Pierre's again to hand Caroline another parsnip and bought myself a bunch of potato seeds. And back on the farm, I got to some good old-fashioned gardening. And I think it's time to finally reveal my money-making plans. It's tea saplings. Yep, just tea saplings. At 2 hearts with Caroline, you can unlock the tea sapling recipe, and they're pretty good. They sell at 500 gold per sapling and only take seasonal seeds, wood, and fiber to make. Hence why I'm planting down some spring seeds. It means I don't have to worry about grinding the mines, giving me more time to focus on all the cool mods. So you're welcome. It's day 7 and my first market day. Of course, I couldn't neglect my potatoes and spring seeds, so I started my day watering them all before making my way into town. And the market day was already in full swing when I got there. Before setting up though, I found Caroline browsing the stalls and I handed her another parsnip. Just don't tell Pierre. The stalls come with a chest, which is pretty handy, and I put up a couple of flowers along with a shell on my stall. The items went super quick, and that's when I realized I didn't have much left to offer everyone. So I decided to cut the market day short and headed back to collect fiber from around the farm. I also wanted to mention that this farm is also a mod called Grandpa's Farm. It comes with the expanded mod, which you might have seen from my expanded series, and adds in some cool areas and lots of space for decorating later on. As for the rest of the night, I didn't achieve too much more. So on to day 8. Thank goodness the rain was pouring down again, so I didn't have to water all of my crops. I received a sales report from Lewis from the market day yesterday, and we were 1% closer to being the best market in the valley. So close, yet so far. On the way to the mountain lake, I passed by the community center to drop off a few crab pot bundle items before settling down and fishing away the day. These fish will mostly be for energy purposes, but hey, it's not a bad idea. Around the late afternoon, I put a quick pause on fishing to hand Caroline another gift before heading down to the beach as I was after more fish for the community center. Up at the river, I cast out in hopes of catching a bream. Again, got one on my first cast. God, I'm good at this game. Of course, I popped by the community center to drop off my catches, but was I finished? Of course not. I caught a frog up at the lake because why the heck not? Day 9, it was raining again and I was counting my lucky stars. I didn't have to water my crops again, and hey, that's a win in my book. I put all that extra energy into diving down the mines today, stopping off every 5 levels with the elevator to drop off the goodies I had found before continuing down. I made it down to level 15 before deciding I had had enough of the musty mines and heading home to bed. Marnie visited the farm in the morning of day 10 alongside a very good looking pup and offered me the option to adopt her. Of course I said yes, and I named my new pooch Luna. The rain clouds had cleared today, so it was back to watering crops to my dismay, but that's okay because things are about to get much better. While I was messing around this morning, I figured out how to access my to-do list. Not to-do, but to-do. You get it? Because it's like Stardew, but it's to-do instead of to-do. Anyway, I know, you get it. As someone who walks into town and forgets why they're there about 3 times a day, this mod is going to be an absolute lifesaver for me. My list is here. It'll just be tucked away behind the day number, so sorry about that. It is there though. I was back to the mines today hoping to make a bit more progress, and that was until I was blessed with an ancient seed. It takes me a while to see it here. I swear I almost missed it. Any time now. Come on, Poxiel, it's right there. Okay, there we go. If you're a seasoned Stardew Valley player, then you know how good these are. Basically, they give you an ancient fruit which you can turn into ancient wine, which gives you a ton of gold and profit. So safe to say, I was pretty excited. By the time it was getting late, I had just made it to level 25. So after sorting my inventory, I ran home through the black of night and finally to bed. Day 11 started off with some more crop watering and watching the trees and crops sway in the wind, thanks to another mod I installed called Wind Effects. After all the plants had been fed, I made my way through town and down to see Gunther at the museum. I dropped off the ancient seed artifact in return for a plantable ancient seed and the recipe to make some more. I then passed by the community center to drop off a couple of items before heading into Pierre's to buy some spring crops and the large pack. There's never anything wrong with a little extra backpack space. So back to the farm I went, where I got to planting down all of my seeds. That afternoon I found myself back in town by the river trying to catch myself a sunfish, which I managed to catch on the first cast, by the way. So after dropping it off at the community center, I spent what I had left of the day clearing out more of the farm. I woke up on day 12 to a field full of potatoes, an Irishman's dream. So I went along picking them all before watering everything else, and I said hello to Luna too. Being a Friday, the travelling cart was in town, so I ran over to it in hopes of getting lucky. And lucky I got. She was selling a summer spangle, which was Caroline's favourite, which will make getting 2 hearts with her just a little easier. I circled around into town so I could pay a visit to Pierre's, where I sold off all of my potatoes and replaced them with some kale seeds. You see, kale gives a lot of farming XP, and I'm trying to get to level 6 before the summer, just in case you were wondering. So back at the farm, I got to watering and planting the kale. After successfully planting it all, I made a quick detour up to the mines to gather a few copper bars and made my way back down to Clint's, where I got myself a copper pickaxe upgrade. To finish the day off, I was back clearing out more of the farm and staring out over my crops. Was I thinking about the concept of time or a monkey clanging cymbals together? I'll let you be the judge of that. Which brings us to day 13, Egg Festival Day. But of course, firstly I had to water my kale and pick my spring seeds, which I then replanted and stored away what I had left over. Over at the festival, I blew right past Pierre's stall, since strawberry seeds are nothing to me at the moment, in favour of getting a picture with the bunny cutout. Aww. And then it was time for the prestigious egg hunt. It's important to note that Expanded changes the egg positions, so I was looking for eggs on the fly. Unfortunately though, this does not bode well for my ego. So, quickly moving on to day 14, as I watered my crops, I wanted to highlight the UI Sweep mod. This mod adds to the UI to show how long crops take to grow, what animals need to be pet, the range in which scarecrows and sprinklers cover, as you'll see later on, and these cool icons up by the time, which shows you birthdays, daily luck, weather changes, upgrades, when the travelling cart is here, and when the Queen of Sauce is on. It's honestly just super handy. I also checked my mail to find a very fancy letter from Lewis with a recipe for brown sugar. So, hey, thanks, Lewis. Over in town, it was another market day, and I had prepared a few more items this time. So I set up my stall and made a quick stop to Clint's, where I picked up my new and improved shiny copper pickaxe, and then spent a while parked up at my stall watching people come and go, hoping they'd be swayed to buy some flowers. I then took a break to hand Caroline that summer spangle I bought, and look how close I am, just a slither away. With some time still left in the day, I decided to hit the mines, and to my surprise I got lucky yet again. Here's where I got my second ancient seed. Unfortunately, I had to call it on level 34 since it was getting too late, so I ran back home and headed to sleep. It was raining again on day 15, and I was starting to think I had accidentally installed a rain all the time mod. I can assure you though, I did not. I made some room and planted down my second ancient seed next to the first one before heading all the way back to the mines. I ended up spending most of the day making my way back down the dark and dingy levels, collecting ores and gathering minerals, until I finally reached level 40 by the late afternoon. I retired from the mines early so I could pop by Pierre's to hand Caroline yet another gift. Despite what Pierre thinks, it doesn't matter because we finally have 2 hearts. Woohoo! Now I just have to wait for a sunny day. Day 16 was a rainy day, damn it. You see, for the cutscene to play with Caroline, you need a sunny day, but not to worry, instead I used today to continue making my way down the mines. I managed to smash out another 15 levels and ended up on level 55 by the end of the day, and made it back home just before it got too late. It was day 17 and my kale was looking pretty good, but I gave them all a drink of water just to make sure, along with my spring seeds and other crops of course. I did have to splash through a puddle on my way out though. They're just so cool. I wandered into town and over to Pierre's until I realized it was a Wednesday. I didn't record what I said, but I'm sure it was all lovely things. So instead I spent the day collecting salmon berries, since they're a great source of early game energy. Another mod I wanted to quickly talk about is one called Wild Flowers. It adds in forageable flowers to grass as it grows. Yeah, that's how I've been getting these flowers for the market days. And they change depending on the season too, so that's fun. Here we are on day 18, and I started my day harvesting all of my kale. Lewis also sent me another letter with the recipe to a PB&J sandwich. Oh man, I love a good PB&J sandwich. Anyway, after watering the rest of my crops, I popped by Pierre's where I sold him my kale in return for more kale seeds. I hadn't quite got level 6 and I was hoping this would be enough. And I could finally meet with Caroline in her greenhouse, which will give me the recipe for tea saplings. Just ignore the weird things going on here, it's worth it, I promise. Back on the farm, I planted down my kale and decided to spend what time I had left in the day back in the mines. But hey, I managed to get down to level 70, which was very exciting. And overnight, I hit level 5 farming, so I chose the tiller perk. The rain was once again coming down on day 19, and I had to double check my mods folder just in case. I think I'm just getting quite lucky. But hey, I wasn't complaining. Upon checking my mailbox, Caroline had sent me the tea sapling recipe. Finally! And I was a very happy boy. I got some extra wood from chopping trees around the farm and made my first batch of tea saplings. I was only able to make 15, but that's not too shabby. So I shipped them away. And then of course it was back to the ores. I mean, back to the mines. Oh, come on, that was a good one. By the late afternoon, I had made it all the way down to level 80, which was great news. I popped over to the Adventurers Guild where I had a quick look at the Monster Slayer goals and sold off some old gear to Marlin. Reaching level 80 meant I had access to all the ores I'll need for quality sprinklers for the summer. All I needed now was level 6 farming. Demetrius paid me a visit the morning of day 20 to offer me the choice between fruit bats or mushrooms. And of course I chose fruit bats, but hey, let me know in the comments what you usually pick. I'm just curious. I started my day watering crops, picking my spring seeds and turning them into more seeds. I then spent the morning chopping down trees in the cinder sap forest for wood, as I'll need a bit more for tea saplings. And back on the farm I decided to grow some more just in time for the end of the season. With my sights now set on summer, I headed to the mines yet again, where I spent the rest of the day resetting level 80 to farm for gold ore, which honestly took up the rest of my day. However, just before bed I managed to scrounge together 55 more tea saplings, and overnight not only did I hit level 5 mining, but I added 27,500 gold straight to my pocket. I woke up on day 21 with much heavier pockets, that's for sure. I started off the day with some more crop watering. Trust me, you won't have to see me water crops for much longer, I promise, just stick with me. Before taking a look at the collections tab. And here is where I got a true sense of how much work this is going to be. Look at how many pages there are. I've certainly got my work cut out for me. But not to worry, let's just take it one step at a time and spend some time at the market. Today I decided to sell some flowers. It was a bit of a slow day today, but by the afternoon I had sold off most of my stock. So happy with my efforts, I took off to the mines once again to grind out level 80 for more gold. Day 22 was pretty much a repeat of yesterday, just minus the market day. I watered crops and spent the day farming for gold. And yeah, that's about it. So here we are on day 23. I woke up to a fully grown cauliflower this morning, meaning I had grown all of the spring crops. So I gathered them all up along with a few other items and made my way over to the community center. Once inside, I rushed to the pantry and completed the spring crops bundle. I then handed in some mushrooms to the exotic foraging bundle and finished off the crab pot bundle, unlocking the bulletin board. But if you think I'm finished there, then you'd be sorely mistaken. Since I had reached level 80, I had been secretly collecting everything I needed for the boiler room. So after a quick trip to the mines, I was back at the community center finishing off all the bundles in the boiler room, which is just so satisfying to do all at once. For the rest of the day, I found myself down in the cindersap forest, cutting down trees for wood and giving Luna some pets. And overnight, I got to see the Junimos perform their wonderful dance number and fix the minecarts. Day 24, I woke up to a field full of kale, and thank the heavens I got level 6 farming. Don't you just love it when a plan comes together? Today's task was to bring everything back home from the mines via the newly fixed minecarts. However, I was reminded of the flower dance, my favourite festival. Definitely doesn't bring back bad memories at all. So I worked all morning to get everything back, and when it was, I did a quick bit of organising of my chests. And then it was off to the flower dance. I tried to meet as many people as I could, including Faye, Freddie and Lola, Maeve, Blair, and Sean, but I was feeling a little overwhelmed, so I just started the dance and decided to watch on from a distance. No rejection for me this year, thank you very much. Lewis paid me a visit the morning of day 25 to let me know he's just happy to see me doing well. I made my first quality sprinkler and put it next to my ancient seeds and decided to head over to Clint's to get myself a copper axe upgrade. I then popped by Robin's and got myself a few more flooring recipes, and that's because I want to make a start laying some paths around the farm. Of course I went with my usual stone flooring, but thanks to Shardust's flooring, gate and fences mod, they've all been recolored. Next on my to-do list was to start an oak tree farm, so in the space behind the farmhouse I made a start on one. Of course I mucked it up the first time, so one tear down and redo later, I was much happier with the spacing of the trees. But of course I couldn't leave it bare, so on day 26 I woke up to add the finishing touches. Look, I love you Luna, but you really need to scooch to the side for a second. Okay, there we go. Today was an exciting day because I wanted to finally go and visit Ridgeside Village. So just past the bus stop, I found the cable car up to Ridgeside and headed on up. Once up there, I met an intriguing Junimo named Kiwi who told me to shoo. A little rude, but I'll let it slide. I mooched my way over to what is probably the most dangerous point in Ridgeside, seriously, this is a health and safety violation, and then I met Lenny in town, and she gave me a tour around the village. We visited the Log Cabin Hotel, the town square, Pika's food shop, and finally the Starbound stage, and then I was just kinda left to my own leisure. So I just adventured around the village. I paid a visit to the inside of the Log Cabin Hotel, visited Maeve's insanely massive house and met her kids Aria and Louie who were playing inside the house. I mean, come on, just look at it. And then I continued running around seeing new places and visiting shops and stores around the village. I even met Caroline's cousin Bert. Heading north, I came across a mysterious looking guy called Geo, who said some strange things and then kinda just vanished. I then met a new villager called Kiara and found this log blocking any further progress. So I guess I'll have to come back to it sometime later. But after a full day of exploring Ridgeside, it had turned night already, so back down the cable car I went, I returned home and I got some sleep. Day 27 I reserved for setting up my crop fields. Well, making a start that is. I laid out all of the sprinklers I could, added some wooden paths to decorate the area a little bit. I'll just have to finish it off tomorrow. For now though, I took the minecart over to Clint's and picked up my copper axe before spending the evening clearing out more of the farm from debris. The last thing I want are weeds ruining my crops. And here we are on day 28, the final day of spring. I awoke to fresh and harvestable spring seeds, so I went along picking them all, and quickly after I filled the last of the paths and sprinklers. I then turned those forageables into spring seeds and made another 55 tea saplings, which I shoved into the shipping bin. Afterwards, I did some big brain calculations standing in the field and added a bunch of items I wanted to buy to my to-do list. I then spent the rest of the morning patiently waiting outside the saloon. As you all know, I love waiting for shops to open. You could argue I should just spend some time selling goods at the market, to which I'd say, you're right. But I don't want to talk about it. Once inside, I bought myself some salads before heading back to the farm and prepping the soil for the change of the season. With all the preparations for summer done and dusted, I headed to bed, where I dreamed about how awesome I am. It's day 29, the first day of summer, and I am raring to go. Although I'm really happy to see my hard work from yesterday paid off. Today is going to be all about crops, so I got to re-hoeing and watering all of the soil in my crop fields, which I won't lie took me quite a while. But when they were all done, I wandered into town and over to Pierre's where I bought a whole bunch of seeds, which included a poppy seed and sunflower seed for the community center, 24 fertilizer and 24 melons for the quality crops bundle, 160 blueberry seeds, and of course the summer crop seeds for the pantry. Returning back to the farm, I spent a while planting everything down, and by the evening my fields were looking pretty full. To finish the day off, I decided to protect the farm from weeds by clearing out more debris from around the farm, all before heading to bed and getting some rest after a very successful first day of summer. I started day 30 admiring my crop fields. Nothing to see here, just a man proud of his work. Anyway, I spent a bit more time of this morning running around the valley collecting some summer flowers and forageables, hoping to get everything I needed for the bundle. Sadly, I didn't get as lucky as I hoped, so I swapped them out for a bunch of geodes I had been hoarding and headed into town. I paid Piers a quick visit to purchase the deluxe backpack upgrade, which is going to be very handy. And yes, you are correct, there is a third backpack upgrade, all thanks to the bigger backpack upgrade. I then made my way over to Clint's, where I spent a while opening geodes. After they were all smashed open, I quickly circled back to the farm to pick up a few minerals from my mining chest and headed back to town and to the museum. I bet Gunther was having an absolute field day watching all of these donations roll in, because I donated a lot of stuff. Afterwards, I somehow found myself back at Clint's, this time for a copper hoe upgrade. To finish up the day, I spent some time on the farm clearing out the animal area of debris, since I'm feeling a bit lonely and want some more animal friends. In happier news, I got level 5 foraging. Yay! Susan braved the rain the morning of day 31 to visit the farm and introduce herself after unfortunately being stuck behind the rockfall for a whole season. I started my day standing outside Robin's, filling my boots with water, waiting for her shop to open. You know, no matter how many times I play this game, some things never change. Once inside, I splurged some gold on a coop, which I placed in my newly cleared out animal area. I then thought I'd make use of the rain and try to catch myself a red snapper down at the beach, which I of course got on my first catch. Like I said, I am pretty good at this game, definitely not an RNG thing at all. Back on the farm that afternoon, I potted around clearing out more debris for the rest of the day. My day began on day 32, running through town where I found Morris reflecting, probably thinking about how mean he is. I was, however, on my way to Clint's, where I had to wait. Like I said, some things never change. I collected my copper hoe from Clint and swapped it out for a copper watering can upgrade before setting up shop on the pier and doing some fishing. I was here for a while and managed to catch a range of fish, including a tilapia, pufferfish, and tuna for the community center. Re-entering town, I found Lewis and Morris in a lover's quarrel. It's a bit awkward being the third wheel. But up at the center, I handed in my fish and completed the ocean fish bundle. All before heading back home, where I used the rest of the day clearing out some more of the farm. A trip to the community center is how I started day 33, just to drop off some items I had laying around in my chests. Afterwards, I mooched my way through the rain to the museum to drop off a couple of artifacts I had collected. Heading west to the Cindersap forest, I found a traveling cart and ended up buying a couple of rare seeds from her, which I plan on planting in the fall season. And I thought I'd be a kind villager by picking up Robin's axe to give back to her. I even made the trip up to give it to her when it occurred to me she's on the farm building my coop. I'm not saying I'm forgetful, but I think I'm a little bit forgetful. That afternoon, I made my way back to the expansive Cindersap forest to look for more summer forageables, and now that I had all of them, I popped into the community center and completed the bundle. So with a little bit of time left in the day, I continued to clear more debris until bedtime. Day 34, I woke up and rushed over to see my brand new coop, which looks even better thanks to Ellie's seasonal buildings mod. Also, Luna was playing hard to get for a pet today, she's a bit cheeky like that. After meandering my way through town and down to the beach, I popped into Willie's shop, but he wasn't there. How rude of him, I was going to buy a cool new rod, so joke's on you. Instead, I ventured to the opposite side of the valley where I handed back Robin's lost axe and purchased myself a barn, which I placed next to the coop. Back in town, I passed by Clint's to pick up my copper watering can before spending the rest of the day down in the mines farming for iron, since I was running a bit low. Day 35 started with smelting ores. Riveting stuff, I know. I was preparing for a steel pickaxe upgrade, and once I got to Clint's, I was once again bamboozled by the fact that villagers don't work every single day. Honestly, where's the commitment? So unfortunately the upgrade stays on hold for now. Instead, I made my way back to Willie's to purchase the iridium rod, said hello to Sophia, and went fishing for a sturgeon, which I caught on my first Wait a minute, hold on. That's not a sturgeon. Well, it took me a bit of time, but I finally caught one, and I used it to complete the lake fish bundle. While in town, I thought I might as well stick around for the later end of the market day to sell some fish. But it was a tough crowd today, and not a lot of people wanted to buy some premium fresh fish. So I sulked my way home and went to bed. It's day 36, and yeah, I'm back to waiting at Clint's. And thank goodness he's back in today. I finally got my steel pickaxe upgrade. I then, no joke, spent the rest of the day chopping trees. All day long. So let's move on to day 37. I woke up to a fully bloomed poppy and sunflower and decided to spend the morning smelting iron and quartz. That is because last night I got level 6 foraging and unlocked lightning rods. So with the bars I crafted 8 of them and set them up next to the furnaces. Bring on the lightning, I say. After a quick trip to the community center to drop off my flowers, I placed my first tapper on my first grown oak tree, and then it was back to chopping trees. Day 38 started off back at Clint, swapping up my new pickaxe with a steel axe upgrade. Thank God I'm sick of chopping trees. Afterwards, I marched my way over to Marnie's place where I purchased myself 2 chickens, which I named Ingrid and Ken, and a cow called Sandy. And back on the farm, I welcomed them into my farm with some pets. With my new and improved steel pickaxe, I went around breaking the massive boulders was still left on the farm and added another tapper to the tree farm. That afternoon I thought a good use of my time would be spent in the mines farming for iron, stone and anything else I could get my hands on, which is where I spent the rest of the day. It was luau day on day 39 and I harvested my first ancient fruit. Look at us go, we're really moving up in the world. Down at the beach, the luau was in full swing, the ridgeside villagers had taken over the tide pools and seemed to be having a great time. I popped my gold quality spiceberry into the potluck and was happy to see the governor enjoyed the soup. Back on the farm that night, a young boy by the name of Yuma paid me a visit saying that Lenny had sent him this way on the way to get groceries to ask me a favour. At 10 PM? You'd think Lenny would know better than that, but he did ask me to visit Ridgeside on a sunny day, so I went to bed intrigued. Overnight though, I hit level 5 combat, so that's cool. I was checking my mail the morning of day 40 and I found a letter from Haley along with some rose seeds, and I started my day back over at Clint's testing my patience and collecting my new steel axe. Afterwards, I took the cable car up to Ridgeside and wandered into town to see what favour Lenny was after. She mentioned Yuma again and I questioned whether she knew how late he visited the farm, but then explained that their old minecart system was broken, and she needed help getting all the materials for Robin and Clint to fix it. And looking at the materials I needed to gather, it wasn't too bad. Let me just add that to my handy dandy to-do list. Back in the valley that afternoon, I used my new steel axe to gain access to the secret woods and explore around for a bit. I chopped some stumps down for hardwood and collected up some red baneberries before visiting the deep woods. That's right, I've added a super cool mod called the Deep Woods, which adds a dungeon-like experience to the secret woods. However, I read a sign that said very dangerous, so I might come back another time. I also found a floating wall decoration. Very spooky. Back on the farm that evening, I didn't achieve all too much. So on to day 41. The rain was pouring down and the lightning was striking, but my melons were ready, so I didn't mind. I made sure to keep 5 for the quality crops bundle and shipped off the rest. Over in town, I stood waiting outside Pierre's for far too long, so I could replace those freshly picked melons with some more. And after a quick stop to the community centre, I was back on the farm planting down my seeds. To round off the morning, I said hello to Ingrid, Ken and Sandy, who were huddled inside out of the rain, and started work on some more pathing. From the northern entrance, I started to lay out a path that would connect to the bus stop entrance. I then ripped out the middle of it because I was a big fan of adding the secondary path down the middle like I did in the expanded series. I continued that path down past the animal area and connected it with the path that ran alongside the house, and filled the middle of my paths with some stone walkways, which I was a pretty big fan of. I woke up to a field full of crops on day 42, so I gathered up my summer crops and picked all of my blueberries. Ah, isn't that just so satisfying? After shipping them all away, I said hello to my animals, who were a little mad at me, and dropped my summer crops off to the pantry, completing another bundle. That afternoon, I got to work on my hub area. Now, it wouldn't be a Poxial playthrough without a hub area, now would it? I was tossing up between 2 types of wooden paths, and ended up going with the rustic planks. I like the way the green contrasts with the white stone paths. By the late afternoon, I had laid down the last of the planks, and honestly, I spent the rest of the night moving everything over there. Day 43, I got another ancient fruit, and spent a good chunk of the morning finishing off what I couldn't last night. You'll see I added some hardwood fences, torches, and a few more chests, and it was really coming together nicely. Content with the work on my hub area, I spent some time in the secret woods collecting forageables and chopping down stumps for hardwood. What did I do for the rest of the day, you ask? Well, I admired my hub area, of course. Day 44 started with collecting my first oak resin. 1 down, roughly 400 more to go. I said good morning to the animals before taking off to the mines, where I spent the day resetting levels 20, 40 and 80, mainly to farm for copper, iron and gold respectively, but also for stone, fibre and anything else I could get my grubby little hands on. Day 45 was going to be a good day. Nay, a great day. Most of the day today was taken up clearing the western side of the farm, making a clear path to the secret woods and around my broken greenhouse. However, that afternoon I paid Robin a visit just in the nick of time to purchase myself a stable. That's right people, I wasn't horsing around anymore. Since I had gathered a lot of materials the day before, I finally had everything I needed to fix the ridgeside minecart system. So after a cable car ride and a jog across town, I dumped the materials into the bin and headed back home for a peaceful night's sleep. Another blueberry harvest was waiting for me on day 46, so I got to picking. I started my day with a trip over to Clint's. However, at this moment, I somehow forgot that to upgrade tools, you need the bars. So after a quick trip back to the farm to gather the 5 bars I needed, I put my hoe in for a steel upgrade. Afterwards, I made my way up to Ridgeside, where I found Clint, Robin and Ian, who had finished fixing the minecarts, all thanks to my hard work of course. I headed through the village and up to that log I mentioned. Now that I had a steel axe, I broke right through it and headed up the path. I met Geo on the other side, who gave me a stern warning about the monsters that lurk around here. But he offered me valuable items in return for the information I could collect through the spiritual essence that these monsters drop. And then I was left alone. I had a little time to explore before a whole bunch of monsters started coming after me. I managed to collect a bit of spiritual essence from them before retreating back to safety. I think I'll have to come back later with some better gear. Looking for a more calm experience, I paid the Secret Woods a visit to chop stumps for hardwood, and while I was there I spent the rest of the night attempting to catch a wood skip. And just when I thought I wouldn't catch one, I finally reeled one in just before it got too late. I awoke on day 47 to a finished stable. Everyone say hello to Dusty. I think you can tell I was very excited to have a horse. Not only that, but with the HorseOverhaul mod, Dusty has friendship points now, can fit through 1 wide gaps, and a saddlebag I can store things in. Now that is very cool. I paid a quick visit to Marnie's ranch where I bought a milk pail and some shears for the farm and cleared out some more debris from outside of Grandpa's shed. Unfortunately, my pickaxe wasn't strong enough to break through this very conveniently placed meteor, so I guess I'll just have to wait until I upgrade my pickaxe. I decided to spend the rest of the day pottering around the farm, constructing a pathway through the animal area and an animal machine area, where I plan to store mayo machines, cheese presses and the likes. Day 48, I started clearing out the fruit bat cave of all its goodies before spending a good while just chopping trees in the rain. It was actually pretty therapeutic. I needed said wood for an upgrade, which I got for my barn from Robin's that afternoon. While in town, Dusty and I rode down to Clint's where I swapped out my steel hoe for a steel watering can upgrade. And back on the farm that night, I kinda just mooched around the farm with Dusty, not achieving much. But that's okay because we were bonding. It's day 49, and thanks to yesterday's thunderstorm, I had a few more batteries to add to my collection. Today I took a break from the grind of the farm and headed into nature to cull a whole bunch of trees for wood, but hey, that's okay, they grow back, I swear. And here we are on day 50. I had a field full of blueberries awaiting my picking, so I got to gathering them all. I rode Dusty up to Robin's and commissioned a big coop upgrade before riding into town. I popped into Pierre's where I sold him all of my blueberries, and that is because I want instant gratification. Speaking of gratification, I also made and shipped off 45 more tea saplings using the forageables I had collected. Why the sudden interest of money, you may ask? Well, I had a vault to finish, and that's exactly what I did. I paid for every bundle in the vault, finishing it off all in one go. I made a quick stop to the museum where I collected some donation rewards and headed back to the farm where I sorted my inventory full of stuff. And then I fluffed around the farm until bedtime really. However, overnight we got a showing of wonderful Junimo dancing, unlocking the bus for me to take to Calico Desert. Day 51 began with a morning ride through town over to Clint's where I picked up my newly upgraded steel watering can. With the bus back in commission, I paid for a ticket to the desert and sadly had to leave Dusty behind. But once I got there, I ventured around the desert collecting coconuts and cactus fruit, and I caught myself a sandfish from one of the nearby pools. I popped into the Oasis shop to say a quick hello to Sandy and got a look at some of the extra things she's selling. Back in the valley, I took my gatherings over to the community center where I completed the exotic foraging bundle and the specialty fish bundle. As for the rest of the night, I didn't have much else to do. So let's go on to day 52. I had a couple of oak resin ready and waiting for me in the tree farm, so I gathered them up before paying the beach a visit to do a little bit of foraging and handing Willie a birthday gift. You know, since there are so many damn villages, I may as well make a start now. Dusty and I made my way over to Marnie so that I could purchase some more farm animal friends, Gale the duck and Henry the goat. And back on the farm I tended to my ever-growing flock of farm animals. For a while afterwards I cleared out the second fenced area of debris which now opened up a cheeky path straight to the travelling cart and worked on extending my tree farm with pine and maple trees. Before bed, of course I had to make it look good with fences and torches, so I added a few between the trees. From days 53 to 55 I pretty much spent diving down the mines with my sights set on the bottom. The only other important things that happened over these days were a crop harvest and my first star drop on day 54. Other than that I was down the mines grinding away to level 120, and by the night of day 55, I had finally made it to the bottom where I received the skull key. Which leads us on to day 56, the final day of summer. If I'm being honest, not too much happened today. I added a few things to my to-do list in preparation for fall, cleared out my fruit cave, and found a pike having a bad time figuring out which way it wanted to swim. Like a really hard time. But of course, I stayed up to watch the wonderful moonlight jellies come into shore as we always do, and I danced around my living room to the best song in the game. Don't trip, cause it's fall! My favourite season in the game. It's day 57 and in true first of the month fashion, I made sure my crop fields were all ready to be filled with crops. And Marnie sent me a new type of tree sapling in the mail, so that was nice of her. Dusty and I rode into town and over to Pierre's where I spent a while buying seeds, 8 corn, 16 pumpkins, 160 cranberries and the fall crops, to be exact. And back on the farm, I planted down my 2 rare seeds along with the quality fertilizer and the rest of my crop seeds. Doesn't that just make your heart happy? That afternoon, I continued with the admin work, clearing out any rogue debris that had spawned overnight, and Dusty and I went for an adventure around the valley collecting any forageables we could find. Surprisingly, we were very successful today, so over at the community center, I was able to complete the fall foraging bundle. And to be honest, I didn't do too much for the rest of the night. Day 58, I was checking my mail this morning when I found a fragrant wisteria sapling from Abigail. I appreciate all these new trees, but where the hell am I going to plant them? You know what, that's a problem for future Poxil. Anyway, I ventured into town where I found Robin and Lewis putting up the special quest board, and I handed Penny an emerald for her birthday. Back on the farm, I decided to make a couple of cheese presses, which I placed in the machine area. I found myself back in town that afternoon fishing in the river, since I was after a tiger trout. Now you'd think it wouldn't take too long to catch one, considering there's really only 4 types of fish you can catch here. But alas, my fishing luck seemed to have ran out. Too bad I used all of it too early on. However, I did finally manage to catch one, and I used it to complete the river fish bundle. With some cheese, thanks to my new cheese press machine, I had enough cheese and fruit to complete another bundle. So back I went to the community center once again where I completed the Artisan bundle. And after a big day, I decided to head to bed. Day 59 began with a trip to Robin's where I commissioned my first house upgrade. That's a little bit fancy, I know. I also found Clint up past the railroad asking for help to blow past this boulder to the summit, so I obliged. And back down at the blacksmith, he ran over the details of the operation, which tasked me to hand over 20 iridium ore and 20 coal. Unfortunately, I'm not quite at that stage to get lots of iridium, so this one may have to wait, sorry bud. That afternoon, I decided to go and visit Ridgeside, where I ran into Lenny putting up another special quest board here in the village. Although Maeve was being a little bit condescending, and I concluded that I don't like Maeve. That may change, but right now, I don't like her, she's mean. I was here in Ridgeside to do some more exploring. On my way to Geo's hut, I found an autumn dropberry and found him along with Dia inside. She seemed to be a bit saucy, but visiting unlocked some special quests that the so-called seer had given out, and a book where I can trade in spiritual essence for a cool outfit. Continuing my exploration, I visited Mr. Aguar and the water treatment plant, someone please tell me that was on purpose, and made my way around an abandoned part of the village, where I collected some cool new forageables like a Highland chard and the Highland butterwort. However, it was getting late, so I headed back home to get some rest. I quite honestly spent day 60 in the mines farming for copper, stone and fiber. Oh, and I finished my first monster slayer goal. Look, some days are just less exciting than others. So on to day 61. I took out some time this morning to say good morning to all of my animals and smelt some copper, which I then turned into some more tappers and finished tapping every oak tree. However, craving some danger, I decided to spend the afternoon to the north of Ridgeside village fighting scary monsters for spiritual essence. But before that, I got my hands on a new forageable called a Summit Snowbell, and then it was off to fight evil. Unfortunately for me, evil deals quite a lot of damage and it didn't take long for them to start getting the upper hand, so I ran back home with my tail between my legs. Day 62, I woke up to a bigger house. Did Robin finish that overnight or? You know what, never mind. Now that my animals had settled into the farm quite nicely, they had given me everything I needed for another bundle. So Dusty and I rode into town to complete the animal bundle over at the community center. Afterwards, I was feeling like ticking off a few more items towards the community center. So I gathered, bought and cooked up some of the last remaining items and shot into town where I handed them in. There weren't too many items left to get, which was exciting news. For the rest of the night, Dusty and I just mooched around the farm until bedtime. I started off day 63 extending one of the farm pathways down to the southernmost entrance and connected it up to the bridge leading past the river. I then took a break to handgun through a strange doll I had found the other day and made a trip back to Ridgeside where I hungered down and spent the rest of the day fishing. I caught a range of new fish including a sculpin fish, a mountain red-bellied dace, a Ridgeside bass, a fixer eel, and a cutthroat trout. My cranberry bushes were looking full of berries on day 64, so I got to picking them all and shipping them off for that delicious cash. I was then riding through town where I stopped off at the special quest board. Both of the wizard's quests were there, however I opted to go with the prismatic jelly quest. And here begins the worst luck I've ever had. You'll see what I mean, but goddamn this is a hard watch. Anyway, I headed up to Ridgeside with Dusty in the cable car. Like, how cool is that? He's in the car with me. Sorry. And I picked up a special quest from the board. This one tasked me to deliver a bunch of jackets to Faye. And in the moment, I gave up before I'd even begun. Sorry Faye, but I have no clue where to find these jackets. Back in the valley, I spent the rest of the day scouring the mines for said prismatic slime. Did I find it? No, I did not. Today wasn't without a win though, as overnight I hit level 10 farming. I'll take it. Day 65, I took a break from prismatic slime hunting to tap my now fully grown pine and maple trees, put my pickaxe for a gold upgrade, and chop trees. And it was honestly the same story on day 66. I spent the day in the secret woods gathering forage and chopping tree stumps down before heading back to the cinder sap to commit further acts of deforestation. The rain was finally pouring down on day 67, and after handing Jody a diamond for her birthday, I waited up at the mountain lake to fish up a walleye. It didn't take long to catch one, and once I had it, I ran it over to the community center to complete the night fishing bundle, and I finished off the fish tank. Back on the farm that evening, I finally broke through that pesky meteor, cleared away all of the debris outside of the shed, and headed on inside. It was looking a little run down, but I'm sure in good time we'll be able to fix it up. Moving swiftly on to day 68, I began my day paying the traveling cart a visit. Still not selling a red cabbage, I see. And riding Dusty to the mountains. I found Willy by the removed glittering boulder where he handed me my trusty pan. And you bet I added an upgradable pan mod, which surely means this season of panning with Poxiel is going to be the best one yet. Season 3 coming soon to a streaming device near you. I was here in fact to hand Linus's basket back to him and commission a deluxe coupe from Robin. But it is time to pull up my sleeves and get cracking on this prismatic slime quest. I spent the rest of day 68, funny number day, and day 70 searching, scouring, and looking for this color changing slime. Sure, other stuff happened, cranberry harvest happened, Abigail's birthday came and went, I handed in 5 gold pumpkins for the quality crops bundle, and I even got the Dwarvish translation guide. But no matter where I looked, how many levels I reset, or how hard I tried, this slime was literally nowhere to be seen. But when all hope was lost, I saw it. In the dying hours of Sunday, that color-changing slime came into view and my hopes had been revitalized. So quickly slaying the slime, I grabbed the jelly and rode down to the wizard. To my dismay, it was too late and the door was locked. But that's okay, I'll just hand it to him tomorrow, right? Oh my god, where's it gone? No, are you Sorry everyone, I just might need a minute for this one. I'm happy to say that day 71 wasn't all that bad. My corn had finally finished growing, which meant I could finish both quality crops and fall crops bundles, which completed the pantry, meaning I now have access to the greenhouse, so yeah, that's nice. I also picked up Robin's hardwood quest from the board and commissioned a deluxe barn upgrade, but I was too sad to do anything else. But that's okay because on day 72 was the Stardew Valley Fair and it was time to lift my spirits. I set up my Grange display and waited to be judged. Once again, I was rewarded with second place and given 500 star tokens. Just to be sure, I played the slingshot game to bump up my star tokens and took off to the spinning wheel to gamble it all on green. After a while, I had gambled enough star tokens and I went to the shop to buy my second star drop and a rare crow. I awoke to a field full of wheat and cranberries on day 74, so that made me feel a little better, I guess. After picking and shipping away my cranberries, I found myself back in the secret woods chopping stumps for Robin's quest, before finding Marnie and handing her a birthday gift. Circling up to Robin's, I dropped off 80 hardwood, completing the quest, and while I was there, I thought I'd move the greenhouse a bit closer to the house. That afternoon, I bought myself an apple tree sapling from Pierre's since I needed to grow some for the community center, and planted it along with other saplings I'd been given in the mail in my greenhouse. Since I was working in the greenhouse, I thought I'd add a few more fences and torches to decorate it up a wee bit, which honestly took me to the end of the day. Day 75 started with a bit of crop picking, collecting some more oak resin and pine tar from the tree farm, and tending to my animal friends. Dusty and I then rode down to Marnie's to purchase a new rabbit pal for the farm who I named Keith. And a bit later on in the day, I popped by Robin's to commission a silo to be built on the farm. That's so I can auto-feed the animals in winter. And since I was around the area, I passed by the community center to drop off a couple more items I had gathered from the farm. Back on the farm that evening, I thought I'd make a cute little path to the greenhouse and kinda just fluffed around for a while. Probably coming up with some awesome ideas for the farm, I'm sure. Granny Evelyn paid the farm a visit the morning of day 76 to give me a garden pot and the crafting recipe to make some more. Thanks, Granny Evelyn. Shortly after, I checked my mailbox to see I was invited to the Ridgeside gathering happening today. Before leaving for Ridgeside, I rode on over to Clint's to find out that it's obviously locked because it's a festival day. 600 hours in and you'd think I'd know better by now. Anyway, I made my way to Ridgeside and I had a look around. A couple of shops were open and I got my hands on my first prismatic shard, so that's cool. I found Lenny and Lewis by the stage and we all jammed out to a concert performed by Sam, Abigail and Sebastian. Although I had my music off, so I guess I'll just put this over to cover it. It was Robin's birthday on day 77, however the sad reality was that she was still working on the silo, so I stood there for a while hoping she'd just take the present. She did not take the present. Dusty and I rode through town over to Clint's so I could get an upgrade on my axe before escaping the rain and heading to the desert. Here is where I used my prismatic shard I had bought yesterday to receive the prestigious Galaxy Sword. I then decided it was Skull Cavern time. Using the key I found at the bottom of the mines, I unlocked the caverns and dived in. I wasn't expecting to get much, but I thought it'd be a bit of fun, so I spent the rest of the day here. Day 78 I spent down in the regular mines resetting level 40. You see, Robin had visited the farm a while ago to have a look at the rundown shed I'd opened up, and she said I'd have to provide a few resources to fix it, which amongst other things included about 600 stone and 50 iron bars, hence why I spent the whole day here. Day 79 began with a glorious harvest of cranberries, saying hello to my flock of animals, and collecting my gold axe from Clint's, all before heading up to the Adventurers Guild where I was eagerly accepted into the guild by Marlin. I was here to check the progress I'd made with slaying dust sprites. I was sitting on 405 out of 500, so I thought a good use of my time would be spent back in the mine slaying dust sprites for that wondrous burglar's ring, and collecting some more stone and iron for the shed of course. Which leads us on to day 80. I spent the morning collecting pine tar, filling my new silo with hay by scything down some grass and smelting ores. Now one thing I needed for the shed is 150 hardwood, which one could argue is a lot of hardwood. So to save me visiting the secret woods every day, and just out of pure laziness really, I planted down some mahogany tree seeds with a touch of tree fertilizer. And now all we have to do is wait. To pass the time, I decided to head back to the Skull Caverns in hopes of gathering a bit more iridium for iridium sprinklers for the greenhouse, and I got an iridium bar from the first slime I killed, on floor 1. And then, I kid you not, 4 floors later, the same thing happened again. Hold on, let me just check my mods folder. Oh, yep, there it is. Emily paid the farm a visit the morning of day 81, letting me know I can borrow her sewing machine in the house. Not that I'll use it, but the thought is there. My 2 sweet gemberries had finally grown today, so I shipped one off and headed over to the secret woods. I blitzed through the very inconveniently located maze and made it to the old Master Cannoli statue, handed it the fruit, and received my 3rd star drop. Afterwards, I rode Dusty over to the museum so I could drop off a couple of artifacts I had picked up yesterday from the Skull Caverns, and bought myself a few more salads from Gus. greenhouse. Speaking of the skull caverns, I headed back to the desert where I spent the rest of the day diving down the caverns, gathering as many goodies as I could. I was feeling pretty good on day 82 thanks to those few skull cavern runs. I had enough iridium to fill my greenhouse with iridium sprinklers, just in time to plant all of my ancient fruit that I've been collecting since the start of spring. Dusty and I then rode down to Marnie's where I bought another animal friend, Nancy the sheep. You know, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's naming animals. And back on the farm, I relocated my lightning rods behind the animal area just to get them out of the way. That afternoon, I bussed back to the desert where I did a bit of foraging for more coconuts and cactus fruit and hit up the skull caverns again. Because, you know, why not? I spent the whole morning of day 83 turning my ancient fruit into seeds. However, I decided against planting them just yet since I had more seeds than speed grow. And with town inaccessible today because of the Spirit's Eve festival, I'll have to wait to get some more tomorrow. Yes, you could say to just plant some now and then some tomorrow. I actually hate it when things grow out of sync. So I'm sorry to say you're just gonna have to shut up and put up. I passed the time waiting for the festival down in the Cindersap forest chopping trees. But time flies when you're committing heinous acts of deforestation because it's time to get spooky. Before hitting the maze, I bought a jack-o'-lantern recipe and a rare crow from Pierre, and I had a wander around the town square. And I met Torts. He's a turtle, look at him. He is the best character ever. Anyway, sorry. I made it through the maze and got my golden pumpkin. A turtle. He's my new favorite NPC. Day 84 was the final day of fall, and it started with picking my last harvest of cranberries. I rode Dusty into town so I could visit Pierre's and buy some more speed grow I had wanted yesterday, and back on the farm I got to planting down my ancient fruit in the greenhouse. Today was also Susan's birthday. And using the NPCMapLocation mod, I saw she was at Robin's, and when I arrived there I handed her the golden pumpkin. I'll be honest, not much happened for the rest of the day. I did add some things to my handy dandy to-do list to keep in mind for winter, but Dusty and I just sat there watching the glow of fall fade away, ready to hit the ground running when tomorrow comes. There was a certain chill in the air on day 85, and that's because it's winter time. I took Dusty on a ride down to the Cindersap forest to find a crocus flower, and on the beach I found myself a nautilus shell and dug up a couple of snow yams. Back to the community center I went where I completed the winter forageables bundle and finally finished off the crafts room. And using the nautilus shell I completed the field research bundle. Back on the farm I planted down those winter seeds I got, which I'm hoping are going to earn me a buttload of cash when turning them into tea saplings. Afterwards I popped by the special quest board to pick up the ectoplasm quest from the wizard. Let's hope I get a little luckier this time. But it was getting late, so I paid a quick visit to Ridgeside to pick up another quest from Lenny to collect 120 pieces of trash before heading home and to bed. Overnight we got another fun Junimo dance, just look at them go. Day 86 began with Dusty and I riding through the snowfall through town. I stopped off at Clint's to get myself a gold hoe upgrade and headed into the mines. Alright, here we go. Can't wait to spend the next 4 days grinding this out. You've got to be kidding me. I made my way over to Magnus's tower and handed over the ectoplasm. That afternoon, with the quarry unlocked, I adventured my way through the quarry mine and picked up the golden scythe, before spending the rest of the night clearing out the quarry. Which must mean it's day 87. Most of my mahogany seeds had grown into trees, so I decided to chop them down. And using that hardwood along with everything else I had gathered, I headed into Grandpa's shed, shoved it all into the chest, and now all I had to do was wait for Robin to come and fix it up. I then spent the rest of day 87 to 89 collecting trash. Anytime I tried to catch a lava eel, it would seem I would fill my pockets with trash. And now that I needed 120 of it, this was the perfect place to collect it all. I should also say that on day 88 I swapped out my gold hoe for a gold watering can upgrade too, but apart from that I was just fishing up trash. Look people, you don't realize 120 pieces of trash is a lot of trash until you have to collect 120 pieces of trash. The rest of day 89 was spent back in the mines, this time a little further up around level 40 as I was getting close to that burglar's ring. Day 90 was much of the same. I popped by Clint's and received my gold watering can, and Robin had finished Grandpa's shed with all of the materials I gave her. This is so going to come in handy for all of my ancient fruit later on. And then it was back to the mines. All of my dust sprite slaying seemed to pay off when in the late afternoon I slayed my 500th dust sprite, completing the slayer goal. And over at the guild I saw Gil, who handed the ring over to me. Look at us go. Pierre braved the snow this morning on day 91 to let me know he'd be selling more seed types next year. Being a Sunday today, of course it was another market day, and having neglected these market days for the past few weeks now, I thought I'd better pull some high numbers today to make it up to Lewis. So here is where I spent the day, selling off some quality products to the villagers of the valley. I did take a quick break to hand Caroline a birthday present too. By the end I was left with a lone copper bar, which no one seemed to want to buy, which is a shame because that's a quality copper bar, thank you very much. And I saw my new friend Tort. Hey Tort! What a cool guy. I awoke to some winter forageables on day 92, so I picked them all, turned them back into seeds, and replanted them over the crop fields. And checking the mail, I saw we had jumped up to 17% progress towards the best market in the valley. Small steps, everyone, small steps. Robin then paid me a visit on the farm to let me know that she could build a small bridge over to Grandpa's shed for 900 stone. For a bridge? Instead of doing that, I spent the day at the Festival of Ice, where I purchased myself another rare crow and carved up at the ice fishing competition.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Okay, I lost. I lied. I didn't win. I could feel my ego plummeting through the floor. So, swiftly moving on to day 93 before I start crying. I decided that today I'd spend the day diving through the Skull Caverns, hoping to find more iridium ore and other goodies. And I got my first auto petter. Genuinely, I have never had one of these, so that was exciting. And overnight I hit level 10 mining, which I was pretty happy about. Certainly makes up for losing the ice fishing competition. I'm just kidding, it doesn't, but I'm trying not to cry right now. I started day 94 making sure my animals were all well looked after. I scythed grass to add some hay to the silo, and down at Marnie's I bought some heaters which I placed both in the coop and the barn. Gotta keep those feathers and fur warm. That afternoon, I thought a good use of my time would be spent farming stone for Robin's bridge and copper for kegs and other machines. And luck was definitely on my side today as I got another 2 more ancient seeds. Day 95 started with a ride to Robin's, where I dropped off a staggering 900 stone for Robin to build that bridge, all before spending the whole day smelting ores. Like I said, some days are just less interesting than others. So we're on to day 96, and honestly I can't say today was any more interesting than yesterday, as I spent the day chopping down trees for wood. You better believe I'm gearing up for a lot of tea saplings. And overnight I hit level 10 foraging. Yay. Day 97 I started my day making a cute little path up to Grandpa's shed now that I had this beautiful bridge built, all thanks to the handiwork of Robin. And after a while it was looking pretty good. I decided to spend the rest of the day back in the mine farming fiber in hopes that I can get a lot of it for, you guessed it, tea saplings. Day 98 was another Sunday, so it was back to selling items at the market. Yeah, that's about it. Day 99, I saw that we had jumped up to 33% progress on the market front, and I was feeling good about reaching that 100% goal during next year. My winter seeds had grown once again, so after turning them all back into seeds, I replanted all that I could. With all the excess seeds I had left over, I used them to craft 74 tea saplings, which is going to bring in a fair amount of gold. That evening, I spent a bit of time at the night market, but none of the vendors were selling anything I wanted. Which puts us on to day 100. As is tradition in all of my 100 days videos, I spend the final day relaxing in the spa and reflecting on the past 100 days. We'd achieved quite a lot over these last 100 days, but I feel like I was only just touching the tip of the iceberg with how much there is to do. And believe me, I am very excited to see what I can find in the next 100 days. But for now, I think I'm just going to sit back and relax. Here we are on day 101. Amusingly, I have exactly 100,001 gold in my pocket. Not an important detail, but I thought I'd share nonetheless. And welcome back to the mega modded valley. I took a bit of time to reconnect with my surroundings. After all, it had been a while since I was last on the farm. It was Magnus's birthday today, so I thought I'd bring him one of his favorite gifts, a purple mushroom. And right afterwards, I found him in the forest assessing the magical boundaries. I thank you for your service, Rasmodius. Back on the farm, I then tended to my animals, shoved some iridium ore into my furnaces, and spent a while running around Pelican Town delivering some minor quest items to villagers. There's just so much to do, so I panicked and picked the most obscure task I could think of. But it did lead me to the secret woods, where this bear was a little too excited by the presence of some maple syrup. Dusty and I then rushed our way over to the final night of the night market, where I took a deep sea ride in the submarine to catch some deep sea fish. Although I got a little distracted from the raving shrimp floating past the window. After catching all the fish I needed, I headed back home, dumped my fish into my ever-growing collection in the kitchen, and headed to bed after a very successful first day back on the farm. Day 102, I was checking my mailbox and was surprised to see a letter from Magnus, who said he wanted to teach me some basic magic. Maybe he'll finally teach me how to love someone. Up at Ridgeside, the town square was popping off despite the cold weather. Maeve had swung a deal and got in a construction crew to come and snazzy up the town square. And I hate to say it because this is Maeve we're talking about, but it actually looks quite good. Through the snowfall, I found Freddy tucked away inside and handed him an earth crystal for his birthday. I also ended up coming across our good friend Tort again, and he was just being cute and munching on berries. God, I love this tortoise. Anyway, shortly after, I decided to escape the cold wintry weather and bus out to the desert, where I spent the rest of the day down in the Skull Caverns. This was because I was in dire need of iridium to turn into iridium sprinklers so I could expand my crop fields, and also for the minuscule chance a serpent would drop a red cabbage seed. I think you can guess that none did. Although I was happy to report that the amount of iridium did not disappoint, and I headed back home that night with 36 of it and a rabbit's foot, which is a welcome bonus. It's day 103 and with it comes another birthday. Seriously, there are so many. But before I could do that, I collected up some oak resin and maple syrup from the tree farm, gathered my iridium bars from the furnaces, and crafted a suitable birthday gift for Marlin. And of course said hello to all of my animal friends. Riding Dusty into town, we passed by the community center where I dropped off that rabbit's foot and completed the Enchanter's bundle, before finding Marlin and handing over the life elixir, who seemed to be wistfully looking into the distance. Being a Friday, the traveling cart was in town again, and it's going to be my last chance at getting a red cabbage before summer next year. However, my chances of getting one are disturbingly slim, and let's be real, the traveling cart has a long track record of being very unreliable for me. But that just means I'll get lucky, right? Back in town, I picked up a mysterious quest from Marlin to make a whole bunch of bombs. This scares me. But who am I to argue with authority? I went home and got to making those bombs right away. And after crafting as many as I could, I paid a quick visit to the dwarf to purchase the remaining bombs I needed, and then dropped them all off in Marlin's chest. Let's hope neither Marlin nor Gus smoke, because that could be disastrous. I then kicked back for the rest of the day down at the pier to fish the day away, and collect more fish to add to my collections tab. And you never know what fish you'll need for some mysterious cooking recipe down the line. Day 104, I had to start my day by adding another fish chest to the kitchen, since I had completely filled up the first one. And over in town, it was everyone's favourite grandma, Evelyn's birthday, so I gave her a lovely fairy rose for a lovely lady. Back on the farm, the trees I had planted ages ago in the greenhouse had finally grown, so I went about collecting some new fruits and flowers. With the 3 apples I had also collected, I rushed over to the community centre with Dusty, which I used to complete the fodder bundle. With 1 bundle left, all I needed to do to complete the community centre was a frickin' red cabbage! Some say patience is a virtue. I say patience can go and fuck. That afternoon, I paid a visit to Rasmodius, who taught me the magical art of changing one's appearance. In all honesty, it's not as useful as you may think, but hey, I appreciate the gesture. In the same fashion as yesterday, I decided to spend my time fishing the rest of the day away, this time parked up by the riverside. And I was pretty happy with the range of fish I managed to catch. But before bed, I got to spend some time with Dusty and Luna, my 2 favourite pals. Moving on to day 105, I found myself starting the day wandering around Ridgeside, and that was so I could hand Pika an emerald for his birthday. Afterwards, I spent the day in town beside my market stall, as Sundays are the valley's market days. Tort came past my stall and I was heartbroken to say that he didn't like the look of my items. Also, Pam came past asking Susan if she found anything good, to which she replied, "Get your own egg." However, I had a very successful day at the market today, and I went to bed a happy man. I walked outside on day 106 to a field blooming with winter forageables, and after a quick check of the market day progress report, 44% towards the best market in the valley by the way, I got to picking all of the winter forageables. I turned what I could back into even more winter seeds, but I wasn't to plant them just yet. Instead, I had to tear down my crop fields. Controversial? Maybe. But after that Skull Cavern run the other day, I had more than enough iridium to make a brand spanking new crop field. With some fancy schmancy fancy iridium sprinklers. So that's how I spent my afternoon. I laid out where the sprinklers will go, a middle area for the scarecrows and a future Junimo hut, the sprinklers themselves, and some wooden paths between the sprinklers. Then that evening I worked on getting all of the winter seeds planted, which by the end of the night I managed to do. Continuing on to day 107, I outlined the new crop field with rustic plank floors and added some decorating flourishes of fences and torches. And yes, I know it's a complete whitewash of colours, but when spring rolls around, I promise you it'll look cool. You just gotta trust me. But I was very happy with how it turned out, and there's heaps of room beside me for a future expansion if I feel like adding some more crop fields. However, my hunger for money was growing stronger by the day, and with all the leftover winter seeds, I had grounds to make a whole bunch of tea saplings. But I just had one problem. I was out of fiber. So off to the mines I went, where I grinded away on level 80, collecting as much fiber as my abnormally large pockets would allow. I did call off the grind early that night to find Leah at the saloon to give her some goat's cheese for her birthday. And just before bed, I made the big boy decision to wait to sell my tea saplings. It was the lack of fiber, however, that made it quite hard to craft any more. Day 108 started with a lovely wait outside the museum. As you all know, I am a very patient person. Some say patience is a virtue. I say patience can go and fuck. Like I said, very patient. I was here to drop off a rusty spur. That one's just for you, Gunther. Then to fix my fiber crisis, I headed back to the mines, pulled my pants up and got to work, spending the whole day here resetting level 80 to gather as much fiber as I could muster. And just before bed, I was able to make and ship off 126 tea saplings, along with a buttload of unwanted sap. And with my money making pallet wetted once again, I headed to bed, where I, of course, dreamed about how awesome I am. Oh, and Santa showed up in my dreams? I'm not too sure how he got there. The Feast of the Winter Star was upon us on day 109, but before I could go enjoy the festivities, I had a very important job to attend to. My first batch of greenhouse ancient fruit had blossomed, and I had to spend a while turning them all into seeds and replanting them. It didn't take too long to finish up, but I was cutting it close, so I raced Dusty into town. I found my secret person this year, Philip, amongst the other Ridgeside Village attendees, and handed him a tulip. My gift giver this year was Alyssa, and she gave me 3 peach saplings. I'm putting that high up there on the list of gifts I've been given. It sure beats that lump of dirt that Vincent gave me one year. But with that, the festival was over, and my bed was calling me for some sleepy times. I began day 110 with a short trip down to Marnie's. I love my animals, but I was sick of picking up all of their produce, so I decided to treat myself to 2 auto grabbers to do it for me. Over in town, I passed by the special quest board and accepted Linus's community cleanup quest before having to give out 2 birthday presents. That's right, count 'em, 2. So I handed Clint his present and headed off to Ridgeside to go and find Shanice. I was sidetracked by Pika, who asked me to try a new item he's been looking to put on his menu. And then I found Shanice in Heap's convenience store, so I gave her a slice of goat's cheese. Sticking around Ridgeside, I did some foraging around the hike trail, where I got my hands on some Aurori and iris flowers and a bunch of forageables up at the ridge. I even did a quick bit of fishing in the lake and caught myself a mountain whitefish. However, there isn't too much more to be said for the rest of the night. So we're on to day 111. I walked out of my house this morning and gazed upon my crop fields like a proud father. Look at them go. I'm so proud of you. Another day brings yet another birthday, Sophia's to be exact. So Dusty and I paid a quick visit to Blue Moon Vineyard, where I dropped off a fairy rose flower for the occasion. I then circled around to Pierre's to purchase a few more trees that he was selling, so I could fill my greenhouse with more funky and fresh produce. Now I just have to find room for the other 20 or so trees left for me to plant. Seriously, where the hell am I going to plant them all? Oh well, that's a problem for future Poxeel. For now, spring was right around the corner and prices for wood and stone were about to skyrocket. So how about that inflation, am I right? So off to Robbins I went to purchase a few stacks of wood while the price was still dirt cheap. That afternoon, back on the farm, I used a bit of time to make a few mayo machines and cheese presses to add to the machine area, so I could turn my animal produce into market day staples. That evening I ventured into the secret woods to chop down stumps for hardwood before turning in for the night. It was the final day of winter on day 112, and I was ready to say goodbye to the frostbite on the tips of my poor feetsies. I'll be honest with you all, I spent way too long trying to set up these seasonal crop chests. I tried on the side here, didn't like it. I hit a crop by accident, almost restarted the day. Tried on the top, didn't like it. I tried beside Dusty's stable. Actually, I don't mind that. So after fussing over the chests for longer than I'd like to admit, I just mooched around the farm for the afternoon. As evening came, I made my way up to Ridgeside Village to partake in the Ember of Resolutions festival. I found everyone at the ridge surrounded by a monstrous sized bonfire. I can't wait to accidentally singe my eyebrows off. The festival kicked off and I placed down my log to burn away what we wish to leave behind and ignite the spark that fuels our very best tomorrows and the days beyond. Lenny's words, not mine, unfortunately. So as the bonfire sparked to life, I wished to leave behind all the times I had missed out on a lucky ring and hoped the spark would ignite my passion for panning for a small, insignificant, yet somehow very meaningful lucky ring. And I guess good health too, but the lucky ring for sure. Day 113 brought not only a new season, but a new villager. Kent paid a visit to the farm this morning, introducing himself briefly before leaving again. Well, it's a new year, my toes have defrosted, and I now have feeling back in them. And I was ready for a brand new year. My first order of business was to clear out the farm of any debris that had spawned overnight, before scything away my now dead winter seeds from the crop fields. Riding Dusty into town, Mayor Lewis showed me an old patch of farmable land that may come in handy later, and I popped into Pierre's to purchase myself a bunch of spring seeds. Over this year, I'm going to be growing as many different types of crops as I can, mainly for the shipping collection, which is egregiously long, and because it may come in handy when giving out birthday gifts later on. So for the later half of the morning, I finished off planting down all of my seeds. I'm a big fan of aesthetics, as you can see. Today was also my favorite tortoise's birthday. I thought that he'd appreciate some cheese, and he didn't like my cheese. Why didn't he like my cheese? Everyone loves my cheese. Well, before I start crying, I quickly retreated back to the valley where I picked up the prismatic jelly quest from the special quest board, which if you've seen the first 100 days, you know went really well. Oh my god, where's it gone? No, are you But I think I'll save that for another day. Instead, I spent the rest of the day mooching around the farm tidying it up. Well, today's another day, so let's go hunting for that prismatic slime. I spent all day down in the mines, making my way down level after level, hoping for the chance to see that color changing slime. And holy smokes, we did it! We found a prismatic shard. It was a shard. Just a prismatic shard, everyone. False alarm, false alarm. Well, we may not have found the slime, but hey, I'm not mad about the prismatic shard drop. Hustling on to day 115, the rain wasn't going to dampen my slime slaying mood, and after a quick trip to the museum to drop off an artifact, I was right back to the mines. Once again, I pushed myself down each level hoping for that slime to spawn. But alas, it was to be another unsuccessful day. I did get to level 10 combat though, so I guess that's something. Yay! I took a day off from prismatic slime hunting on day 116. I also got distracted riding Dusty through a puddle on the farm. Nothing to see here. I was on my way to town as it was our new villager Kent's birthday today, so I handed him a cactus fruit. Another round of ancient fruit had blossomed back in my greenhouse, so I spent the better part of the day turning them into seeds and filling out the rest of the greenhouse with ancient fruit. As for the rest of the day, well, you could say not a lot happened. Just a lot of planning going on in my head and making the seasonal crop chests look a bit more lavish. The following day, on day 117, I started my day off picking some parsnips, onions and buckwheat, and they made a wonderful first addition to my chests. Also, I'm just trying to prove to myself that they were worth making. I then found myself back in the village of Ridgeside on the hunt for Alyssa. That sounds worse than it is, it's her birthday, I just wanted to give her a nice gift. Afterwards, I passed by Pierre's again to purchase some seeds to plant, and ended up getting some watermelon, muskmelon, and onion seeds, which I naturally planted back on the farm. Heading south to the Cindersap forest, I found Willie who slapped a big old king salmon on the ground, and said, "I bet you can't catch a bigger one." He didn't really say that, but I do like a bit of competition. However, I did still have a lot of time left in the day and decided a good use of my time would be spent back in the mines, grinding away at this prismatic slime quest. Yet despite my best efforts, it just wasn't happening. Even completing the Slime Monster Slayer goal couldn't lift my spirits. So defeated, I headed back home for the night. I was feeling good on day 118. Maybe it was the crab cake, maybe it was the extremely good daily luck. Either way, it was going to be a good day. So I hit the mines with lifted spirits, and boy golly was I right. Not even a few minutes into the day, the prismatic slime came into view. I even had a wee little celebratory dance before dealing with the pest. I won't lie, my luck has been pretty shocking with this quest, but I'm happy to have it done. I learned my lesson from the expanded series that the jar of slime disappears after the quest ends. So back on the farm, I cemented this moment in history by placing the jar on a sign beside Grandpa's shed. See, I told you it'd be a good day. Dusty and I rode down to Rasmodius's tower to hand over the jar of slime. You know, before I forget and have to do it all over again. I then took Dusty on a detour to the west side of the forest to do a bit of foraging for the afternoon. Surprisingly, that evening, I was back at it in the mines. This time I was farming for copper ore on level 20 since I was running low and needed a lot to feed my keg obsession, which will be starting very soon. Some potatoes, tulips and kale were awaiting my harvest the morning of day 119, and I was happy to add a few more crops to the row of chests. I had to replace said seeds, so back to Piers I went to purchase a few more, and I was able to plant down some green beans, passion fruit, parsley, spinach, and sweet canary melons. I rode Dusty back into town afterwards as it was our very own mayor's birthday today, so I gave him some goat's cheese. Being a Sunday, the market was back in town, and even though I was a little late to my stall, I was still able to sell off a few artisan goods to the villagers and make a bit of profit. Back on the farm that evening, I was able to get a head start on that keg obsession I mentioned yesterday, and I put my first 50 kegs on the bottom floor of Grandpa's shed. And hey, don't you worry, we're just getting started. Day 120 began with replacing some blue jazz seeds I'd picked with a batch of sugar beet seeds. That was before I decided to delve into the skull caverns for the day, in hopes of getting more iridium and another chance at a red cabbage seed. It may not be obvious, but I was quite desperate for a red cabbage. However, the red cabbage luck was not in my favour today, but it seemed like everything else was. I ended up stumbling onto a prehistoric level where I got not one, but 2 dino eggs, and I walked away with 87 iridium ore amongst a lot of other goodies. All I can say is the devil works hard, but when it comes to the skull caverns, I work harder. Now that I had some dino eggs, I began day 121 by incubating one of them in my coop, and handing the other one over to Gunther for some extensive research. Since I was close by, I popped into Clint's to find he was knee-deep in a commission for Mayor Lewis, which required a lot of gold. So being a gentleman, I said I'd help him out. I was actually here to drop off some iridium ore and coal he'd requested for the bomb, to blow through that rock in the way of the summit. Like me, you may be wondering, what did Lewis need all of that gold for? Well, I've heard rumors of a gold statue. But hey, I'm just here to get the job done. So Dusty and I made our way back to Clint's and dropped off the 30 bars of gold. On the way back home, I passed by the special quest board and picked up Linus's community cleanup again. I'll do it this time, I swear. Up at Ridgeside, I found Alyssa singing away in her garden. She got a bit embarrassed when she saw me listening and ran away. And then I got caught up in a feud between Faye and Bryle. Bryle visits the village every now and again, and I'm not too sure how they got off on the completely wrong foot. I was here to find Anton to hand him a birthday gift, but for the life of me, I actually just couldn't find him anywhere. So instead I did some foraging around the hike trail and headed back to the valley for bedtime. Clint paid the farm a visit the morning of day 122. As a reward for the assortment of gold bars, he was going to clear a path beside Grandpa's shed to something nice. Sounds very intriguing. Today was Vincent's birthday, and even though he gave me dirt one year as a Feast of the Winter Star gift, I'm gonna be the bigger man and I'm still gonna give him a nice gift. Afterwards, I popped by Marnie's to expand my army of animals with Carmen the sheep, Monty the goat, and Nellie the cow. And I went back to make sure they were all settling in well. All before taking the elevator down into the mines to do a bit of trash fishing. Trying to catch a lava eel usually yields a lot of trash for me, so I thought it'd be a great place to catch some trash for Linus's quest. Exactly like I did for Lenny's trash collecting quest last year. So once I had all the trash, I headed up to the railway, and oh, come on, who put this train here? Of course, the one time I need to get over the train tracks, the train's going past. Once it had passed, I dumped the trash into the bin just as requested, and I ticked off another special quest. A lot of fluffing around the farm is what consumed my time for the rest of the night, so I guess we should just move on to day 123. Another round of ancient fruit was ready for picking this morning, and now that I had filled the greenhouse to the brim with ancient fruit, I could take advantage of my kegs and make some ancient fruit wine, which was very exciting. Afterwards, I headed up to Ridgeside again, this time to hand Isabel a diamond for her birthday before going to visit the summit. It seems Clint was able to use my resources to blow right through that pesky boulder, and I said this in the expanded series, and I'll say it again now. It feels very weird to be up here without fully completing the game. But hey, we got some seasonal flowers and the view was quite nice too. That afternoon, back on the farm, I got to picking some spinach and parsley that had finished growing, and decided to replace them with some more parsnips and cauliflower. I chopped down some stumps for hardwood in the secret forest, and decided to get an early night's sleep. Day 124, I awoke to some freshly grown cabbages, and added them to the spring crops chest. Then it was back to Ridgeside, where I gave Ezekiel a piece of iridium ore for his birthday. Although my good deed was rudely put to shame when outside the shop, Ezekiel seemed reluctant to let me help him find his ring. And once I did find it, he said I was the one who probably hid it, and then stormed out of there. I was speechless. Nonetheless, I headed back down into the valley where I went back to grinding away in the mines for copper ore. Like I said, my keg addiction is only just getting started. But that didn't last too long because I remembered I had to replace the cabbages I'd picked with some more kale. And as the evening drew near, not a lot of productivity came with it, so I thought it'd be best to get some rest. Welcome to day 125, the day that will forever be known as the Day of Vengeance. If you remember correctly, I shamefully lost the egg hunt last year to Jazz and Vincent, but not this year. Walking into town, I had to quickly get some strawberries from Pierre's stall and get a quick photo with the cute bunny cutout. And then I was back to business. Straight off the mark, I raced to the first egg, then the next, and the next, and then the next. My determination to win this egg hunt was exceptionally high, but that determination paid off, and you bet your sweet tushies I was crowned the winner, and I went to bed that night on an absolute high. After asserting my dominance back in the valley as top egg hunter, day 126 felt like it was going to be a good day. Despite my reluctance, because I frankly don't like her, I was once again the bigger person and gave Maeve a birthday present, and spent the day in the center of town selling goods at my market stall, only taking a break before midday to hand Haley a birthday gift as well. Business went well today and I ran short of supplies to sell by the mid-afternoon, so I retreated back to the farm to tend to my animals, forage around the farm, and gather some hardwood from the nearby secret woods. It turns out all of that hard work at the market days had paid off on day 127, as we were now recognized as the best market in Stardew Valley. And now we were aiming for the best market in the Ferngirl Republic. After attending to some morning chores, Dusty and I passed by the special quest board, and I accepted Demetrius's aquatic overpopulation quest. However, that would have to wait because I had more important matters to deal with. Picking salmon berries. Yeah, I just wanted to pick salmon berries for a while, which is what I did. Although I did find Linus rocking his birthday suit up at the mountain lake, let's just hope the fish don't find anything to nibble on. And further up to the north at the Adventurers Guild, I was glad to see Marlin didn't accidentally blow the guild up, and the bombs I'd made for him were actually for the castle village. Marlin then rewarded me with a ledger I could use to buy some decorations. Back on the farm, I picked some parsnips, bought some potato seeds from Pierre's, and planted them down before laying out some mahogany tree seeds. Trust me, I know you need a lot of hardwood once the community center is finished, and I'm hoping to say that that'll be done soon. And it beats the monotony of chopping stumps down every day. I spent the first half of the morning on day 128 pottering around the farm, placing eggs and milk into my machines, making 30 more kegs and adding them to my ever-growing collection. I then found Trini heading into town and gave her a ridge cherry for her birthday before continuing on to Pierre's to purchase some more onion seeds. And back on the farm I picked my sugar beets and planted down some onion seeds to replace them. Up at Ridgeside I found Trini again, who accused me of visiting Ridgeside to see her big sister Alyssa, and that is quite scary because I actually was. How did you know that? But she did introduce me to all of her plants, which was quite cute. Afterwards, I made Trini's words true by finding Alyssa and handing her an emerald. Truthfully, because I didn't want to be lonely for the flower dance coming up. And if the wizard can't teach me how to love, then I guess I'll have to do it all by myself. Speaking of, down in the valley, I was trying to make my way into town when I stumbled into Alyssa, and I was able to tell her how wonderful her singing was. I was, however, making my way to the river so I could try my hand at catching some sunfish for Demetrius' special quest. I managed to catch 5 of them before I ran out of time and they disappeared for the night, which took me to the end of the day. So on to day 129. After receiving some wise words from Isabel at the Log Cabin Hotel and learning how to say no every now and again and giving Philip a gift for his birthday, I was straight back to the river to finish up catching the last of the sunfish. I caught the last sunfish just after midday, and I wasn't finished fishing there, oh no. I spent the afternoon casting out over the pier into the sea to catch some ocean fish, and that evening I parked up at the mountain lake to catch some lake fish for the rest of the night. But just before bed, I was able to collect up my very first batch of ancient fruit wine and ship it off. Day 130, I was happy to receive the crafting recipe for a farm computer in the mail from Demetrius. I'm glad to see all of those sunfish was worth the effort. I then picked more ancient fruit out of my greenhouse, and not surprisingly, dumped them into my kegs at Grandpa's shed. My crop fields had yielded another harvest of kale, parsley, and sweet canary melons, so I got to picking them all. Dusty and I paid a quick visit to Pierre's to purchase some replacement seeds and planted down some more muskmelons and spinach in their place. As you can see on my handy dandy to-do list, I'm trying to get 2 of each animal, and with that ancient fruit wine moolah in my pocket, I felt I could continue making that dream come true. So at Marnie's I purchased a couple more animal friends, Justin the duck and Paula the rabbit. Look, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's naming animals. Back at home, I realized that Clint should have cleared that path he talked about by now. And I was right. What I found on the other side was a beautiful spring surrounded by mahogany trees and seasonal forageables. As for the rest of the evening, I gifted Magnus a purple mushroom in hopes of getting more hearts with him, made some more lightning rods to maximize lightning to battery potential, and changed this path to fit the aesthetic. I began day 131 with a few morning chores around the farm before paying a quick visit to Marnie's and purchased myself 2 new piggies who I named Porky and Fergie. I then retreated to the mines for the rest of the day where I spent it farming for more copper. Look, I'm gonna need a lot of kegs. So I guess we're moving right on to day 132. This morning was spent once again dealing with some farm admin work, like picking some ready to harvest green beans, saying good morning to all of my animal friends, and adding 40 more kegs to Grandpa's shed. Now that I had piggies roaming the farm, I thought I'd add a few truffle oil machines to the animal area, and I seemed quite happy about that. As the day rolled into the afternoon, I rode Dusty to the wizard's tower to hand Magnus yet another purple mushroom, and while I was circling into town, I found Philip trying to plead George into doing his weekly physical therapy. George is great once you get to know him, but man, is he a miserable old fart. Anyway, I was here to drop off a chewing stick to the museum that I had found yesterday in the mines, and for the rest of the afternoon I went around the valley digging up artifacts from those secret notes I have found, and collected a few coconuts and cactus fruits from the desert. Just before bed that evening I got everything ready for the market day tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, it's tomorrow, and it's time to whip out my stellar bartering skills. Although when I got there I found 2 NPCs clipping into each other, which I'm sure makes for good business. Speaking of good business, since we now had title of the best market in the valley, our stall had been upgraded and we could now sell 6 items at a time. And along with that came more villagers to buy stuff, and more competition. It was going so well that I had to run back home to find more things to sell. However, 6 o'clock came around, which signaled the end of another market day, and I headed home after another successful day of selling. Day 134 started with a cable car ride up to Ridgeside so that I could find Andy. Yes, there is half a door floating there. No, I don't know how to fix it. Andy managed to just phase right through it, and I was happy to hand over a green bean for his birthday. Just don't let the floating door hit you on the way out.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Oh, come on, that was a good one. After doing a bit of foraging around the hike trail, I managed to find the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' distant cousin chilling in the river by Geo's place. I did try to catch one, but it kind of vanished from views, so I thought I'd come back another time and try again. Back down in the valley, I spent a while continuing to forage. Seasonal forage was all around, so I thought what better time than now to collect it all up. Heading into town a little while later, I picked up Willy's Juicy Bugs quest from the special quest board, and dropped off a strange doll for Gunther at the museum. As for the rest of the night, there was nothing but goofing around to be had on Mega Modded Farm. So let's jump right into day 135. I found myself starting the day on the east side of town, fishing off the side of Shearwater Bridge. I was here to catch a butterfish, which I managed to do after a bit of struggle, because it was Andy's birthday and I heard that he's a big fan of butterfish. And then I was back to the mines for the rest of the day. With my burglar's ring teamed up with a splash of monster musk, I was on the hunt to slay as many bugs as I could. For Willy's quest, not for fun. Although the sound is kinda satisfying. Gratifying sounds aside, I spent the rest of the day here, completed the Dougie Monster Slayer goal, and managed to squeeze in 100 bug meat by the early hours of the morning, and made it to bed with a few seconds to spare. Day 136, I was happy to say I looked pretty chirpy for only 4 hours sleep. After sorting my full inventory from the night before into all of my chests, I made my way down to the pier to dump all 100 bug meat into Willy's barrel. I just pray he won't forget about it and let it go rotten. Being the 24th of spring today, it was of course the flower dance. When I got there, I found Mr. Agua looking at some aqua, maybe wondering if he had been destined to be a water treatment scientist from birth. I then popped by Pierre's stall to get the tub of flowers crafting recipe and another rare crow, before plucking up the courage to ask Alyssa to dance with me. And thank God she said yes. We danced alongside everyone else in complete silence. After the dance, I remembered to collect up another batch of ancient fruit wine and ship it off just before bed. Which means that on day 137 we had some ancient fruit to pick, and more than normal may I add. One more week until every plant will be ready for harvest. I then made use of more kegs in the shed and shoved all of the ancient fruit in for another round of fermentation. I'll admit today was spent flexing my massive and very humble decorating muscles. I went around adding grass to empty spaces around the farm, added some hardwood fences and torches to the tree farm and my hub area, and I even added a nice little path off to the spring that lay beside Grandpa's shed. I welcomed a new friend onto the farm on day 138. Everyone say hello to Lizzie the dinosaur. I've got my fingers crossed that Lizzie doesn't have an appetite for small birds and mammals, because that would not be good. Dusty and I rode through the rain and into town this morning, only to get slightly distracted by a puddle on the ground because it was Pierre's birthday, and I handed him a rabbit's foot since he's a very difficult person to find a gift for. Afterwards I headed up to Ridgeside where I found Pippo and her little acorn friend playing around in the rain. After a bit of back and forth, Pippo and Acorn asked for my help. Apparently Acorn had sent something around the hike trail, or maybe someone, and they were looking for her. Someone with dark brown hair, pointy ears, and a bit shorter than Pippo. I told them that I hadn't seen anyone around here, but Acorn remembered that he sensed her at night, an hour before midnight to be exact. But they had to leave and I was left to try and find this mysterious person by myself. So I added it to my handy dandy to-do list, because for now I was back to foraging around the valley. I foraged up at the ridge, back down at the spring on the farm, and up at the summit for a quick escape from the dreary weather below. All before handing Rasmodius another purple mushroom to his growing pile of mushrooms and waiting around the hike trail again that night. Although no mysterious figure seemed to appear tonight no matter where I searched, so I gave up and headed back home for the night. I counted my animals on day 139, and I'm very relieved to say that everyone is still alive and well. Yay! Thinking about it, I haven't had Robin on the farm build anything in a while, so I commissioned a slime hutch for her to build for me, in a temporary spot across the bridge. I have a bad habit of waiting outside villagers' bedrooms to give them gifts, and today was no different. But eventually Emily came out and I could give her some wool for her birthday. I wasn't finished giving out gifts quite yet though. Magnus received his 40th purple mushroom, and I went looking for Alyssa to hand her another emerald. But as for where she was, it took me an embarrassingly long time for me to find her. Turns out she was just chilling out at Marnie's. To finish my day, I got everything prepared for another market day tomorrow. Here we are on day 140, the final day of spring. We had a busy day ahead of us and it started with a couple of Ridgeside birthdays to acknowledge. I managed to find Sunny walking through the village square where I handed him a piece of goat's cheese, and I handed Bert a gold bar just as he was leaving his bedroom. Back on the farm I had let everything grow so I could pick it all at once on the final day. It took a couple of trips, but I managed to pick everything before riding Dusty into town and hunkering down at the market stall. Business today was booming. That's right, I've even picked up some corporate lingo. But despite that, I was hoping to buy some cheap parsnip seeds to plant for the change into summer, as it saves me having to hoe and water a bunch of dirt. But Pierre decided to take the day off. Could I have gone to Joja? Of course I could have. Did I forget? Absolutely I did. By 6 o'clock I had sold all but one single salmonberry, which was the sign of another successful market day. And back on the farm that night, I watched the light of spring fade away below the horizon, ready for the adventures that this year's summer season would bring. Get your speedos out. Marlon, really? You needed to come on the 1st of summer. Man, I need to do my intro. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Get your speedos out, everyone, because it's summertime. I started day 141 by checking the market progress report, and we were racing towards the title of best market in the Ferngul Republic. Most of my morning was spent fixing up the crop field since a certain someone didn't want to run his shop yesterday. But I got it all done in no time at all. Dusty and I headed into town to grab a whole bunch of seeds from Pierre's, including some red cabbage seeds, all the normal crops, and some Adzuki bean seeds. So back to the farm I went, where I got to planting a haul of seeds. I also planted down my red cabbage seeds with some deluxe speed grow, because I was so ready to have the community center finished. I still had quite a bit of time left in the day, so I did a bit of tidying up around the farm and had a quick gander at my brand new slime hutch. Afterwards, I paid Magnus another visit to hand him his 50th purple mushroom. You may be wondering why I'm giving him so many gifts, and I promise you'll find out very soon. But that for now is my little secret. Unless you've seen the expanded series, in which case it's really not that secret. Anyway, I picked up Gunther's fragments of the past quest from the special quest board and decided to chop down my mahogany trees since they'd all finished growing. And with that, I headed to bed after a very successful first day of summer. Day 142 came along with another birthday, so up to Ridgeside I went, where I found Lola outside tending to her plants, and I handed her a jar of fresh mayonnaise. Afterwards I slapped on some more of that pungent monster musk and went down into the mines collecting bone fragments for Gunther's quest. Yet again, armed with the musk and my trusty burglar's ring, I was able to collect lots of bone fragments from the skeletons that plagued levels 70 to 80. And as an added bonus, I managed to complete the skeleton monster slayer goal. I finished the quest as evening turned into night, and just before bed I went around collecting all of the fruits and nuts from the trees in my greenhouse. Zeus had come to play on day 143, and I was stoked because I was running desperately low on batteries. I began my day riding Dusty through the rain over to the museum, where I dropped off 100 bone fragments to Gunther, before burdening Rasmodius with another purple mushroom. But hey, as you can see, it was working. Take it from me, if you ever want to win someone over, just keep giving them the same gift over and over again until they can't help but like you. I swear it's foolproof. I continued to work through the rain as I ran Dusty around the valley collecting up the seasonal forage. I'm doing this a lot so I can try and knock off as many things off the shipping collection as I can. Look, the less I have to do later, the better. Even the Ridgeside forage seems to have quite a surplus of different seasonal forageables, and like I said, I don't want to stress out future Poxseal. Time flies when you're having fun though, because it was already getting late. I crafted and used a rain totem so that I could guarantee another thunderstorm tomorrow. I collected up my ancient fruit wine from the shed and shipped it off, and then babysat my lightning rods for the rest of the night. That's not a joke, by the way. I need batteries, damn it. The morning of day 144 had me collecting batteries, picking ancient fruit, dumping ancient fruit into kegs, using my third and final rain totem just to make sure I overdid it with the batteries, and giving Jazz a little birthday gift. I've really got to stop waiting outside villagers' bedrooms. I then spent the rest of day 144 expanding the crop area. I'd been wanting to do this for a while now, but the lack of batteries made it quite difficult to craft more sprinklers. But since I had been blessed with lightning, that was no longer a problem. So I pretty much just copy and pasted the design over, added in the sprinklers and the hardwood fences, then spent way too long hoeing the dirt. And here we are on day 145. I began the day with a few chores around the farm, collecting batteries and a whole bunch of pine tar and oak resin from the tree farm, saying sorry about all the rain to my animal friends who had been stuck inside, and touched up my new crop field. With my big crop field expansion came the opportunity to grow more crops. So to Pierre's we headed. I was able to get some cassava seeds, chive seeds, cotton seeds, cucumber seeds, gooseberry seeds, kiwi seeds, lettuce seeds, navy bean seeds, oregano seeds, perilla seeds, raspberry seeds, and wasabi seeds. So for the rest of the morning I got to planting down my haul of new seeds. Down at the beach I came across Willie using that bug meat I'd gotten for him a little while ago, and if that were really me, you wouldn't catch me within 10 feet of whatever the hell that thing is. I was here in fact to spend the rest of the day fishing into the ocean, which is exactly what I did. I left my house the morning of day 146 to the beautiful summer sun, and I took a moment to look over my crop fields like a proud father once again. Ah, they grow up so fast. It was Martin's birthday today, and I know he loves a good ice cream, so I backed Dusty into the ice cream stand and it worked like a charm. It took a while for him to arrive in town, but I found him walking past Harvey's, so I handed over his birthday present. And you know what? I've been thinking, with all of these birthdays to keep on top of, why don't we get a birthday? Why don't all of the villagers give me a bunch of presents? I guess I do get some presents in the mail, but like an actual birthday, you know? Maybe it's just my crippling loneliness talking. Anyway, I was back to foraging today. I hit all the usual spots in the valley, including the summit, and of course went around Ridgeside collecting everything I could too, which honestly took up the rest of my day. Day 147 was a monumental day, because when I walked outside this morning, I found my magnificent red cabbages ready to be picked, and I think you all know what that means. I handed in my red cabbage to finally complete the dye bundle. The Junimo said their goodbyes to me and that was it. The community centre was complete. Being a Sunday today too was another market day, and I spent the day all the way to closing time selling my farm's goods. And although it may not seem like a lot happened today, a lot happened today. Continuing the success of yesterday onto today, day 148, I saw the market progress report and we were working towards the best market on the continent, which means that we had earned the title of best market in the Ferngirl Republic. Look at us go. Shortly after, Lorenzo paid a visit to the farm where he praised my late grandpa's kindness when they fell on hard times. So he gave me a whole bunch of free stuff in return for his kind actions, and I won't lie, I kind of feel bad for complaining about not having a birthday now. Heading into town, I found the town celebrating the return of their beloved community centre. I received the town hero trophy from Lewis, and in typical fashion, I egged Pierre on to settle this the fun way. And remind me to never piss Pierre off. Speaking of, I headed to his shop to get some radish seeds, but I ended up finding Yuma getting his weekly shopping, and I let him cut the line because he was in a hurry. Pierre told me he doesn't see him playing with the other kids and that he's here every week buying groceries. Looks like I'll have to keep an eye on him. That afternoon I ended up finding a lost looking Jazz in the West Forest, so I had to guide her home and gave her back to Marnie to take care of. And I gave Magnus his 100th purple mushroom, all before calling it in for an early night. My mailbox was crammed full of cooking recipes when I woke up on day 149. Turns out completing the community board makes a lot of people like you. And somewhere in there I got a letter from Willie to meet him at his shop. But before I could do that, I had to take care of a few chores around the farm, and I picked up Olivia's elegant reception quest from the special quest board. After dealing with all of that, I had the time to visit Willie's shop, and when I entered the back room, I saw Willie had a broken down boat awaiting repair, that when repaired could take me to the Fern Islands. Good thing for me, I'd been hoarding those exact items. So after a quick trip back home to gather everything that I needed, I donated 5 battery packs, 200 hardwood, and 5 iridium bars. Now all I had to do was just wait until tomorrow. Afterwards, I decided to get a head start on Olivia's special quest and utilize the patch of land Lewis talked about a while ago on the east side of town. You need 20 starfruit wine, so I went and bought the seeds from Sandy in the desert, and Dusty watched on as I planted the starfruit down. But it's me, and I obviously had to place some stone paths down so it looks good. As I went to bed that night, I got to see Willie and Robin working hard to repair the boat, which I am very excited to use. It's day 150, and what better way to celebrate this milestone with our first trip over to Ginger Island. Willie and I sailed across the sea over to the Fern Islands, and we're getting close to our favourite segment. But wait, patience is a virtue, patience is a virtue. I won't lie, that's a little rich coming from me. I met the boy we know as Leo, but to get his attention we had to gather some golden walnuts. So, cue the golden walnut collecting montage. Now wasn't that just so satisfying? I had to return home early today so that I could remember to collect up another batch of ancient fruit wine, which I dumped into the shipping bin. A few crops were ready for harvest the morning of day 151, so I went around picking them all as well as harvesting a greenhouse full of ancient fruit, which I then shoved into kegs up at Grandpa's shed. Today was actually my second annual luau in the valley, and as I got to the beach, I popped my truffle into the potluck soup, watched Freddie and Lola dance together because they're just so adorable. And shared in a delicious soup with everyone. And just before I knew it, the day was over. And overnight, a bolt of lightning struck the collapsed Jojo building. Day 152 was Faye's birthday. And after harvesting a few sections of grown crops and collecting a bunch of oak resin from my tree farm, I paid Ridgeside a visit and found Faye, where I handed her a forest amanke flower. Amanke? Amance. Amanke. Amance. I don't know. But it was only a quick visit today, as back down in the valley I popped into Pierre's to purchase some more seeds, which I then planted back down on the farm. Up by the Adventurers Guild I found Marlon looking very longingly over the river. He told me there's something he's been meaning to show me, and soon after he led me into town. Over in town, Marlon unlocked the sewer hatch and we headed inside. Down in the sewers I met Krobus, a shadow person hiding down here from all the stinky villagers above ground, because they're just too stinky. Well, really it's because they'd be scared of him. However, I received the sewer key from Marlon after our visit to the sewer, and I'm going to be sure to make good use of it so I can be the bestest of friends with our pal Krobus. Circling around past town, I passed the rundown Jojo building where the lightning had struck last night, and found the missing bundle. Something I'll add to my huge but handy dandy to-do list. Magnus then received his 2000th and final purple mushroom from me later that afternoon, which now put him at full hearts. For the rest of the night, however, not much happened. Okay, well I did add more sprinklers and paths to the patch of farmland where I was growing starfruit, but as you'll see, there was really no need. Instead, let's move on to day 153, and you'll be glad I did because I was back to Ginger Island today. What's this? I'm using some golden walnuts to unlock the dig site. What's this? I'm clearing out the dig site of all the trees and rocks. What's this? I'm just standing by the dig site river. That's right, coming back for its third season, it's finally time for your favorite segment of all time, Panning with Poxiel! The rules for this game are very simple. I try to pan for the elusive lucky ring, a ring that grants the player a +1 luck bonus. And the exciting thing about this season is the fact that my pan is now upgradable, which will make for some fun episodes, I'm sure. Today was an unsuccessful day and no lucky rings to be panned up unfortunately, but I was excited to get this pan upgraded for panning greatness. The next day, day 154, I was able to collect a pile of batteries thanks to yesterday's thunderstorm, and I wanted to give Flora an autumn dropberry for her birthday, but I couldn't enter her room, nor do I think that she ever leaves her room on a rainy day. So sorry, I guess no autumn dropberry for you. So back to the valley I went, where I found Magnus in a huff at the railroad. Turns out he'd lost his magic ink to his toxic ex, and it was stuck behind this sealed passageway. He tasked me to talk to Krobus, find a talisman to open the seal, and get the ink. So off to the sewer I went. Krobus used his magic to open up the passageway where he dropped the talisman, and off I ventured into the mutant bug lair. It sounds scarier than it actually is. It didn't take me too long to find my way to the talisman, and I was back out of there in no time at all. I was making my way through town to take said talisman to the railroad, when I found Floor. Thank God for market days where all the villagers have no choice but to come and spend their money. Nonetheless, I used the talisman to open up the passageway and I headed inside. Now, a lot of people commented about this last time on my expanded series, but you can just fish up the void mayo for the henchman. And by a lot of people, I mean a lot of people. But I got him to move out the way and I picked up the Magnus's magic ink. In return for my hard efforts, he rewarded me with the Book of Summoning, which is a book where I can order obelisks, golden clocks, and Junimo huts to be built on my farm, for ridiculous amounts of gold. I then spent that evening dropping off an artifact to Gunther and working on a path down to the Secret Woods entrance, which ended up turning out quite nice. I was straight to the special quests board on day 155, where I picked up Emily's rock rejuvenation quest. Did I spell rejuvenation wrong? Yes, I did, but I fixed it, so let's quickly move on. To Ginger Island. My task today involved making it all the way through the volcano dungeon, which comprises of 9 randomly generated levels, all filled with tiger slimes, magma sprites, and lots of other things trying to stop you from reaching the top. So I battled my way through each level, speedrunning as fast as I could to the top, and after a day's work I passed by the last level and found myself atop the volcano caldera. In front of the forge, some guy just kinda phased into existence. His name was Lance, and he was very impressed that I had made it up here. He explained to me that this forge can enchant weapons and even combine the divine properties of magical rings, and then left after saying the first slash sends their regards. Okay. I did also get a prismatic shard for my efforts, so hey, that's cool. It had been a big day of adventure, so once I was home again, I headed to bed for an early night's sleep. Although, apparently Luna didn't agree with that idea. Seriously, Luna, just let me through. Rasmodius paid a visit to the farm on day 156 with news from the Ferngirl Ministry of Magic. They were letting Magnus teach me how to do warp magic. Also, Lance paid a visit to the farm and he dropped off his schedule, so I'd know where to find him if I ever needed to find him. Up at Ridgeside, I came across a conversation going on between Maeve and Shanice. And as always, Maeve was doing what she does best, being a downright bitch. It sounds like she's proposed building another Joja Mart up in the village. Look Maeve, I've got rid of one before, I'll do it again. And then she told Lenny to be more of a leader rather than a crowd pleaser. That woman makes my blood boil. Speaking of, she took me aside and let her expectations about me be very clear. Don't worry Maeve, I'll be making more than you do in no time at all. I was here in Ridgeside to give Lenny a birthday gift, so that's exactly what I did. And afterwards I headed into Alyssa's home, where she offered to show me her song that she's been working on. But she wanted to use the piano at the Starbound stage. So once we got there, she sang her song for me. It was a beautiful song, but Lenny overheard and offered Alyssa the opportunity to sing for the village one day soon. And very sweetly she said she'd do it only if I was there. Even though she was super nervous, she'd write a new song for the occasion. Back down in the valley I got stuck into some chores, like harvesting some crops on the farm, handing over a bunch of gems for Emily's rock rejuvenation quest, purchasing the final backpack upgrade from Pierre's, and replanting some seeds in my crop fields. And later that afternoon I put my pan in for a copper upgrade at Clint's. Down in the Cindersap forest, with the prospect of warp magic ringing in my ears from Magnus's visit this morning, I decided to visit him to learn the secrets of warp magic. I drank an elixir, went through a rigorous training montage, and I was nailing this whole making a warp points thing. So to put this newfound ability into action, I met Rasmodius in the backwoods, where we, with the power of friendship, made a nexus for me. This place was my hub of warp points for me to find around the valley, and I even made my first warp location in Magnus's tower. And I was very excited at the thought of having so many warp points around the valley. As evening drew, I made another warp point up at the Adventurers Guild, bringing my nexus up to 2 warp points. But today had been a massive day, so I gladly went to bed that night. The action continued on to day 157. I started my day adding a farm warp point to my nexus, handing Sam a cactus fruit for his birthday, totally didn't wait outside his room like I always do, and decided to spend the day diving down the Skull Caverns armed with a pile of bombs at my disposal. I spent the whole day down here, collecting as much iridium and other goodies as I could, but in the early hours of the morning I managed to collect another batch of ancient fruit wine. There wasn't much to day 158, I re-kegged all of my ancient fruit from my greenhouse, helped Bert fix a problem with his mill, gave Kenneth a birthday present, got my copper pan and immediately gave it back for a steel upgrade, went to commission a pond from Robin but she wasn't there, upstairs in Grandpa's shed I put down a few iridium sprinklers in preparation for future use, decorated a path up to my farm warp point, and incubated a void egg I got a few days ago from Magnus's ex flying over. Anyway, it's day 159, and my day started out with a few chores around the farm before returning to Robin's, where I got to commission that pond I had been after yesterday, and handed Demetrius a strawberry for his birthday. Afterwards, I took a quick bus trip out to the desert so I could pay Sandy a visit and buy a heap of starfruit seeds. You'll soon find out why I'm growing this excess amount of starfruit, but for now I planted all of the seeds in Grandpa's shed. Turns out, preparing that space and planting so many seeds takes up a lot of time, and I ended up just mooching around the farm with Dusty for the rest of the night. Day 160 had me running around the farm completing chores once again. I found myself back at Clint's receiving the steel pan and giving it straight back for the gold one. Shortly afterwards I took a boat ride over to Ginger Island, where I planted a melon, garlic and wheat on the island farm for the Gourmand frog, and I had a go at the musical chimes puzzle. Now, I've played this game for about 680 hours. And never until now have I completed this puzzle on the first attempt. I was quite honestly expecting to be here all day. The fact I'm not moving after completing it is just me in shock. With all of this extra time on my hands now, I decided to make use of it by donating a frog specimen to Professor Snail and exploring the volcano dungeon for a while. Although it was pretty short-lived, and on the way back to the boat, I detoured past the island farm to unlock the island farmhouse before returning to the valley for the night, where I made myself the iridium band before bed, which gives me a light source, magnetism, and increased damage all in one. We were gunning for the best market across the continent on day 161. In town, I went around and gauged my competition before setting up my store with my ancient fruit wine. As the markets opened and the crowds rushed in to buy overpriced items, my wine started selling left, right and center. By 3 in the afternoon, my wine supply had run dry, and unfortunately I had to retire from my stall early. So for the rest of the day, I even surprised myself by doing this. I decided to ship away one of everything I had stored around the farm. This was so I could get a head start on the shipping collection later on. I did this a few times because, let's be honest, I'm quite the hoarder, but I'm hoping that works out in my favor later on. The first thing I did on day 162 was check the mail for our weekly market day report. We were already at 95% progress towards the best market in the continent, and if I keep upselling my ancient fruit wine, then I think we'll be ready to take over the world. But until then I had some things to do, like giving the dwarf a piece of amethyst for his birthday. I then tried to get my pan back to upgrade one last time, but for some reason Clint hates making money and decided to not work today. And I was very sad. So sad in fact, I just stood there for a while contemplating whether I should fill a slingshot full of eggs and follow Clint around for the day. But I don't have time for those kind of shenanigans. Instead I fished off into the mountain lake where I caught myself a sturgeon, which I placed into my pond back on the farm. This is so I can make caviar for the missing bundle. And afterwards I decided to put all that hatred towards Clint into crusading through the deep woods. I wasn't too sure what I was doing, but nonetheless I travelled onwards, slaying monsters that came between me and furthering deeper into the woods. I even managed to not only complete the rock crab monster slayer goal, but the bat one too. The dead of night was upon me and I had made it to level 15. It seems I had just gotten lost and the monsters overran me. And unfortunately, I passed out to the hands, body, of a slime. And to add insult to injury, I lost my iridium bars from this morning, and I passed out on the way home. Safe to say, today had not been a good day. But day 163 was a new day though, and after I'd picked my self-esteem up off the floor, I got on with my day. I had to wait very patiently while my boots filled with water outside Olivia's house. I was here to give Victor a birthday gift. Afterwards, I had to wait again. I swear to God, if I have to wait outside one more time, I might delete all of my Stardew Valley videos and just become a slime YouTuber, because that'd be much better than waiting outside all day. You see, I'd picked up Gus's famous omelette quest the other day, and I was here to give him the eggs he was after. So I did just that, but for some reason I still needed to collect them, but I have auto collectors, so how does that work? I'm not too sure, and I look forward to all of your comments about this matter. That afternoon I was exploring the Cindersap forest and came across this mysterious warp point. So with nothing much to do, I stepped onto it and was teleported to a huge overgrown forest. Nearby I found a plaque which had the phrase "follow the mushrooms" inscribed onto it. So I started to follow the path of the mushrooms, making my way through heavy foliage and trying to make sense of this maze of trees and mushrooms. But it wasn't too long until I found my way to this village of Junimos, who seemed to sell the most peculiar things. Not only that, but very important things like gems and artifacts and all sorts. I'm sure this is going to come in very handy later on, but it was getting late and the only way back home is the way I came in. So back through the forest maze I ventured. I eventually made it out where I reunited with Dusty and headed home for the night. I started day 164 with the vision of Aurora Vineyard. No, I'm serious. What just happened? Well, who am I to argue with weird, obscure visions? Dusty and I rode over to the abandoned vineyard in the West Forest, and I headed inside. What I found was a scroll, which unfortunately I couldn't decipher. But Magnus caught me on the way back home, saying I had intense magic surrounding me. Magnus, you think I'm glowing? Stop it, you little tease. Okay, actually, he thought I'd done something wrong, so thanks. He offered to help decipher the scroll that magically appeared in my pocket. Sadly, the wizard couldn't do such a thing, and we were introduced to Camilla, another wielder of magic who Magnus had called out for help from. She helped us figure out what the scroll said. Turns out a young Junimo is after 200 starfruit. Now you know why I need so much starfruit. Because that is a damn load of starfruit. Afterwards, I paid a visit back to the Junimo village, where I was able to conjure up another warp point, with the support from 11 Junimos all watching on. Good thing I didn't get stage fright. To activate it, I had to make my way through the maze one last time, but I got there eventually and I was able to add another warp point to my Nexus. That afternoon, I dropped off a birthday gift to Willie and paid a visit to my little patch of farmland to collect my ancient fruit that I'd been growing. However, a grave error in my timing meant that I wouldn't have time to turn said starfruit into wine for Olivia's elegant reception quest. But hey, as we know, I need a buttload of starfruit anyways, so I can't complain. Back on the farm, my void chicken had finally hatched and I called him Arthur, and we had a cute little bonding moment between the two of us. Aww. It was Wednesday night, so I had some wine to collect up and save for the next market day, and with that, it was already bedtime. It was day 165 and I began the day with a trip to Ridgeside, where I gave Mr. Agua, who works at the water treatment plant, some aquamarine for his birthday. Seriously, you just can't write this stuff. Afterwards, Clint redeemed himself to me by being available to work on the final pan upgrade for me. And then I put the rest of today aside to start and finish Birdie's quest. You see, on Ginger Island there's this woman called Birdie who lost her husband at sea and wants to find one of his keepsakes. So she gives you a war memento to get you started. So if you give the war memento to Kent, the gourmet tomato salt to Gus, the Stardew Valley roast to Sandy, the advanced TV remote to George, the Arctic shard to the wizard, and finally the worm to Willie, then you'll get the pirate's locket, which is exactly what Birdie is after. And in return for running around the valley on a wild goose chase, you get the crafting recipe for fairy dust and a few golden walnuts. From beaches to mountains, I found myself that night looking over the valley with Dusty, unaware of the fact that I could probably fall at any moment. I was here to try and find the mysterious figure Acorn and Pippo were talking about, and while that certainly isn't creepy at all, I found the mysterious figure by the rundown house who said to come back tomorrow night to meet properly. And with the image of this in my head, I can kiss sleeping tonight goodbye. I'll keep day 166 short, because all I did today was turn my bottom paddock into a cute little orchard, because I had to get 20, yes that's right, 20 different tree saplings from Pierre's. But I did manage to plant them all, and I even had room, God forbid, for more trees if there were more to buy somewhere else. The rain had eased on day 167, and I enjoyed harvesting a whole load of crops underneath the summer sun. And since the summer season was about to come to an end, I decided to plant a whole bunch of wheat with speed grow to make the start of the fall season just a little bit easier. I got done planting all of my wheat by the afternoon, so I paid a visit to Clint's before he closed for the day, and that's so I could pick up my new and improved iridium pan. That evening I found myself once again atop the Ridgeside mountain with Dusty, taking in the views of the valley. I had forgotten to visit the mysterious figure last night, so I'm trying to make up for that. And at the exact time the clock struck 11 o'clock, good God, this better be worth soiling my pants for. Turns out the mysterious figure had a name. Andrea. She explained to me that she's a shape-shifting elf, and that she gets bored quite easily, so she challenged me to a game of ultimate hide-and-seek. She'd go and shapeshift into something, and I'd have to find her, and for every time I find her, she'd give me a present. Let it be known, this is something I will definitely not forget about and accidentally stumble on later on. Day 168 was the final day of summer. I'd saved all of my ancient fruit for today's market day, and I was so excited to sell it. Hold on. Where is everyone? Oh, you're kidding me. Maybe the festival tonight has put our market day on hold. And with my plans for the day out the window, I decided to spend the day just on the farm, tidying up some spots that had overgrown, adding some grass as decoration, and even a few extra paths around the tree farm and greenhouse areas. I even touched up the seasonal crop chests a bit, planted some trees and added some more grass. And before leaving for the festival, I used some leftover grass starter for the animal area. But before I knew it, I was standing on the pier watching the moonlight jellies come into view, and we got to indulge in the sounds of musical perfection. Boo! Did I get you? Day 169 is the beginning of spooky season, and if you know me well enough, my favorite season. Being the first day of the season, my first priority was to get my fields ready for this season's crops. Although some of it still has wheat growing, that didn't stop me from prepping the area for crop goodness. For now, I was off to Piers to buy a pile of seeds. I got the usual fall seeds along with some barley, bell pepper and blackberry seeds. And on the farm I worked into the afternoon planting them all. Afterwards I took a quick cable car ride up to Ridgeside, where I bumped into Pika taking his son Kia here to Harvey's. It turns out he accidentally burnt himself while cooking, and as someone who gets splattered with hot oil more times than I'd like to admit, I knew exactly what he was going through. I carried on into town because it was Lorenzo's birthday today. I found him manning the till at Heap's convenience store and gave him a plate of spaghetti. Back in the valley that evening I did a bit of tidying up around the farm, especially in the orchard to make sure all of my trees were still able to grow. I picked up Robin's resource rush from the special quest board and got some sleep. Day 170 was seed planting part 2. I found Penny outside the museum to hand her a melon for her birthday before grabbing an assortment of more seeds from Piers, and planted down some broccoli seeds, kiwi seeds, sage seeds, carrot seeds, celery seeds, and some fennel seeds. Oh, and finally some rosemary. The rest of day 170 was mostly taken up in the mines, collecting stone for Robin's quest. Look, 1,000 pieces of stone doesn't seem like a lot of stone until you have to go and collect 1,000 pieces of stone by hand. That's quite time consuming. I started day 171 with a trip back up to Ridgeside Village so I could hand over Richard a birthday present. However, when I got to the log cabin hotel that morning, I came across Flora, who seemed to be just waking up from a nap in the lobby area. She quickly became very aware that she was just wearing a towel and she seemed to be very embarrassed. I did try to make her feel better, but anyone who has fallen asleep in a towel in a hotel lobby knows that's pretty hard to come back from. In less mortifying news, I got to give Richard his birthday present. As I left, I felt the need to remove myself as far away from that situation as I possibly could. So I took a boat over to Ginger Island, where it was time for another episode of Panning with Poxio! I was very excited to put my new and improved Iridium pan to the test, and let me tell you, with the Iridium pan we get so much stuff each time we pan in a shiny spot. Just look at it all. However, as night fell and despite my increased chance for a lucky ring, we were unable to pan one up this time. So quickly moving on to day 172. It was back to Ridgeside this morning, and there were quite a few cutscenes, so let me quickly briefly sum them up. I found Aria playing on the stairs, sounds cute, but she was really testing her knowledge on courtroom terms, seems like she's being told to become a lawyer, and that's a whole can of worms that I really don't want to open just yet. Louis wanted me to be his personal butler for the day since he couldn't find Sunny, and I told him to bugger off. And I met Zane, Maeve's grandson, who has returned for business purposes in the neighbouring town, who seemed like quite a nice guy. With the cutscenes out of the way, I could do what I wanted to do, which was to give both Aria a birthday present and Yuma a birthday present. While visiting Yuma, I met Shiro, Yuma's brother, and I got a slight feeling that Shiro's health is the reason we see Yuma doing so much around town. Afterwards, I decided to go exploring in the Ridge Forest, which is where a bunch of items lay for me to collect for the seer. Yeah, remember that from the last 100 days? I'm finally getting around to it. In between slaying monsters, I made sure to start collecting mountain mist blooms for the seer's quest, and kept an eye out for relics to collect. I managed to get my hands on a yellow wood sculpture by this campsite and some silver fish bones. And after a while of exploring, I headed into Geo's hut to donate my first 2 relics. 2 down, only 7 more to find. Back in the valley that afternoon, I got to picking my ancient fruit in the greenhouse. Did I forget about it last week? Yes I did. Do I want to talk about it? No, not particularly. Some crops were already ready for harvest on day 173, and I was able to pick some barley, sage, fennel, and bok choy. On my way into town, I passed by a conversation between Lenny, Richard, and Naomi. Naomi was the mother of Yuma and Shiro, married to Shoto. However, she agreed with Shoto to come back home after working abroad to help pay for their son's needs, and that Shoto would stay overseas working. A hard decision to make, I'm sure. However, I think Yuma and Shiro will appreciate having their mother home again. I carried on to PS to buy a few more seeds, some soybeans, sweet potato seeds, some thyme, and finally some watermelon seeds, which I of course planted all back down on the farm. I then went off foraging for a bit since I couldn't think of much else to do. In between, I did catch up with Susan to tell her about how I automate my farm with sprinklers, and caught Yuma wanting to play with the other kids, but refusing to because he had other jobs to do. He's a tough kid, that Yuma. I went to check on my starfruit that afternoon and found they were ready for harvest, so I went around picking them all. I took a bus ride out to the Oasis shop to purchase a bunch more starfruit seeds and filled up the shed to the brim again. I'm just being sure I have enough. Speaking of Grandpa's shed, it was so close to being filled with kegs, so I crafted up a few more and tried to fill it up with what I had. It wasn't quite enough, but we'll get there, I promise. Just before bed that night, I laid down some stone pathways around the bottom of the crop area before getting some much needed rest. Naomi visited the farm the next morning on day 174. She was letting me know that Richard had partnered with a cafe and the hotel had been expanded, and that I should go and have a look when I get the time. That sounds very exciting. For now though, it was time to head up the Skull Cavern for the day. I still had Robin's resource rush to complete, and I thought, why not make it more fun by collecting iridium at the same time? So that's exactly what I did. I even got my second autopetter. From never having 1 to 2 in the same series. Look at us go. It's day 175. Yes, it is a Sunday, but I'm opting out of today's market day. To be honest, I think I just forgot. Anyway, I had a few admin things to do this morning, which included dropping off a couple of artifacts to Gunther at the museum, handing over a snake skull and a barefoot to Professor Snail, and showing the Gourmand Frog my wondrous crops I'd grown for him. When you've played the game for as long as I have, you get good at remembering these things. As I was heading back to Willie's boat, I also unlocked the beach resort before leaving. That afternoon, back on the farm, I crafted enough kegs to fill up the whole shed. Just ignore these 2 gaps here. I can already hear the comments popping off, but I will get there, I promise. Afterwards, I decided to put some of my hard-earned cash towards an iridium pickaxe upgrade from Clint's and a couple of Junimo huts for my crop fields. If you've never seen a Junimo hut before, basically it's free labor. They pick your crops for you. Please note, I do not condone free labor. As for the rest of the night, Dusty and I just kind of fluffed around the farm for a while. I worked through the rain on day 176, harvesting my crops and tending to the fields, making sure they were ready for more seeds. And speaking of more seeds, here we are at Pierre's getting some. And wow, here we are back on the farm, planting them. But you may say that planting crops isn't very dangerous, and I'd agree with you. So in search of more precarious activities, I rode Dusty around the Ridge Forest again in search of more mist blooms and relics. I did manage to find a shell bracelet and, by this waterfall, an inked fossil. But with the whole monster population after me, I decided to dip out, where I donated my findings to the chest in Geo's hut, did a quick bit of foraging around the hike trail, and headed home. Day 177 started with a refreshing morning ride through town to Clint's, where I picked up my shiny new iridium pickaxe and gave over my axe for the same treatment. On the way back home, I popped into Pierre's to pick up some more seeds, since my Junimos were hard at work back home. Don't get me wrong, I love Junimos, but if this little guy doesn't move, I'm gonna punt him back to his home world. But it's okay, he eventually moved. In all honesty, the rest of my day was spent exploring the volcano dungeon on Ginger Island. I managed to get my hands on a few dragon teeth and golden walnuts, so hey, that's always good. Moving right on to day 178, after wrapping up a few morning chores like petting my animals, putting some arugula in a preserves jar since my sturgeon wanted pickles of all things, and planting some fairy rose flowers, I did a bit of foraging around the secret woods and the west forest. It took me a while to find something to do today, but in the afternoon I remembered that the beach on Ginger Island had now opened up, meaning I could get a few more golden walnuts outside the Pirates Cove. I then proceeded to get myself a snack IRL while I waited for the pirates to show up that night. By 8 o'clock they were getting rowdy in the cove, so I challenged a pirate to 3 games of darts, which I dominated and got a total of 3 walnuts for beating him 3 times. But it was getting late, and once I was back in the valley, I collected a batch of ancient fruit wine, which I decided to keep for this week's upcoming market day. If I could sum up day 179 with only 3 words per activity, it may look a little something like this. Picked ancient fruit, fruit into kegs, shed now full, axe back, yay, iridium hoe next, gave Jody gift, bought more seeds, planted more seeds, Maeve being mean, Shanice teaching kids. Also, quick side note, Louie was giving Shanice grief that she wasn't a good teacher, but it turns out she taught Zane, and it was actually revered by Maeve, so take that, Louie. Anyway, sorry, back to the 3-word thing. Slayed big monster. Geo hut closed. Bedtime now, methinks. Thanks to my Junimos, I was able to collect a bunch of crops from their huts on day 180, and I collected some more oak resin and pine tar from the tree farm. I found myself back at Ridgeside this morning. Sonny told me about the time he got lost in the Ridge Forest as a kid, until a golden fox came along to protect him, which is why he will forever bring gifts to the shrine of the mountain spirit. It's the reason he worked so hard to become the Amethyne's head butler. After hearing Sonny's tale, I dropped off the relics I had found exploring yesterday to Geo's hut, and picked up Maeve's charity wishlist special quest, which tasks me to donate 50 of each wool, eggs and milk. Good thing I bought 2 of each animal. That afternoon I was off to Ginger Island again, this time armed with a bunch of gems. I'd gotten 2 gems for the gem puzzle, I just needed the last 2 to finish it off, which I figured out eventually. For the rest of the day I fished out into the ocean, mainly hoping to fish up some golden walnuts. But as an added bonus I got to catch some cool new fish like a clownfish, a baby lunaloo, and a regular lunaloo. I woke up back in the valley on day 181 and spent the morning collecting my iridium hoe, giving my watering can over for an iridium upgrade, and giving Abigail an amethyst for her birthday. All before escorting Freddy to Pierre's to help him with his morning grocery shop. While in Ridgeside, I dropped off everything for Maeve's charity wish list. Turns out my auto collectors had been hard at work. Outside, I got to spend some time with Yuma and Tort. Apparently he was here when Lenny first moved into town. Tort, by the way, not Yuma. But I did have a good time with everyone's favourite tortoise. I'll be honest, the rest of the day mostly consisted of Dusty and I mooching around the farm. So I guess we can continue on to day 182. After finding out I can phase through doors to give Ian a birthday present, I set up shop for today's market day and basically let the wine sell itself. We started the day at 541,687 gold. I just stood there and restocked the stall when the wine was about to run out, and after selling every bottle at 120% the price of a normal bottle, we finished the day at a staggering 817,640 gold. And I still had 54 bottles left over, which I dumped into the shipping bin before bed. I think I'm gonna give Maeve a run for her money. Literally. Day 183, I was quick out to the mailbox to see our market report. We were now 56% of the way to the best market in the world, and could proudly say we were the best market on the continent. After fixing up my neglected crop fields and planting some more seeds on them, I took a bus trip out to Calico Desert to hand Sandy a gift for her birthday. And we shared a very intimate moment.
Hi, how are you?
What just happened? Back in the valley, I picked up my watering can from Clint's and could happily tick upgrade all tools to iridium off my handy dandy to-do list. I passed by the special quest board afterwards and accepted Sophia's fairy garden quest, which tasks me to get some things for her to make a fairy garden. So I thought, why not make a start now? I bought 50 fairy seeds from Pierre's to get me started, and I vaguely remembered that the Junimo village sold some fairy stone. So through my Nexus I travelled, and my suspicions were correct. I bought 3 out of the 5 that I needed. That night I thought a good use of my time would be to catch a void salmon for the missing bundle, and with that all I needed was to make some caviar and I'd be able to finish the missing bundle. I returned to the Junimo village the morning of day 184 to buy the remaining 2 fairy stone I needed for Sophia's quest. All there was left to make was fairy dust once my flowers had finished growing. But I don't have time for that nonsense. Today is the Valley Fair and I want to win the Grange display this year. Which I did, by the way, because I didn't win last year and I'm still kind of salty about losing the egg hunt and ice fishing competition. My caviar was ready on day 185, so you know what that means? That's right, I'm now officially a rich person. Oh yeah, and I also completed the missing bundle. Yay! The last Junimo vanished in an explosion of stars, and I was happy to tick off another thing off my handy dandy to-do list. Up at Ridgeside, I fast-tracked Sophia's quest by collecting a bunch of fairy rose flowers thanks to the Wild Flowers mod, which I had honestly completely forgotten about. But that meant I could craft 10 fairy dust back on the farm, and I dropped everything off to Sophia's chest, and that was another special quest done and dusted. That afternoon, I returned to the Ridge Forest in hopes of obtaining some of the final relics, and ended up coming across a night black diamond. Also, I stumbled across this hidden waterfall under the mountain. And after much examination, it seemed that I wasn't supposed to find this just yet. So I made my way back home that night, where I got to collect some ancient fruit wine just before bed. The morning of day 186 started off picking a lot of star fruit out of Grandpa's shed. Then picking a lot of ancient fruit out of my greenhouse, turning those ancient fruit into seeds, and then planting a lot of ancient seeds in replacement of my star fruit. That afternoon I took off into the valley where I found Sophia coming out of Harvey's clinic. She seemed a bit down, so we went and got some food from the saloon to cheer her up, which seemed to help. I then interrupted Marnie's visit to the clinic because it was her birthday and I just had to give her a present. And now that I had possession of more star fruit than I'll ever need in my life, I rode Dusty out to Aurora Vineyard where I dropped off 200 star fruit to the young Junimo. Waited a little bit, then concluded I'll probably have another creepy vision about it. That evening, Lewis visited the farm, offering me the opportunity to expand the farm for a casual 250,000 gold.
Ooh.
Lucky for me, all of those market days had left me pretty well off, so I said I'd be happy to expand. After the morning chores were done on day 187, Dusty and I took off to the mayor's house to continue the farm expansion process. I purchased the property deed for $250,000 gold and gave it over to Lewis. All there was to do now is wait, I guess. So to pass the time, I wandered back up to the ridge to donate the night black diamond relic I'd found and continue hunting for the 2 final relics. I wasn't having much luck, but I ended up finding a book beside the donation chest in Geo's hut, and after snooping through the pages on cursed artifacts, I figured out that the last 2 relics require certain circumstances. One from finding a lost spirit on a day with a multiple of 3, and the other when the rain is pouring to visit a treehouse, since I'd gotten the other 2. Turns out mist bloom flowers only grow after it's been raining too. So I headed back home where I ended up just admiring my orchard for most of the night. But my hunches about Aurora Vineyard were confirmed overnight, as I had another vision of someone just having an absolute rave over there, I don't know. Day 188 started with a visit from Lewis, who was letting me know the land would be cleared tomorrow. I didn't have time to go and join the raging party happening at Aurora Vineyard since it was time for the Ridgeside Gathering. Last year we were able to get a prismatic shard from the boys' store, but this year it was the girls' time to shine, as they were selling a banana tree sapling, a mango tree sapling, and a golden pumpkin. Sorry lads, it just wasn't your year. It'd be rude not to conclude the Ridgeside Gathering with a musical performance, and once again I didn't have my music on, so enjoy whatever song I decide to put over it and Emily twerking. I woke up to more land on day 189. Not too sure how they didn't wake me up last night moving at all, but hey, a win's a win I guess, and I seemed pretty happy. As I was making my way past the bus stop this morning, I ran into Kimpoi and Malaya. They seemed a bit lost, but it turns out they used to live in Ridgeside a while ago, and were just making their way back home having just travelled around the world. I graciously showed them to the cable car, but ended up getting in the middle of an Olga and Bert squabble. I also did some research, and it should be known that Olga and Malaya are sisters, or sister-in-laws? I don't know. And Kimpoi and Malaya are Alyssa's parents. I just thought that'd be some handy information. Anyway, Kimpoi then paid me a quick visit to say he's now running Nightingale Orchard, selling tree saplings they'd found on their adventures across the world. So I'll keep that in mind and go and visit soon. For now though, I had some presents to hand out, and I accidentally stumbled across Andrea floating around the outside of the community centre as a futon bear. See, I told you I wouldn't forget about it, but accidentally stumbled across it. I handed off some goat's cheese to Robin and headed to the market day, where I spent the day selling up my very expensive ancient fruit wine, only taking a break to hand Carmen a red mullet for her birthday. Business was booming again and the markets were alive and busy today, and by 6 o'clock that night we had done our very best. So I shipped off the rest of the wine back to the farm, worked on a new path now that the farm had been expanded, and headed to bed. I remembered about Aurora Vineyard again on day 190, so Dusty and I paid a visit to the abandoned house. Any trace of a banging rave had obviously been cleaned up. Instead, I met this cute little guy who goes by the name of Apples. With the star fruit I'd given him, he had turned the abandoned house into his own little sanctuary. Very cute. After meeting Apples, I spent the day working on utilizing my expanded farmland. I did that by finally moving the slime hutch and spending way too long figuring out the layout. I mean like way too long. I tried putting down pathways, but they looked a bit tacky and I wasn't sure what to do. So instead I just left it more open, more chances for creative inspiration that way. And quite honestly, all that faffing about took up my whole day. Day 191 was a tough day for me. Somehow I managed to convince myself that 23 was a multiple of 3. Now the ones who pass beginner math will notice that this is not the case, and I commend you for that. So I had to pause on visiting the ridge today. Also, I visited Robin. I can't remember why, but it didn't matter, because she wasn't there because she was building a pond on my farm. It's safe to say today didn't start off very well. I kinda just stood in the rain soaking in the disappointment.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they...
So to fill out the day, I gave Maddie a birthday gift, gave Lance my golden pumpkin I bought the other day, and planted a few more seeds on the farm before heading to bed at an understandable 5:30 PM. But day 192 was a new day. Today was a multiple of 3 and it was raining. It was time to get those last 2 relics. Dusty and I rode into the ridge forest once again, started to collect some more mist bloom flowers, and came across our first relic by talking to this ghostly looking woman, who gave me a hollowed bear. The last relic wasn't found so easily. Dusty and I had collected quite the ensemble of monsters, and as I found the lonely spirit floating through the forest, I received the Lover's Sorrow relic. Then it was time to dip. Back in the safety of Geo's hut, I delivered the final artifacts. It had taken a while, but we had managed to find every relic. I noticed a quest had popped up, which was to find an underground waterfall. I'd found one of them before, but that'd have to wait for another day. For now, I was all adventured out, so I returned to the valley to give George a birthday present, collect the last few bottles of wine I had brewed, and sleep. Creative inspiration had struck on day 193. I had the idea to move my second pond over, and I spent the day decorating the slime hutch / pond section. I'll work on the bee houses soon, but for now it looks pretty good. And yeah, that's about all I did today. So straight to day 194. I caught Corrine this morning coming out of her house so I could give her a birthday gift, before heading to Ginger Island to plant my banana and mango tree down on the farm. And for another episode of Panning with Poxio! It was the last episode for now since we were quickly running out of days, and I'm sorry to say that we walked away with 0 lucky rings today. But don't you worry, the Mega Modded series is going to be a long one and there will be plenty more chances for panning in the future. Day 195, I was back to restocking my kegs full of ancient fruit. Did I forget to pick them the other day? Why yes. Yes, I did. Afterwards, I dropped Paula off a Ridge Azorian flower for her birthday and popped by Nightingale Orchard, where Kimpoi was selling a whole bunch of tree saplings. Good thing I left room in my orchard because I bought every single one and planted them all down back on the farm. Now we just have to hope that there's no more saplings left to plant. That evening I fixed up the beehive layout so that we could fit some flowers in there and finished up the decorating process by planting some trees and adding some grass. But it wouldn't be fall without some spooky stuff now, would it? I attended the Spirit Seed Festival that night, struggled through this year's maze, it changes every year by the way, to get my golden pumpkin and retired home to bed. Day 196 was the final day of fall, and I began my day giving Susan that golden pumpkin I'd gotten from the maze last night. To be honest, there wasn't much to do today. I did potter around the farm most of the day, just adding some little details here and there. Collected a few crops and did a bit of foraging around Ridgeside. I bumped into Carmen, who wanted to fish by Geo's hut, and almost got taken out by Kiwi, who was very ready to game end her. Dusty and I just watched the sun go down in the orchard that evening. There aren't many days left to go, but I guess it's time for... A blanket of white had fallen on the valley, and I have to say, it's bloody cold. Despite that, I headed into the sewers to hand Krobus a horseradish for his birthday, and completely forgot that he sells a star drop, so I gobbled that up right away. I also purchased some iridium seeds from him. I assume these turn into iridium when grown. Turns out, winter seeds aren't the only thing to grow in winter this time around, as Pierre was selling some elderberry seeds, juniper berry seeds, and mint seeds, all of which I planted back down on the farm. A new week means new special quests, and I picked up Willie's tropical fish quest from the board. I then headed up to Ridgeside to see if there was any progress with the Seer's quests. And all I got was a very ominous message saying to come back to the ridge on a clear night after 8 PM. She's coming to greet you. I'm actually a little scared. Days 198 to 199 were pretty much just catching those tropical fish. I managed to catch all of the blue discus and lionfish by the end of day 198, and day 199 Jeric decided that he wanted to have a competition about whose farm is better. I got myself the lucky charm from the truck driver so I could have all the luck for the next panning with pox eels, and spent the day fishing up stingray, which took me all day to catch, only 5 of them. And here we are on day 200. As is tradition in all of my 100 days videos, I like to relax in the spa and reflect on the last 100 days. And I must say, these last 100 days have been the busiest I've ever played. We became the best market on the continent, made new friends, completed the community center, and finally got to Ginger Island. And there's probably so much more to do, but I guess for that, my friends, you'll just have to wait for the next 300 days. For now though, I think it's time to relax. It's day 201 here on Mega Modded Farm. There's a light snowfall today and it's refreshing to be back in the valley, even if my little toesies have frozen over again. It had been a while since I had last been on the farm, so I quickly got myself back up to speed with a quick ride around the farm on my loyal steed Dusty. With the addition of so many NPCs, it was to no one's surprise that today was someone's birthday, Blair's to be exact. So I handed her a carp, which she seemed to love. With that out of the way, I spent some time back on the farm picking fruits and vegetables off some of my trees in my orchard, before deciding to escape the cold wintry weather in the valley for the wet dreary weather over on Ginger Island. I found a lone artifact spot on the beach which I was praying hid a snake spine for me to dig up, but alas it was not meant to be. For context, I need 2 of them for Professor Snail's museum. Anyway, I continued around the beach to Mr. Key's walnut room, but he wouldn't let me in, telling me I needed to find 9 more walnuts to be worthy. So with nothing much left to do, I made my way back to the valley that evening, where I spent some quality time with my own brain planning stuff and collecting another batch of ancient fruit wine, which I surprisingly did not ship off, instead opting to store it away for the next market day. And with that, my first day back on the farm was over. So let's move on to day 202 already. I started today picking a greenhouse clean of prosperous ancient fruit, which I of course shoved into my kegs located up in Grandpa's shed. As I was leaving the farm this morning, I got a quick Kiwi cutscene in which he seemed curious about my farm. I'm not too sure what that was about, but let's just hope he doesn't want to do to me what he almost did to Carmen at the end of the last video. Dusty and I enjoyed the views from the cable car as we ascended the mountain to Ridgeside, where in town I helped Blair scare the living daylights out of Keahi. Remarkably, it wasn't anyone's birthday today, so I decided to treat Dusty to an adventure in the Ridge Forest, where I found a whole prismatic shard just chilling on the ground. If Geo asks about a missing shard, you saw nothing. I was here in fact to find a hidden waterfall for a quest I'd picked up during the last 100 days. And quite honestly, it didn't take too long for me to find it. Back down in the valley that afternoon, I popped by the museum to drop off some glass shards, planted a bunch of mahogany trees outside of my fruit cave, and fluffed around until nighttime, as tonight was going to be my chance to finally meet the seer. Now this is a very long cutscene, so let me shorten it up a little bit. This is Belinda. She is the seer I've heard so much about, and she is in pursuit of cleansing the mountain of corruption by finding and opening a portal to the spirit realm. So Bliss, Daya and Geo all appeared with artifacts to use alongside the relics that I've been collecting in hopes that Belinda can open a portal to the spirit world. She then miraculously gets it open, but then it suddenly closes and everyone's like, what? Then Belinda has a screaming match with a voice that we can't see, super unproblematic, I'm sure she's fine in the head, and I'm told to meet them again at a later time. Oh, now that was a lot of exposition, which honestly left me with a lot more questions than answers. But as the kids say these days, I just can't right now, so I headed to bed. Luckily it was the market day on day 203, so I was able to take my overwhelmed self to the markets and sell wine all day long. Honestly, I could use a bottle myself, but I needed those sweet profit margins, so I held myself back and spent the majority of the day watching the people of the valley spend their hard-earned money on overpriced items. I also took a quick break to give Caroline a birthday present, and as the closed signs appeared on the market stalls, I had amassed a staggering 321,474 gold in the span of one day. I still had quite a lot of wine left over, so I dumped the rest into my shipping bin. I was tempted to run over to Maeve's to rub it in her face, but I'm a man of humble origins, so instead I just decided to dream about how awesome I am. I woke up on day 204 with the honor of being able to call myself the best market in the world. Who knew selling the same thing over and over again could get me such a prestigious title? Riding on a high, I picked some winter forageables that had grown in my crop fields alongside some mint leaves. I then used those forageables to make more winter seeds, which I replanted down in my fields. But today was an important day as it was the Festival of Ice, and for those who have seen the first 100 days, they know exactly a year ago today, this happened. And carved up at the ice fishing competition.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
So you bet it was time for payback. But first I had to watch Tort making snow angels in the snow, because God, isn't he just the best? Don't you think he's the best ever? I think he's the best ever. You better think he's the best ever. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, revenge. I went to work reeling in fish after fish after fish, and you bet your sweet tushies I was crowned the winner. Day 205 started with a fresh morning ride with Dusty down to Sophia's place, so I could purchase a few iridium sprinklers and nozzles to put on said sprinklers. Unfortunately, you can only buy 3 at a time, but why was I buying them, you may ask? Well, I want to fill up my island farm with ancient fruit soon, and buying them is way easier than spending my precious iridium bars on crafting them. And why am I outside the Adventurers Guild? God, you're full of questions. But I'll tell you, it was so I could pick up the Slime Charmer ring. Inside I found Freddy, who it seemed was an ex-guild member. I was eager to discuss this further with Freddy, but then this happened. So, yeah, quickly moving on. Obviously, that afternoon I found myself on Ginger Island making a start on setting up my new sprinkler system. Lucky me, found an artifact spot by the river, and then, I kid you not, this happened. I don't think I was that mad. I definitely was. But time creeped up on me, and before I knew it, it was getting dark. So I scurried away to the forge on the volcano caldera to infuse my burglar's ring with my newly acquired slime charmer ring, which I was very pleased about. And I made my way back to the valley and finally home for the night. After purchasing some more sprinklers and nozzles from Sophia and a pile of deluxe speed grow from Piers, it was back to the island on day 206, where I added another 3 sprinklers to the farm and planted down every taro tuber that I had with a sprinkle of that wonderful speed grow. You see, I'd picked up Caroline's Island Ingredient Special quest the other day, which tasked me to grow and ship off 100 taro roots, which is, surprisingly, a lot of taro. So I thought that would make a good start towards getting it done. And on my way back home, I found Sebastian lazing around the beach, so I dropped off a void egg for his birthday. Back on the farm that evening, I thought I'd spend a bit of time crafting and messing around with a few new machines. It was refreshing to wake up to actual crops ready for harvest on day 207, rather than just bland old winter seeds. So I'm happy to say I picked some elderberries this morning. I paid Ridgeside a quick visit too, where I found Kia here tucked away inside out of the cold and handed him a clam for his special day. Back down in the valley, I cleared the beach of all its forageables and purchased a few trapper bobbers from Willie's shop. That's because I was going fishing. I wanted to make a start on catching the legendary fish, so I thought I'd make a start with the glacier fish. Now, believe it or not, after 200 days, I still hadn't reached level 10 fishing.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
I know, it was the last skill I hadn't perfected, which as a Stardew Valley veteran has got to be some sort of crime. So I thought it'd be best to get comfy and continue fishing away the day since I was pretty close anyway. And by the time the stars had come out, I caught the last fish of the day that leveled me up to level 10. I'd fished my heart out today, which showed as I had to make another chest to fit them all into the kitchen. It's day 208 and I started my day mooching around the farm, gathering some oak resin, using my new machines to make some more artisan goods, and paying a visit to the museum, where I saw Kiwi enjoying some picture books, and donated another artifact to Gunther's collection. Afterwards, I popped by Sophia's again to purchase more sprinklers and nozzles and sailed on over to the island. My island farm was looking pretty close to being ready for an ungodly amount of ancient fruit once I had added another 3 sprinklers to the mix. But the day was quickly coming to an end, so I returned home to collect up another batch of ancient fruit wine, which I could now ship off seeing as I didn't have to keep it for any more market days. And after a quick examination of my ancient fruit in Grandpa's shed to see how long they had left, I got some sleep. I was ready for a house upgrade on day 209, and chopping down some of the grown mahogany trees gave me enough hardwood to make those wishes come true. I was so ready that I almost forgot to pick my ancient fruit, which I didn't. But it does sound very much like something I would do. I got my house upgrade from Robin shortly after, which I was very excited about, and paid Sophia's place another visit to buy some more sprinklers and nozzles. This is the last time, I swear, I'm going cold turkey. Because back on Ginger Island, I dabbled around with the layout and was able to optimize it having 4 sprinklers all the way across. I told you there would be an ungodly amount of ancient fruit. Content with how it was all looking, I returned to the valley where I, no joke, stumbled across Andrea again. This time she had shapeshifted into a box by the bus stop. Can anyone else see this, or is it just me? Do people think I'm just talking to a box? Like, what? I don't get it. Hysteria aside, I found myself back at Ridgeside that night where I saw Irene and Zane getting their nervous flirt on. I found Richard having to deal with a rude customer at the Log Cabin Hotel, and I met June, who's going to be the resident musician at the hotel during fall and winter seasons from now on. I was here to finally check out the space that Naomi had opened up alongside Richard, and I got to see the new cafe and event space behind it. I can't wait to put on Ridgeside Village's first productions of Grease the Musical starring me as Danny and Pam as Sandy. Moving straight on to day 210, I started my day trying to get into Pierre's, but when I found it wasn't open yet, I tried to get back on Dusty and I just had the worst time. Note to self, don't park your horse close to a market store. This is, And insult to injury, it doesn't even matter because he's taking the day off like he always does. It was Harvey's birthday today, so I stood not so creepily outside his bedroom waiting for him so I could give him a bottle of truffle oil. It was back to Ridgeside soon afterwards so I could clean out Pika's shop of all of his recipes before finding Belinda, Bliss, Daya and Geo up at the ridge. In order to proceed with any more portal openings, she needed me, who has inherited the blessing of the harvest, to appease the crystals scattered across the mountain. How do you appease these crystals? Well, you hand over items of the same color to that crystal. And checking through my journal, there was quite a few crystals to appease. So I started small. Back home I gathered some red items and tested it out on the first crystal closest to the entrance. So far so good it seems. So I did a bigger trip this time, gathered up every single colored item that I needed from my chests on the farm, made my way back to the mountain, and got to appeasing some crystals. Oh, and don't mind me slaying this big old dragon thing, it's nothing for a monster slayer like me. After starting with the grey crystal, I moved on to the purple crystal and handed over my items. Next was the blue crystal, then the green crystal, just below that was the yellow crystal, and finally I ended with the orange crystal. The mountain then spoke to me saying I've got it from here and to come back tomorrow where we'll finally meet. Am I going to meet the mountain? Either way, I had enough running and putting my life in danger for Belinda the Seer today, so I headed back home for the night. Who was at my door the morning of day 211 but Bliss. She congratulated me on completing my tasks and told me that the seer will be waiting for me at the ridge from 8 PM. Sounds intriguing. But that was a while away and I had some elderberries, juniper berries and winter forageables to pick. And after turning them all back into seeds and replanting them down on the ground, I gathered up my seed makers from the top of Grandpa's shed and headed to Ginger Island. My taro had finished growing and I got to pick them all from the side of the river, only to turn them all back into tubers with my seed makers. However, disaster struck when I accidentally smacked down my growing mango tree. I had no idea you could destroy a growing tree by hoeing it, and safe to say I was pretty sad. But by the end of the day, I managed to plant all of the taro, so that's some good news at least. From one end of the valley to the other, I managed to race Dusty up to the ridge just in time to meet with Belinda. She worked her sorcery and as dazzling as it was, she disappeared in search of the mountain spirit. So we followed her to the west part of the ridge. We came across a beautiful lake with waterfalls everywhere, and it's here that we were introduced to Reii. Yala. You know what? That name is too hard to say all the time. I'm just going to call her the mountain spirit or Reii. So it turns out that Reii and Belinda are in love. More importantly, she explained that the corruption around the ridge has been caused by an evil entity called Gabriella. Long story short, they need someone to go into the spirit realm to stop her. Belinda can't go because she was once corrupt herself and fears that if she goes again she may turn evil. So of course it's up to me to stop her. And for that to happen we need to open the portal with even more powerful relics from around the ridge. Oh, and also my grandmother died to save the valley from Gabriella's corruption too, so hey, I guess it's time for some vengeance. It was a lot to take in, so I headed home ready for a good night's sleep. I woke to a bigger house on day 212. Did that happen overnight or... you know what? It doesn't matter. I was back to Ridgeside this morning as I had a couple of gifts to give out. Firstly, one to Blair as she is the marriage candidate you all voted for in the poll I put out not so long ago. I promise I won't go rogue this time. And one to Louis for his birthday. While I was there, Maeve showed her first sign of kindness to me by offering me the chance to take out a bank loan for $500,000 gold. And if I do, they'll deduct 10% of my shipped goods until I pay it back. In one full lump sum. Thanks, am I right? It's a weird gift that I think I'll never use, but I think I'm starting to thaw away at Maeve's cold heart. Back down in the valley that afternoon, I met with Alicia at the Adventurers Guild before heading to Ginger Island. And you'll be excited I did because it's time to bring back this video's first episode of Panning with Poxio! I laid down the rules in the last video, but in case you need a refresher, I try my luck panning in the dig site river for an elusive ring called the Lucky Ring, which grants the player a +1 luck bonus. Unfortunately, because I started later in the day and not to mention it was a bad luck day, I wasn't able to pan one up. But that's okay because on day 213 I stayed for some more panning with Poxio! We absolutely turned the game on its head today because despite the rain, I was able to pan up my first lucky ring of the season. So I added it to my lucky ring counter. Wait a minute, what's this? Did we just pan up a second ring in one day? I think we did! Let's add it to the counter. Man, it would be crazy if we got 3 in one day. Yes, that's right, people. We got 3 in one day. Count them, 3 in one day. I have a hunch that my New Year's resolutions were heard last year because that was just downright insane. Riding that buzz onto day 214, I started my day paying a visit to Freddy so I can hand him a leek for his birthday. That was before returning to Ginger Island for the day to delve into the depths of the volcano dungeon. I was mainly here for cinder shards, but if I happened to come across a golden walnut or two or some dragon teeth, then hey, I wasn't going to be too mad either. I spent the majority of the day here until it started to get late, so I passed by the island farmhouse to unlock the warp tower with my walnuts, which will take me right back home. Albeit leaving Dusty outside Willie's shop, but I'm sure he'll be fine, right? My inkling was right and Dusty had made it back home to me on day 215, and after picking some more elderberries and juniper berries from my crop fields, I used my Nexus to warp myself to the Adventurers Guild, where I gave Marlin a birthday gift. I then spent some time back on the farm setting up my slime hutch. The poor building's been sitting there for a while looking pretty useless, so I thought it'd be better to get it up and running. I gave it the usual makeover, all there was to add was the incubators, but that would have to wait as next on my to-do list was to buy a shed from Robbins. When you're about to grow as much ancient fruit as I am, you need somewhere to kick it all, and sheds make the perfect storage, so you'll be seeing a few of these pop up soon. As for the rest of the day, well, I did check up on my taro on the island farm, bought a ridiculous amount of deluxe speed growth from Pierre's, installed 3 incubators into my slime hutch, and shipped off another batch of ancient fruit wine all before calling it in for the night. Day 216 was all about the ancient fruits. Now that I had both the greenhouse and Grandpa's shed producing fruit, I was in a good position to start planting them on my island farm. Of course, I couldn't miss Granny Evelyn's birthday though, so I made a quick detour to hand her a gift. And then I raced off to Ginger Island. For the rest of the day, I cycled between hoeing and watering the dirt, turning the ancient fruit I had into seeds with my seed makers, and making sure every spot had a sprinkle of deluxe speed grow. It was a very long day of hard labour under the island's sun. I had filled up about 2/3 of the farm. I honestly thought I'd get this done today, but it was going to be a pretty big job. As day 217 rolled around, I continued to work away, finishing up what I couldn't get done yesterday. Turns out I didn't have enough fruit to fill out the whole farm anyway, but we were pretty close, so that would have to be finished off next week. Speaking of finished, my taro roots were ready for picking, so I got to harvest them from the riverside. Although I had made the unfortunate realization that I only had 92 taro to ship away. I'd picked enough to meet Caroline's criteria, but you also need to ship 100 of it. So I had to make a quick detour home, pick up some taro tuber I had lying around, and plant some more down back on the island farm. I still had enough time to grow them, let's just hope I don't forget about them. As evening fell, I managed to find Pika browsing the market stalls to hand him a birthday gift, before collecting the fruits and vegetables of my labour from the orchard. I even found it so peaceful that I thought it'd be nice for Dusty and I to chill out there for a while before bed. My fields, bountiful of winter forageables, was a wonderful sight to wake up to on day 218. You know how this works? I'll just skip to the part where I'm planting them all down again. I found my way to Ginger Island this morning with my lucky ring in hand, and that was so I could infuse it with my iridium band up at the forge. My day just kept on getting better as Mr. Key decided I was deemed worthy enough to enter his infamous walnut room. Here is where I can pick up quest, which rewards key gems, which I can use to buy rare and powerful items. But I wasn't interested in all of that nonsense. No, I wanted another shed. But I was disappointed to find Robin was in fact not working today. When it dawned on me that today was community day. Stupid community day. I don't want to work because I want to hang out with people to celebrate the community center and not let Boxtail get any of his work done. Sorry, I don't know what came over me then. Anyway, with buying a shed out of the question, I just spent the rest of the night with Dusty, doing our classic fluffing around the farm shenanigans. Day 219 began with a morning ride to Aurora Vineyard, for two reasons. One, to give Apples a starfruit because he's adorable, let's not deny facts here. And two, to conjure up another warp point to add to my Nexus, which went very successfully, may I add. However, upon return to the forest, I stumbled my way into Sprite Spring. I got into a conversation with two forest sprites named Klaus and Angelica, who claimed this area of the forest is magically protected so no one can find it. Feeling very special, I crossed the spring where I found flowers blooming on the other side. As explained by Klaus and Angelica, they're seasonal flowers. I even found a secret cave under the waterfall and picked up some goodies from inside. I thought I'd make good use of my time here and fished up a meteor carp and a golden fish to tick them off the fishing collection. All before finding Leah in her home to hand her some goat's cheese for her birthday. Before bed that night, I incubated a few slime eggs in the slime hutch and vowed to give my animals more hay tomorrow. Leah visited the farm on day 220. I think the birthday gift was so good that she decided to make me a sculpture for it. This morning had me running around doing some admin work. I made my way back to Sprite Spring so I could conjure up another warp point for myself, purchased some hay from Marnie just like I had promised yesterday, commissioned another shed to be built courtesy of Robin, and I even put my trash can in for a copper upgrade. 800 hours of Stardew Valley, and I think this may be the very first time I've ever upgraded my trash can. As for the afternoon, well, I thought I'd have a bit of fun creating some more machines. And realizing that I had quite a few machines left to make, I thought a good idea would be to relocate my normal machines to a new spot opposite the silo, which I finished up as night came. Oh, and I added a path to it. Come on, I'm no savage. Day 221 started with an odd experience. Picking iridium. Never thought I'd say those two words together, but here we are. Being close to the turn of the seasons, I noticed the animal area was lacking on grass, so I filled it in with some more, before heading into town for this year's Feast of the Winter Star. My person this year was Jody, so of course I handed her over a nice diamond. My secret gift giver was Lola. Let's see what I got. Let me see. Well, it could be worse. Could also be a lot better. Just when I thought my day was over, I got a surprise visit that night from our friend Camilla, who it seems just kidnapped me from my own doorstep. We arrived at my Nexus, and after having a cheeky go at how her Nexus was better than mine, she said we had some important business to attend to, and she teleported us once again. Suddenly, we were atop a tower in the middle of a desert that stretched out in front of us for miles. I quickly found out that we were in the Crimson Badlands, home to hordes of monsters, lightning, sandstorms, and void zones. So I made one of my signature warp points in case I wanted to come back. I don't, by the way. And I was returned home soon after. You'd think with all of these new places, the Highlands, the Mountain Ridge, the Crimson Badlands, that maybe one of them would be filled with nice things like candy and lucky rings and gold. But no, of course they're not. They're filled with monsters and horrible things. Before I get carried away, let's move on to day 222. I had a couple of birthday gifts to hand out this morning, but before I could do that, I offered to lend a helping hand to Pika since his staff were running late. And at the Heaps convenience store, Shanice, Kiara and I had Lorenzo on about Shanice being pregnant. I was here in fact to hand Shanice a birthday gift. However, my other present had to be taken back down into the valley, and I actually don't know how I missed this. It's Clint's birthday and I ride straight past him. In what world could I have been in to miss that? Either way, he eventually got his gift. I was a bit lost as to how to spend the rest of my day, but I did eventually pick up my fishing rod and head out to catch some fish to add to my collection, which included the mutant carp legendary fish, a radioactive bass, a water grub, and a slimejack. There was another joint birthday on day 223, and with my weekly ancient fruit ready for another harvest, today was really going to test my time management skills. So I began by wandering through my greenhouse and Grandpa's shed picking all of the ancient fruit before dealing with the birthdays, and dropping off a fairy rose to Sophia and a ridge wild apple to Irene. Quick sidetrack, I saw Louie playing with Kia here and Trini outside. Not that it was intentional, but I think it's sweet. Anyway, back to business. My next stop was the island farm where I finished off planting down all of the ancient fruit in batches, as I wanted to keep as much as I could for winemaking. Speaking of, the last thing I did before bed that night was exactly that. And here we are on day 224, the final day of winter. The morning was spent on chores like picking some berries from my crop fields, intruding on Shero's sleep schedule with a birthday gift, picking up my copper trash can and getting a steel upgrade for it straight afterwards, and commissioning a big shed upgrade for one of my newly constructed sheds. Back on the farm, I utilized the rest of my day for decorating my orchard. Now that all of the trees had grown, I could lay out paths and grass without fear of stunting tree growth. And there certainly won't be any more to buy later on, isn't that right? It took up the whole afternoon, but once evening fell, the orchard was taking shape quite nicely, and I was very happy with how it was looking. It wouldn't be the final day of winter without the Ember of Resolutions festival, now would it? Just like last year, I put my piece of wood down and watched the bonfire come to light with everyone, praying that everyone's eyebrows stay attached, and also praying that I didn't just use all of my lucky ring luck on that one day. Before we head into year 3 though, Grandpa had to come and visit me in my slumber to tell me how proud he is of me. Aww. Now go away because I'm scared of ghosts. I'm feeling jumpy because there's a spring in my step. It's day 225, the first day of a new season and of my 3rd year in the valley. Once I'd finished cleaning up the farm a wee bit, I celebrated this momentous day by visiting Grandpa's shrine and collecting the Statue of Perfection. Only if you look really closely. This statue will give me between 2 to 8 iridium daily, so I stuck it right beside my front door. Speaking of momentous occasions, it's our favourite tortoise's birthday today, and my god you bet I came prepared. On my way to him I stumbled across Andrea rocking that Louis Vuitton box look. I was pleased to say that Tort loved my birthday gift. And I'm glad I got to make up for last year's disaster. Back in the valley, I circled by Pierre's to buy some blue jazz seeds, which I used to plant by my beehives for some funky fresh honey. Then before I knew it, I was off to Ginger Island. Now that I have a farm full of ancient fruit, it's going to be essential that I visit often to make sure the weeds aren't ruining my crops. And we all know I have a great memory and I never get distracted. Over in Mr. Key's walnut room, I picked up the 4 precious stones quest before returning home for the night, where not a lot happened to be honest. They say to start off your day with some positivity, so that's what I did on day 226, by saying hello to all of my animal friends. On my way to Ridgeside this morning, I bumped into a very suspicious looking trash can. Up in the village, I helped Tort pick up all of his rubbish from his habitat and handed Blair a present. Like I said in the last video, Matchmaker Poxiel says if you give someone the same gift over and over again, they have no choice but to fall in love with you. Result may vary. Back down in the valley, Clint had finished upgrading my trash can, so I said do it again, but make it gold. Afterwards, I was heading up to Robin's where I had a run-in with Linus, who decided he wanted to let me in on a little secret. It turns out that he was born into wealth and was a very rich guy at some point in time. But he decided he'd like to live a life of simplicity surrounded by nature. And you know what? I respect that. After hearing the news that Linus gave up millions of gold to live a simple life, I spent 20,000 of my own to get a big shit upgrade, so that I can make wine which will make me millions. Seems ironic. As morning turned to afternoon, I paid a visit to the Oasis shop in the desert to buy some rhubarb seeds, which I planted down in my crop fields. I'll use the rest of it, I promise. I'm just waiting for the egg festival to buy strawberry seeds. I then went and picked a new season's worth of fruit and flowers and vegetables from the orchard before deciding to get an early night's sleep. Magnus paid the farm a visit the morning of day 227. He was here to let me know that a new student was arriving soon called Morgan to join the rest of our wizarding folk, and I definitely won't forget to meet them for the rest of the month. I set today aside to put on my metaphorical chef's hat because unfortunately I don't own one, to knuckle down in the kitchen and do some cooking. The cooking collections tab is outrageously long, so I thought I'd make a start slowly but surely ticking off some recipes from the collections. And yeah, that's about all I did all day. You could say that day 228 started out with me doing some donuts on Dusty in the town square. And to that I would say, you're right, I wish you weren't, but I was waiting to get into Jody's house because I had a gift to hand Kent for his birthday. Afterwards I popped by the blacksmith where Clint had finished upgrading my trash can, so I said do it again. But make it iridium. You'll notice I've come away with quite the haul of copper, iron and coal. Well, that my friends is for kegs. So for the rest of day 228 I just melted ores. Day 229 I just melted ores. And also bought this really cool BugNet from Piers. Now I can go around and catch butterflies, which I think is super cool. And I also gave Alyssa a birthday gift and caught more butterflies and smelted ores all day and made 137 kegs, which I used to fill up a whole shed and collected up another batch of ancient fruit wine, but I passed out on the way to ship them off like I'm about to right now. Which must mean we're on to day 230. After collecting another harvest of ancient fruit, I shoved them all into the kegs, and even got to use my newly appointed keg shed with leftover fruit. Over in town, Clint had finished my iridium trash can, and now I can say for the first time in my Stardew Valley career, I have an iridium trash can. Down at the beach, I overheard a conversation between Kent and Ezekiel, and discovered that Ezekiel used to be in the military too, and was giving Kent some reassuring words that everything would be alright, which I think is a lovely thing. I was on my way back to the island, and after getting distracted catching some butterflies, I handed Key 4 prismatic shards, completing the quest I had picked up at the start of the week. In return, I got 40 key gems, which I traded for the key to the town and the heavy tapper crafting recipe. Can I get a whoop whoop for not having to wait outside in the rain anymore? Well, before I left, I found a hungry gorilla who was willing to take a banana in return for some golden walnuts. That evening, I happened upon Bliss at the hike trail, who left me with some creepy words ringing in my ear. Quote, "If you wish to save a soul, return here at midnight. What is it with the people in the cult of the lady with the red tail and obnoxious cryptic messages?" I thought about it for a while, but by the time I was done thinking, it was already close to midnight, so I made my way back to the so-called lost soul. The entity called out to me, "Stay. I don't want to be alone," and then all of a sudden, it went dark. And I woke up on day 231. Whatever happened to me last night put me to sleep, and luckily I ended up back in my own bed. Ah well, back to it I guess. It was Lewis's birthday today, so I surprised him with a hot pepper. Afterwards I thought I'd spend some time on the other side of the market stalls today and do some shopping. I saw this super cute propeller hat that I wanted to get for Dusty, but of course being Jazz's stall you have to pay in ice creams. So I backed Dusty into the stand and got myself 4 ice creams, and by the time I got back, it was gone. I was literally gone for 10 seconds. Whoever took Dusty's hat, just know, I will find you, and I will kill you. Instead, I had to settle for a party hat. Not as cool, but he still looks handsome. That afternoon, I checked up on my slimes to see how my hutch was progressing and picked some flowers at Sprite Spring before returning to the hike trail greenhouse, because I was certainly after some answers as to what happened last night. Luckily, Bliss was waiting for me outside the cursed greenhouse. She told me I wasn't in any danger, but that the greenhouse was stuck in limbo between the spirit realm and the physical realm. I was still curious, but she said no more questions and to return here at midnight. Well, who am I to argue with magical beings? Dusty and I took a breather overlooking the valley for a while to pass the time. With midnight fast approaching, I headed back to the greenhouse and headed on inside. The trapped spirit explained to me that they had failed to complete a challenge, and if I finished their tasks, then the soul would be set free. I looked at what I had to accomplish and it wasn't too bad. 25 mountain mist blooms, 10 sweet gemberries, and 5 rubies. However, it was getting late, so the task would have to wait for another day. I took my first trip out to the Crimson Badlands on day 232, not to go exploring as such, just to give Lance a bottle of aged Blue Moon wine I'd picked up yesterday for his birthday. Then I was off on a boat ride across the sea to Ginger Island. This was so I could whack the weeds away from my precious ancient fruit and pick up another special quest from the Keymeister himself. That afternoon I found myself up at Ridgeside for a special occasion. You might remember from the last 200 days that Lenny had asked Alyssa to sing in front of the town, and that day was finally here. The turnout was great, and as you can see, the crowd was loving it. As for the rest of the day, I just wanted to see if I could find one of those 9 relics I needed to open Belinda and Ray's Spirit Realm portal. So I quickly scoured the book in Geo's hut to get an idea of what I was looking for. Yet my efforts came up short and I wasn't able to find not one relic today, so I headed to bed that night a little disappointed. Day 233 is a new day, however, and it began with a visit from Marlon, who asked me to drop by the guild to discuss something. Before I could go and discover what that juicy piece of gossip could be, I had to totally not creepily wait outside Anton's door to hand him a birthday gift, which he didn't seem to mind. And downstairs in the store we found out that Anton was Lorenzo's brother, who seems to be quite the alcoholic and rubs Lorenzo the wrong way quite often. I also saw Shanice help Trini reach something for the top shelf, and I concluded that I have a sneaky feeling that Shanice wants one of her own. But that's not my business to get involved in, so instead I made my way to the Adventurers Guild. I met with Marlon, who told me Lance has an outpost in the Highlands, and his boat could take me there. But it wouldn't be that simple, oh no. Marlon wanted me to give him monster parts in return for the boat service. Who knows what a grown man wants with 300 monster parts, but you all know by now I'm not one to argue. Back home I collected everything Marlon had asked for, and in no time at all I was back at the guild handing it all over to him. Now we wait, I guess. In the meantime, I paid the Junimo village a visit to purchase a few rare seeds, picked some produce from my orchard, and bought a ridiculous amount of recipes from the saloon. And I mean a ridiculous amount, there must have been at least 50 recipes just sitting there for me, but at least my cooking collections tab was looking a bit more full. Continuing straight on to day 234, Marlon was back at my door to say the monster parts were satisfactory and the boat was ready for me. Let's go on an adventure. We rode the boat past gushing waterfalls and serene gullies where we ended up docking at the Highlands. We met with Lance outside of his post and we headed inside to discuss matters. His research had told him that the monsters around the Highlands drop crop seeds, so it was my task to collect these seeds and grow them and report back to Lance. So out I went into the Highlands. I found my way to what looked to be the start of a mountain pathway, and sure enough, the further up I went, the more confident I felt. Just ignore the void over there, I don't know what happened about that. I found my way to the top and battled it out with a very beefy dinosaur. Eventually I came out on top and took my loot back down the mountain, where I came across a lake with lots and lots of monsters to slay. Eventually the monster numbers ran low and I had some time to fish in the lake where I caught myself a dagger fish. The adventure continues on to day 235 though. I noticed a large cave entrance yesterday as I was climbing the hill, and that's exactly where I was heading. Inside the cave was filled with ores and equally so, monsters. Ultimately, after some time, I managed to make my way to the end of the cave where I found a lone dwarf who seemed to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. Get it? Because he's in a cage in a cave, trapped between a rock and a hard place. Oh, come on, that was a good one. Well, luckily I did have the key already with me thanks to yesterday's slaying of the dino, and I was able to set him free. To make use of the rest of the day, I thought I shouldn't let all of this good ore go to waste, and mined as much of it as I possibly could before passing out inside the cave in the early hours of the morning. It was back to reality on day 236. I had adventured myself out, so it was quite nice to indulge in regular day-to-day things again, such as giving Ezekiel a birthday gift and starting the mysterious Mr. Key questline, which requires you to insert a battery into this power box, put a rainbow shell into this box by the railroad, put 10 beets into Lewis's fridge. Oh wait, these are rhubarb, not beets. Oh, come on Boxsteel, get it together. I took myself out to the desert to buy some beet seeds, which I ended up planting on Ginger Island alongside 10 sweet gem berries, and one of each monster crop seed I had gathered from my Highland exploring. On my way home that night, I found Blair to hand her another cup before gathering up my ancient fruit wine, dumping it all into the shipping bin, and getting some sleep. Day 237 happened. Yeah, sure, I got to re-keg all of my ancient fruit. And yeah, sure, I finally got to buy my strawberry seeds from the egg festival. And yes, I participated in the egg hunt, which went really bad this year, and I ended up losing to Abigail. And no, I don't want to talk about it. I'm boycotting all future egg hunts. Anyway, here's me planting my strawberries before bed. Okay, let's just move on already. Come on, let's go, move on. I had a couple of birthday gifts to give out this morning. I even found Maeve by the cable car, and she gave me praise for how I was doing. Well, looks like someone had a change of heart, and I had an incredibly difficult time trying to get Haley's present to her. I accidentally gave out 2 coconuts to other people. Stupid market day. But we got there, eventually. Then it was back to smelting ores for the rest of the day. It's day 239, and after blessing Olivia with a gift for her special day, I thought I'd try my hand at exploring the Crimson Badlands. Truth be told, I shouldn't have, but here we go anyway. I met with Alicia and Isaac before heading out, and Isaac gave me one look at the map before snatching it away and leaving me to it. So with the map fresh in my mind, I headed out into the hellscape that is the Crimson Badlands. Instead of exploring though, I opted to do a bit of fishing, because what fun is there in a wasteland except fishing? Heading west, I began racking up an army of red serpents. I like to think of them as such because it's less scary than them trying to kill me. As I hit the western canyon wall, I turned around and whipped my sword out to send them all to the Shadow Realm. But with more coming, I retreated into the canyon, where, of course, I had to keep fighting for my life. In an unfortunate turn of events, I thought I had this mummy on the ropes until it hit me once with the power of 100 freight trains, and I died. Luckily, Camilla was there to save me, and I ran home with my tail between my legs. To make up for the disaster that was yesterday, I thought I'd spend day 240 back on Ginger Island for another episode of Panning with Toxio. It was going to be hard to follow the absolute madness that came before, and today was very evident of that. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pan one up, but we did get a bunch of other goodies instead. For the next couple of days, I geared up and attacked the Skull Caverns head on in an attempt to knock off some more Monster Slayer goals. So over days 241 and 242, I went diving through the caverns, carpet bombing each level, slaying mummies, and slaying serpents, and the iridium that came with it was a lovely bonus. Important moments happened outside of the caverns too. I gave Philip a birthday gift, as well as Naomi. I helped Shiro cook a fried egg for Yuma, and I couldn't forget about Pam's birthday as well. I was rewarded for my hard efforts on day 242 as I completed both the Pepper Rex Monster Slayer goal and the Mummy Monster Slayer goal too. I took a break from the caverns on day 243 and spent the morning catching up on some neglected chores around the farm. I then paid Robin a visit to purchase piles upon piles of wood and spent the day smelting ores again. Sometimes Stardew Valley requires a day or two for the boring things, and that's okay. Plus, after all the time I'd spent in the Skull Caverns, I had ores coming out of my ears, so I thought I might as well make good use of it. It all paid off later that night when I could place down 120 kegs into my other keg shed. And being a Friday night, I had a batch of ancient fruit wine to collect up and ship off before sleepy times. Which meant on day 244, it was back to picking fruit from the ancient times. But today was exciting because of the simple fact that I had a crop of ancient fruit ripe and ready to be picked on Ginger Island. It shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that I filled up all of my kegs afterwards and still had a mountain of fruit left over, which I shipped off for some extra cash. That afternoon, I popped into town to drop off a birthday present to Shane before returning to the farm and working on my soon-to-be obelisk area. I've had the idea for a while now to have this grassy area across the bridge as my obelisk area. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of how it was looking, but I'm sure creative inspiration will strike at some point or another. You hear that? That's the sweet sound of free labor. Happy Junimos consenting to picking my strawberries for me. Speaking of sweet sounds, get a load of this. Disgusting, yet surprisingly satisfying. I had a problem to solve on day 245, and Robin was going to help me with that. I wanted my keg sheds closer to Grandpa's shed, so I didn't have to travel across the whole farm each time I wanted to use them. And I was just able to squeeze them in front of the fruit cave, including a third and final keg shed. Later in the day, I found Blair wandering the market, where I gave her another carp, and afterwards I tried to envision the perfect obelisk area. But nothing was coming to me, so I decided to call it in for an early night. I began day 246 up at Ridgeside, starting Sean's day a little earlier than he'd like with a birthday gift. And yes, the glitch door is now fixed. You're welcome, by the way. Soon after, I popped by Robin's to purchase some brazier crafting recipes. Someone please tell me why I have to go in and out of her shop to get the next ones. And one big final shed upgrade for my third keg shed. I felt bad that I hadn't given Blair a carp in a few days, so I remedied that by finding her while she was fishing to hand her one. Now that I had fresh beets thanks to my island farm, I was off to finish the mysterious Mr. Key quest by sneaking 10 of my beets into Lewis's fridge. The final step was in the desert, and so Pam isn't driving the bus today. Damn it! So instead of doing that, I filled up the rest of my day with crab pot fishing and diving through the volcano dungeon for dragon teeth and magma sprite slaying. I rode Dusty through the rain on day 247 down to Andy's place. He's another hard NPC to please with gifts, so I went with the easy option of a rabbit's foot. Pam was back to driving the bus this morning, thank God, so I took a bus ride out to Calico Desert. While out there, I planted and fertilized 50 acorns. That may seem like a lot, but the production of my oak resin back on the farm was, well, lackluster. Also, I finished up the last step to Mr. Key's quest and received the club card back on the farm. But I didn't feel like gambling away my life savings today. Instead, I stood in the rain and smelted ores. That night, however, I accidentally teleported myself to my Nexus while riding Dusty. And after trying to teleport back again later, I somehow managed to glitch myself out and under the map. Or I'm just invisible. Either way, I can tick glitching myself out off my Stardew Valley bucket list. Thank goodness everything was back to normal on day 248. Feeling better that I wasn't stuck in some sort of purgatory, I began the day with a few chores around the farm, before heading off to the flower dance. Blair agreed to be my partner for the dance today. The flower dance is a lot more enjoyable when you don't get rejected. And an annual tradition, we danced in total silence. I woke up to a field full of strawberries on day 249, and I'm very grateful for my little helpers that will pick them for me. With the key to the town, I could now enter buildings at any time, but that certainly doesn't guarantee they'll sell me stuff earlier anyway, so I ran laps around Pierre's store to blow off some steam. I was here to buy a bouquet since I was going to ask someone special to be my girlfriend. Wasting no time, I rode up to Ridgeside and found Blair fishing by the river, and I'm happy to say she accepted my bouquet. But then seemed upset, and I'm getting some mixed signals here, Blair. Either way, I ran away before she could take her back. On my way to Ginger Island that afternoon, I found my romantic companion down by the beach, where she had a little rant about how she never sees her dad, but wants to see him, but kind of feels bad for her mum. Now I'm sensing a little baggage here. I thought I'd give her some space and headed back to the volcano dungeon to get my sprite slaying on, which is where I spent the rest of the day. Day 250 was upon us, and I woke up on the island as I didn't have time to make it home last night. I had a pretty chill morning actually. I gave Pierre a birthday gift, and finished filling the second keg shed with kegs. As the afternoon came though, I popped by Blair's place and got caught between her and Carmen having a heated argument. Blair ran out, so I chased after her like all good boyfriends would, and I found her sitting on the bridge overlooking the river. She seems to blame herself for her parents' divorce, and it sounds like her dad left without a word. In a klutzy moment, we both fell into the river, which cleared away some of the tension in the air, and Blair and Carmen were able to make amends in a very heartwarming moment. Content with a happy ending, I headed back home, collected up another batch of ancient fruit wine, dumped it into the shipping bin, and got some sleep. I'm sure you know how day 251 started. And with that out of the way, I had some time to give Emily some wool for her birthday, and visit Magnus's tower where I finally met Morgan. Although I got them in trouble for using magic, technically I never asked though, so I'm gonna say that it wasn't my fault. Anyway, the reason I was here was to purchase my first two obelisks, the Earth Obelisk and the Water Obelisk. If you've never seen an obelisk before, they're just teleporters to different places around the valley. After picking some flowers at Sprite Spring and giving apples a starfruit just for funsies, I tried yet again to make some magic happen around my obelisks, but anything I tried turned into flaming poop. So I gave up and went to bed. Day 252 was the final day of spring, and to start the final day of spring I paid a visit up to Ridgeside. I caught Sunny before his daily job started and I handed him a birthday gift, and found Bert to give him a birthday gift too. Back on the farm I collected all the strawberries my Junimos had graciously picked, and hoped Lewis could pick hundreds of strawberries out of the shipping bin. As for the rest of the day, I honestly didn't get up to too much. We could talk about how I attempted a third time to decorate my obelisk area and failed, but I don't feel like it. So as Dusty and I watched the sun sink below the horizon from the comfort of my expansive orchard that evening, I readied myself for what the summer season would bring this year. Get your eggs out and cook them on the pavement, cause it's summertime! I'd highly recommend cooking them in the pan though, just FYI. That's right, day 253 marks the first day of summer in our third year on the farm. And to start this wonderful day, I planted down some summer spangle seeds by my bee houses, and a bunch of blueberries in my crop fields. Afterwards, I went in search of Bryle, and found him coming out of Blooming Hill Farm to hand him a birthday gift. As I left, I wondered if Jerick still wanted that best farm competition, cause I think I'm going to obliterate him. Back on the farm that evening, I had to clean up a bit of the farm from the change of seasons and went to bed after a very successful first day of summer. Moving right along to day 254, it started back at Ridgeside, waking Blair up with a stinky carp and hopping into bed with Freddie and Lola to give Lola some mayonnaise as a birthday gift. I think the key to the town has really let me break boundaries with some people. Fearing the worst, I took a boat ride far away to the island of Ginger. My sweet gemberries had finished growing, so I collected them for a trapped soul quest, and my last monster crop had grown. Lance will be very pleased. That would have to wait though, as I was here to slay some more magma sprites, and with a bit of monster musk, I spent the day diving through the dungeon, putting my galaxy sword to work as I went, which is how I spent the rest of my day. Day 255 was a similar story. Lance seemed stoked to receive the monster crops. I visited the mountain ridge to collect some mist blooms I needed for the Trap Soul quest, tapped all of my oak trees in the desert, got distracted catching some butterflies while I was there too, planted some random seeds I hadn't planted with some more monster crops on my island farm, and headed back to the volcano dungeon for round 2 electric boogaloo with all of the magma sprites. But my hard work paid off because I ticked off the second to last monster slayer goal. Day 256 began with a quick warp to Sprite Spring to pick some flowers before finding Jazz at Marnie's ranch and handing her a fairy rose for her birthday. However, the metaphorical chef's hat came back out of retirement today, and all I did was whip up some stellar dishes that rival even the likes of Gordon Ramsay and Jamie Oliver, which I did for the whole day. So we're moving on to day 257, I guess. Lance was waiting at my door this morning. He told me the monster crops were quite fascinating, and he hasn't stopped studying them. For my efforts, he left me a reward at the outpost. I'm sure I won't forget about this. Sometimes as a Stardew Valley player, you need to keep organized, and for a lot of today I spent it digging through my chests and doing a bit of reorganizing. Also, with a grove of fruit, nut and vegetable trees on my farm, I was running out of chest space. So after a bit of thinking, rejigging and moving things around, my brain could rest easy knowing everything was in order. As the night fell, I gathered up my weekly batch of wine, 450 bottles by the way, which I shipped away before bed. Day 258 began with the ancient fruit harvest ritual, and once that was over and the kegs were fermenting fruit again, I popped by Robbins to commission the final upgrade for my farmhouse, and spent a cool 1 million gold for the island obelisk. I've been thinking, who gets that gold when I purchase these obelisks? Magnus? Lewis? The Junimos? I mean, we have to pay 10 million gold for a golden clock. Who's getting that gold, man? Money laundering aside, I paid a visit to the movie theater for the first time and found poor Martin getting picked on by Pam. Considering it was his birthday, that was unfortunate. Today had flown by and I ended up bumming around the farm before calling it in for the night. I called upon the rain gods as soon as I woke up on day 259. Honestly, I can't remember why. I woke Blair up with another stale fish this morning and I am hoping she doesn't get cold feet as a result of my antics. That didn't seem likely though, as soon after I found her before leaving the village where we danced our troubles away. Aw, isn't that just the cutest thing you've ever seen? With my mind giddy on love, it took me a bit to figure out what to do. But eventually that afternoon I remembered about my crab pots in the mountain lake and went to restock them with bait. As for the rest of the day, I tended to my animals, picked some fruit and beef jerky from my orchard, and apples, in return for a starfruit gave me a rock. I'm not making that up, he actually gave me a rock. But you can't be mad at that cute face, now can you? I, no joke, stood waiting outside Gus's bedroom for half of day 260. Some people call it persistence. I call it pettiness. Also, I remembered why I needed it to rain today, because I needed to buy a mermaid's pendant. That's right, people, since the wizard couldn't teach me how to love, I found out how to do it all on my own. Aww. And I'm happy to report she said yes. I was a very happy boy. Afterwards, I circled by the ridge to collect the last of the mist blooms I needed to free the trapped soul. All there was left to collect was the rubies. And yeah, that's about it for today. I found Olga the next morning on day 261 pottering around Nightingale Farm, so that I could hand her a birthday gift before taking a bus ride out to the desert and spending the day back in the Skull Caverns. I was here for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only: rubies and serpents. It took a while, but in the later hours of the day I picked up the final ruby I needed to collect for the trapped spirit. Not only that, but I also slayed my final serpent soon after that and ticked off the final monster slayer goal. Carrying on to day 262, I found my slime hutch full of slime balls again, and god, it's just so grossly pleasing, I don't know what it is. Over in town, I rode Dusty over to the museum to drop off a rusty cog I'd found yesterday, and bought a bunch of grass from Pierre's before heading up to Robin's, because it was Maru's birthday. And what better way to celebrate than with a big old juicy strawberry. Since I was there, I thought it would be fun to paint a few of my sheds and other buildings on the farm. Happy with the colours I'd chosen, I returned to the desert, this time to collect 50 oak resin from my forest of oak trees. I used the grass starter I'd bought earlier to invigorate my animal area since they'd absolutely mowed through the grass this year. Once that had been sorted, I made my way back up to the mountain ridge. Yeah, for a bit of foraging, sure, but I really needed a few more spiritual essence for the ridgeside obelisk. So I was here for a while, just slaying monsters. However, I did stick around as the clock struck midnight. With everything collected, I was eager to see what was to come of the trapped greenhouse spirit. So I entered the greenhouse at midnight and was relieved to say that the spirit was now at peace. Bliss came by to tell me that the spirit was an old caretaker, and that the hike trail greenhouse was now free for me to use. But it was past my bedtime. I think I'll have to solve that problem another day. Day 263 started with a trip through my Nexus to Magnus's place, so I could purchase the ridgeside obelisk. Yes, it does look different from the others, you'll just have to put up with it like I had to. I'll admit today was a little less exciting than yesterday, but I did make some progress working on the obelisk area. Just ignore me accidentally teleporting myself to Ginger Island, I just totally meant to do that. But I liked where this was going more than anything else I'd done so far, so I'll take that as a win. And to make life easier, I placed down 2 mini obelisks, one beside the farm point and the other below the obelisk, so it's all one easy network. But it was late and I was very proud of today's work, so I didn't mind showing off a little. It was the specialist of days on day 264, as it was mine and Blair's wedding day. Take that, Rasmodius. After giving Faye a birthday gift, I thought I'd celebrate our wedding day with a special treat for Blair, that being a date to the movies. I'm such a gentleman. But first I had to commission another shed to be built. Don't worry, there won't be any more kegs. This one is for crystallariums at some point in the near future. And then it was off to the movies with the newlyweds. I even got her a star cookie. We caught a screening of the Journey of the Prairie King movie, and I'm happy to say Blair loved both the movie and the cookie. After the movie finished, I didn't have much to do, so I fluffed around the farm waiting for my wine to be ready, which by the evening it was, so I collected it all up and dumped it into the shipping bin before hitting the hay. It's day 265, and once again it's a Saturday, so there's really no surprises as to what I'm up to this morning. By the time I'd finished shoving the kegs full of ancient fruit again, just over a third of my day was already gone. It takes a lot of hard work to be this rich. So with the rest of it, I gave Kiara a birthday gift, purchased the 5th and final obelisk to my collection, played a beautiful mermaid melody to secure a few more golden walnuts, gave Alex a birthday gift, and rode Dusty around the farm like a lost little puppy. What did I do on day 266? Well, I spent the morning giving Flora a birthday gift, and I parked Dusty by another stall and regretted everything.
Oh, bro.
Seriously, this is just hard to watch. The afternoon rolled around and I split the bottom section of the farm into 2 for decorating purposes later on, and added some more grass around the obelisk area, all before hitting the hay early. It seems I wasn't very motivated today. But that's okay, because over days 267 and 268, I found the motivation to go full on decorating maniac mode. With Blair now residing in the farmhouse, I felt a little bad that I hadn't done any interior decorating. So I got to work making our dream home. And after hours and hours of work, okay, maybe like half an hour real life time, it was done. I want to yell, move that boss. Anyone get that from Extreme Makeover Home Edition? Anyone say that? No? Oh well. Anyway, here's the house. We're on to funny number day, plus 200. I started this magnificent day by planting some tea saplings in my newly constructed tea room, before riding Dusty into town. Here I gave Sam a cactus fruit for his birthday, and I was going to play the claw machine to get some plushies for the kids' room, but the claw machine hog was there. With that plan out the window, I took a bus ride to the desert instead, so I could gather another round of oak resin. And now that I had kegs on my mind, I had to pop into Clint's to purchase piles of ore to smelt into bars, and of course robins for a bunch of wood. I made sure to buy an excess of copper so that I could make another 12 furnaces, which will make the ore smelting process a little quicker. Speaking of, it's day 270, and after handing Kenneth a strawberry for his birthday, I spent all day ore smelting. It was kinda nice not to have anything on today, very relaxing. Luna, on the other hand, seemed to have a different idea of what relaxing meant. After saying my goodbyes to Blair for the day, I headed out into day 271. It began with some chores around the farm and handing out another birthday strawberry, this time for Demetrius. Afterwards, I was able to put all of those bars I had smelted yesterday to good use, and filled up my final shed full of kegs. Now we wait for the money to start rolling in. I found myself back at Robin's shortly after to get a big shed upgrade for my Crystallarium shed. I think I've just paid off Robin's mortgage with how much money I've spent there. Later that afternoon, I used the same flooring from my obelisk area to decorate beside the farm warp. I just wanted my mini obelisks to feel special. I spent more time on this than I'd like to admit, but hey, we got there and it looks great. And before calling it in for the night, I made my way around the keg sheds, collecting up another batch of ancient fruit wine to ship off. No surprises, I was back to picking a sea of ancient fruit yet again on day 272. After that had been sorted, I hauled a load of geodes I had been hoarding over to Clint's to watch him smack them all open. You'd think I would have done this much earlier, but I guess not. Gunther then probably pooped his pants seeing how many donations were coming in. And trust me, there were a lot. Sticking with the decorating theme that evening, I put aside some time to decorate outside the Crystallarium shed. I kept it within the same theme of the rest of the farm and it turned out quite nice actually. Gunther was outside my door the morning of day 273. Apparently all of my donations made a lot of people happy. He said I'd be getting a cut of a donation made by the Regional Secretary of Artifacts to the museum. I'll happily take that, even though Clint did most of the hard work. The first thing I did today was pay the sewers a quick visit, and I bought a few recipes from our old pal Krobus. Afterwards, I circled up to Robin's, where I paid for Maru's college funds in return for a few stacks of stone. This was so I could make my first lot of Crystallariums. I'm gonna fill them with jade stones since you can trade it with the desert trader for staircases, and they will be a big help for some of the key quests we may get later on. But for now, it was a good start. I was on my way to Ridgeside that afternoon when Naomi suddenly grabbed me and took me back down the cable car. I think she may have a slight fear of heights. So Ridgeside was a great pick for you, Naomi. I was here to make a start on using the hike trail greenhouse, and once that was done, well, I mooched around the farm for the rest of the night. I had a spectacular start to my day on day 274. Blair gave me a star drop, and I think I only have one left to get now. Not to mention that donation Gunther mentioned yesterday came in the mail too. As they say, it's all downhill from here. I finished getting the hike trail greenhouse ready for crops before making use of the community day. I handed out a bunch of small quest items I had been neglecting for the past 2.5 years. But hey, I'm finally getting around to them. After the final item was given out, I made a quick warp stop to the island farm to collect my monster crops, shrub, and ancient fiber that had grown for me to ship off for the shipping collection. All before bedtime. I found Gus on my doorstep the morning of day 275, and after comparing making a new sauce to me arriving in the valley, he handed over a mini jukebox and the recipe to craft more. Thanks? I rode into town shortly afterwards where I handed Victor a birthday gift and headed down to the beach. I did a bit of foraging and caught myself the legendary crimson fish. All I could do was add it to my massive fish tank. Yay! The machine hog had vanished from the movie theater claw machine, so I had some fun picking up and collecting tiny Junimo plushies, all so I could decorate the kids' room. Oh yeah, guess what I used the hike trail greenhouse for? Meat plants! Yeah, you heard me right. Someone has figured out how to grow meat, and I'll be forever nicknaming this greenhouse the Meat House. And I don't care how weird it is. At least it's better than slicing my chickens up. As for the rest of the day, I can't say all that much happened, to be honest. It was Willie's birthday on day 276, so I warped my way over to the beach to hand him a pumpkin, only to realize I didn't have Dusty with me. My stupidity astounds me sometimes. Moving on, I paid a visit to the desert and traded a stack of Omni Geodes for some artifact troves with the desert trader. I then got Clint to open 64 of them, and after a long time watching items pop up, I got to donate a bunch of artifacts I hadn't donated yet to the museum. Everything else I stored away back on the farm just in case. As for the rest of the day, well, I'm stoked to say I spent it over on Ginger Island recording another episode of your favorite segment of all time, Panning with Coxio! Yet again I was crossing my fingers that I was to get another haul of lucky rings, but it seems no one was listening to me today and I came away with none. But that's okay because it's a 3-day special episode! That's right, I continued to spend both day 277 and 278 panning with Coxio! And to think it would be written in the stars to say that I would at least get one more ring to add to our tally. Yet it seems that my luck ran out the day I got 3, and I'm sorry to report that we came away with a total of 0. However, we can't neglect the loot we got anyway, which I guess is a nice compensation. That puts us on to day 279, which was a bit of a catch-up day. It's like I run a farm or something. After the weekly ancient fruit was picked and re-kegged, I found Malaya at the museum in town to hand her some ridge berries for her birthday, and I tended to the farm, like collecting jadestone, oak resin and pine tar from the tree farm, batteries from the storm a couple of days ago, and making the most of my animal produce machines again. To finish the day off, I collected a mountain of blueberries that my Junimos had been farming for me the whole season, wished Lewis good luck as I dumped them into the shipping bin, and headed to sleep. Day 280 marks the final day of summer. For some reason I decided to visit Harvey's for the first time in this playthrough and found he sells another tree sapling and aloe pods. Luckily I could fit the eucalyptus tree in, the aloe pods I just grew on the island farm. Back in town I passed by Pierre's to buy more meat seeds. Yes, this is just as weird to say as it is to hear. But hey, I need the meat for all sorts, so it's worth investing in. In all honesty, there wasn't much left to do today except waste the time away until tonight's festival. And in no time at all, I found myself on the pier with Blair, sea salt in the air, I swear, not in despair. I'm so sorry, just play the song. Watch out for that ledge, cause you might fall. I crack myself up. It's day 281 and the first day of my favorite season of all time. To start the day off, I rode Dusty up to Ridgeside, where I helped Kiara choose a wallpaper design that she's making for one of her clients, and handed Lorenzo a birthday gift. I also picked beef and bison meat out of the meat house, and replaced them with chevron and chicken seeds. What an odd experience. Back down in the valley, I scythed away all of my dead blueberry plants, and replaced them with a load of cranberry seeds, before making a quick trip to Ginger Island, to whack some weeds and have a look at Mr. Key's quests for the week. But none looked appealing to me, so I decided to skip it, and that's about all that happened today. So it's on to day 282. We had another double birthday today. I gave Zane a dino egg cause he's fancy like that, and Penny a poppy. On my way back home, I popped into Pierre's to have a browse, only to realize I think there's some trees I haven't planted yet, which were a camphor leaf tree and an avocado tree. Luckily, I was able to find some spare room in the orchard for both trees. That afternoon, I went on a mini adventure back to the Highlands as I had a couple of things left there for me to do. The first was to slay some of these green mushrooms for a green mushroom drop, as I'll need to ship one of these for the shipping collection. Second, I made my way back through the cave system to the pool of water on the other side so that I could catch a gemfish. And lastly, to collect my reward from Lance, a magic wand. which teleports enemies back when you hit them. Very cool. Day 283 began with, would you believe it, another birthday! Who would have guessed it? After giving Richard his birthday present, I paid a quick visit to Sprite Spring to pick some seasonal flowers before heading off to catch myself another legendary fish. It took me a while to hook one, but after a bit of time I was able to catch the angler, and I added it to my fish tank in the farmhouse. As for the rest of the day, I found myself pottering around the farm, adding more grass to the animal area, picking produce from the orchard, and riding Dusty around. I really enjoyed my cable car ride up to Ridgeside the morning of day 284, because I had 2 more frickin' birthday presents to give out. God, I swear it's never ending, man. First on my list was Yuma, apologies for the early wake up call, and second was Aria. I then bumped into Pippo and Acorn accompanied by a new character who went by the name of Sari. This is a long cutscene, so let me sum it up real quick. Pippo is Sari's son. They're on a journey to find a missing person. Andrea shows up. They all start bowing to her. They all have pointy ears like Andrea. We go into her hideaway. Turns out she's the long lost princess to the elven kingdom of Verd. She seems to have Stockholm syndrome, and understandably so, she says she'll think about returning home. I'm sorry, what just happened? So Andrea is a long-lost princess? Oh man, this is all too much even for me. So I thought I'd take a relaxing trip out to the desert, only to find Sandy had been hiding 6 tree saplings and flower seeds from me this whole time. Or I didn't think to scroll downwards, but nonetheless, shocking stuff. Before I could deal with the saplings, I picked my aloe and planted the flower seeds down on Ginger Island, and got to thinking about where I'd put these new seeds. I had the solution to extend the orchard space just below the crop fields and planted them here. I'll decorate it once they've finished growing. And after a full day of twists and turns, I was happy to go to bed that night. It was cutscene galore the morning of day 285, so I will do that thing where I sum it up, but only doing so using 3 words per situation. Gave Kimpoi bokchoy. Kimpoi, anxious socially. Maddie being mean. Mr. Agua wizard. Lorenzo has fun. Lenny tells story. Fix new greenhouse. Isabel in trouble. Brian worried. Assassins. Gave Elliot feather. Fished up disappointment. Collected wine. Yay. Shipped wine off. Sleepy time now. Okay, I promise I'll never do that again. It's day 286 and it was back to the ancient fruit picking grind today. Look people, I need a golden clock at some point and this bad boy is 10 million gold, so you're gonna have to put up with this for a bit longer. After that was done, I put myself back a casual 2 million gold to get myself the return scepter from Krobus. This magical staff lets you teleport home from anywhere and is going to make a nice addition to my arsenal of warp devices. Not too much happened for the rest of the day actually. I did add a couple more fish chests to the kitchen and organised it a bit, but that was about it. Using my Nexus, I paid Morgan a visit the morning of day 287 to give them a birthday present, before trading 120 jadestone for 120 staircases. I was a bit lost on what to do for the next while, until I remembered I wanted to enchant my sword up at the forge, so I infused 3 rubies into my galaxy sword, increasing its overall damage, and after buying 800 bombs from the dwarf, I headed to bed. Now you may be wondering, Poxil, that's an absurd amount of bombs. Well, let me just sum up the next 3 days. Skull Cavern, Skull Cavern, Skull Cavern. Okay, well, other things did happen. I completed a key quest which gave me 40 key gems. I got to level 100 in the caverns on day 288, and Mr. Key increased my overall health with some foul-tasting iridium snake milk. I got my 3rd autopetter the day after, and after 3 days of diving down the caverns, I managed to yoink a total of 954 iridium ore, 11 prismatic shards, and a hell of a lot of stone, copper, iron, and gold. Safe to say, my mining chest was looking pretty healthy. Which must put us on to day 291. I was happy to get away from the dusty caverns today and spend some time above ground. Over in town, I gave Jody a birthday present and donated off one of my mini prismatic shards to the museum, before paying a visit to the meat house so I could pick some chicken and plant a bunch of turkey seeds, and then pick some chivon and replace that with some duck seeds, and then I picked alpaca meat which I then replaced with frog meat seeds. And then I picked beast meat, which I replaced with bird meat seeds. I have no further comments. I then spent the day fishing. I caught a kitty fish and a puppy fish off of Shearwater Bridge, and then an ice pip down in the mines. I continued to fish on day 292, where I sought out fish to add to my fishing collections tab, including a void eel from the Witch's Swamp, a snatcher worm from the mutant buglear, a shiny lunaloo from the ocean on Ginger Island, and collected up my ancient fruit wine, but that goes without saying. We're skipping this part too. Day 293, I got to present Abigail with a pumpkin for her birthday before relocating my crab pots down to the ocean. Now that I had sufficient snails, crayfish and periwinkles back home, I wanted to catch some ocean critters. Day 294, I gave Ian a strawberry for his birthday. Then I found him on the steps leading to Ridgeside. I found out he has trouble spelling and I hope I can help him learn one day. And then it was back to fishing. This time I stationed myself at the Ridge Falls and caught some beautiful new fish like a ridge bluegill, a golden rose fin, and a fairy tale lionfish. I let off some steam on day 295 waiting for Sandy to open her shop. Or I'm just going insane! Either way, I got to give Sandy a crocus flower for her birthday before paying a visit to the island farm to pick some flowers I'd grown. And I picked up the 4 Precious Stones quest for the 3rd time. Come on, Key, mix it up a little bit. One quick stop back home meant I could store some flowers away and return to Key with 4 shards, which gave me another 40 key gems. I had quite the haul now, so I spent them on a horse flute and a couple of Junimo chests. The chests I placed down on both farms, and the horse flute lets me summon Dusty anywhere at any time. Now that is very cool. That afternoon I made 24 more crystallariums, which I placed down in my shed, planted some pineapple seeds and rice shoots down on the island farm, and put honey, wheat and hops into kegs I made to make mead, beer and pale ale. I had a nightmare on day 296. I was revamping the sheds with torches and spicing them up with flooring and walls, you know, to give it some more pizzazz. But I accidentally trashed my catalogue by accident. So of course I went into town to get another one from Pierre's, only to forget it's the Valley Fair today. I'm writing this day off for sure. Day 297, I decided to do a bit of gambling at the casino. That club card I'd gotten a while ago blasts away the bouncer in the way of entering the casino. I hit up the slot machine and hoped with good daily luck, the lucky ring, the lucky charm, and a +2 luck bonus from a dewberry would provide a jackpot for me. I didn't quite hit the jackpot, but I did get 3 shells, which gave me more than enough tokens to buy the last rare crow I needed, which I placed back down on the farm. And then I made some more weird machines, which I reorganized, kind of. I'll figure them out at some point. Day 298, I gave Marnie a birthday present, planted some bee balm seeds down on the island farm, finally replanted another mango tree on the farm after whacking it down about 90 days ago, and spent 9 prismatic shards to try and get the archaeologist trait on my hoe. But I didn't get it. Sometimes I just can't win with this game. God, I hate day 299. I literally did nothing, and here we finally are on day 300. As is tradition in all of my 100 days videos, I spend the final day soaking in the spa and reflecting on the last 100 days. Safe to say it's been another big adventure. We'd freed a trapped soul, we're on the brink of opening the spirit realm and cleansing the ridge of corruption, and we finally found true love. You may be wondering what is to come in the next 400 days. Well, for that, my friends, you'll just have to wait until next time. Also, before we finish, a UFO! Starting right back from where we left off at the end of the last video, we're here in fall of year 3 on day 301, and boy golly it's good to be back. The day started with a leisurely cable ride up to Ridgeside so that I could hand my mother-in-law a birthday gift, and back down in the valley it was also Robin's birthday, so I gave her some yummy goat's cheese. Don't worry though, I'm having to give out less and less birthday gifts now since it's been a few years of gift giving, thank God. So with them out of the way, I made my way to the recently acquired Hike Trail greenhouse, which, if you remember correctly, I've nicknamed the Meat House. Yeah, it's a little odd, but I got to harvest turkey, duck, and bird meat, plant some dragon meat down, and I picked some frog meat. I'm trying to normalize myself saying all of these things, but I just haven't quite brought myself around to it just quite yet. Anyway, as the afternoon rolled around, I was on my way to take some jade stone to the desert trader, but it seemed Luna didn't want me to go quite so soon. I did eventually make it, and I traded a bunch of jade stone in return for some staircases that I'm hoping will come in handy later on. And while I was there, I traded the desert totem crafting recipe for 10 iridium bars, and on top of that, I caught myself the scorpion carp to add to my fishing collection. Back home, after a great first day back on Mega Modded Farm, I decided to get some sleep. Which means it's straight on to day 302. I used my beach obelisk this morning to empty out my crab pots and refilled them with bait. I only had a couple of crab pot fish to catch for the fishing collection, but I'll admit I was getting quite unlucky. That aside, I made a trip over to Ginger Island to pick up some bananas and scythe down some unmilled rice that I had planted at the end of the last video. I then passed by Key's Walnut Room and was outraged to see that he was offering the Key's Cuisine quest for, I'm pretty sure, the 4th week in a row. Granted, after some thought, it was a pretty easy quest to do, so I took it. But I was starting to think that Key was being spiteful. Over in Leo's hut, I asked his bird where I could get my hands on some more golden walnuts, and was pleased to say it gave me a pretty sound clue. So I went back again, only to find it's limited to 1 clue a day, I guess. I'm very clearly not happy about that. So I took fate into my own hands and ventured into the volcano dungeon, where I found a mummified bat amongst some rocks. Professor Snail was stoked at my discovery, and I got another walnut. By the time I got back home, it was getting dark, so I thought it would be best to finish up for the day. The rain was coming down on day 303, but I didn't let that halt my productivity for the day. To be honest, I spent it mooching around Ridgeside. I paid Maddie an early morning visit to give her some coral for her birthday. I caught one of Ridgeside Village's legendary fish, the sockeye salmon from the village river. Added the blade-tail sturgeon to my fishing collection by catching it outside of Geo's hut, and picked up a special quest from Maddie to get a stack of bug steaks for Mr. Agua. Whether they're for science or for consumption, I'm not gonna judge. Back on the farm that evening, I was able to scrounge together 10 out of the 20 bug steaks Maddie needed and stared into the void for a while. And suddenly it was day 304. I was determined to get this special quest done today, and after stopping by Evelyn's in town to hand George a birthday gift, I sprayed on some Chanel No. 5 Monster Musk and hit the mines for bug meat. With the Galaxy Sword in hand, it was nothing short of a massacre. And yeah, that's the nicest way I could put it. But I was racking up bug meat left, right and center. By the late afternoon, I warped home with my pockets full. Blair surprised me soon after by inviting me out on a fishing date to the fishing pond beside Marnie's, and I thought that'd be a great idea. Not so great was the sudden lack of a bed. No, seriously, why is it not there but sleeping is still an option? I didn't have time to worry about it too much though, because I had to take the steaks up to the water treatment plant that night, and I dumped all 20 steaks in a bin for Maddie. She walked right past me, but she didn't say a damn thing. That's okay though, because despite not having a bed, Blair still wanted to have a baby, and I'm not gonna ask any questions or elaborate any further. Instead, we're going to move on to day 305. I tried to fix the bed situation. I could pick it up, but it still didn't change the fact that it was invisible. So I took a break from that to spend time with my lovely wife. We were having a lovely time on our fishing date when we started to reel something big in, but it was just Kiwi.
Hi, how are you?
I wasn't even going to try to explain to Blair that Kiwi was actually a Junimo. Instead, I popped by Robin's to buy us a new bed. I picked out the deluxe double bed, placed it down in the farmhouse, and prayed that this one would just stay normal. I found myself at Gus's that afternoon to purchase even more cooking recipes and to buy a bunch of coffee, which I used to make triple shot espressos back on the farm to then ship away for Key's Cuisine quest. It's a very easy way to do this quest if you're thriving financially. I thought for a bit what I could do next, until I remembered Lenny asking me to provide materials to renovate Ridgeside's community greenhouse, and after gathering everything up from my chests, I made my way there. I found Ian at Lenny's hoping for a letter back from his family, although no such letter had arrived, and after consoling him I found out that he worked so hard to send them money since they're not so well off. But after our chat he seemed to cheer up, and I was able to dump all of the materials for the greenhouse into Lenny's chest. As for the rest of the day, well, you could say not a lot happened. And truthfully, yeah, not a lot happened. Day 306 happened though. It started with a trip up the mountain to Ridgeside, where I found Lorenzo reliving some childhood memories and handing Corrine a birthday gift. However, I figured today should be all about making Belinda and Reii's portal to the spirit realm dream come true. So I had an extensive look, even making some notes through the blessed artifact pages over in Geo's hut. Then I went in search of the 9 relics. Now the first relic I found was the Sapphire Pearl. I found it by fishing it out of Tort's Pond. The second was the moose statue beside the bench that overlooks the valley. The third I found on the 3rd floor of the log cabin by smacking the ballerina painting, where I got the ancient music box. The fourth was the Everfrost Stone, which I found by smacking a wall with an axe at Nightingale Orchard. The fifth relic was dug up by the abandoned shack, now occupied by Andrea. Quick side note, I came across a sad looking Aria who I had to help console because she failed a school paper and was too scared to tell Maeve. And honestly, I would be too. The sixth relic I got by watering the statue in the Hike Trail greenhouse. Number 7, I found the village hero sculpture by fishing in the well by the Amethyne's mansion. Another quick side note, I found out Sunny actually died the night he was saved by the mountain spirit. She only brought him back to life so that he'd bring her offerings, and the consequences for her actions is that Sunny will never be able to see her. Yeah, that whole thing sounds like something I just shouldn't get involved in. Anyway, the last relic I got today was the Fox Mask, which I got for standing still for a very long time. Something I seem to be very good at. To finish off a huge day of relic gathering, I gathered up as much ancient fruit wine as I possibly could before passing out. Day 307, I was right back to gathering the rest of my wine from last night, and it's now that I would like to show off a new mod I installed for the series. The HarvestWithScythe mod. Thank you to some suggestions in the comments from my last video. They proposed I install this mod to help me with my ample amount of ancient fruit. And I must say, I cannot believe I've gone this long without it. Once all of the ancient fruit were back fermenting in their kegs for the week, I found Paula taking some time to herself at Pika's shop, where I handed her a birthday gift. Afterwards, I realized I was short one relic to open the spirit portal. And referring back to my notes, I found the opal halo hiding behind the cable car station. But opening that old can of worms would have to wait, as it was the Spirits Eve festival tonight. I made my way through this year's maze, grabbed the golden pumpkin from the chest, found my way all the way back, and headed home. It's day 308, we have all 9 relics now, so let's go and open ourselves a portal. Although I had to quickly pop by Susan's place to hand her a golden pumpkin for her birthday. Okay, now we can do the cool thing. Dusty and I rode up to the Ridge Falls and started to place the relics on their corresponding pedestals. As the last relic was placed, Reii, Belinda and the others all appeared to witness the opening of the portal. Once it was open, I was given a rundown on how to navigate the spirit realm. To keep it simple, green crystals were there to teleport me around the islands. I was to put out 5 flames that controlled the corruption, and the pink crystals were to be used if I ever needed a quick exit. And with Reii and Belinda's words ringing in my ears, I headed through into the portal. And I think it's time for a spirit cleansing montage. With the final flame extinguished, Gabriella was expelled from the spirit realm and it was put back to normal. After receiving thanks from Reii and Belinda, they explained a new farm may have just opened up at the summit of the mountain. Geo also made his feelings clear soon after everyone had left, and I'm a little hurt actually. On a lighter note, the Ridgeside Community Greenhouse was reopened that night, so that's nice. That aside, today's adventure was a fun way to end the fall season. It's back to feeling the brisk feeling of winter on day 309. Now I've heard of yellow snow, but green snow? You may want to get that checked out with a doctor. To start the day, I rode Dusty through town so I could pay our old pal Krobus a visit for a birthday surprise. I was about to leave when I doubled back and rubbed my eyes to see he was selling radioactive seeds. And I can't say no to that, now can I? So of course I had to plant down some winter seeds and the radioactive seeds in my crop fields. I then almost had to do a spit take when I saw Key was offering the Key's Cuisine quest again! I may have to get this man some different clothes so that he can grasp the understanding of variety. In better news, I dug up my first snake spine. Well, second, but I don't want to talk about it. I'm sure it won't take me ages to find the next one, right? Right? After spending 300,000 gold at Gus's for coffee to turn them into triple shot espressos, to only make a third of the gold back to ship it off for Key's quest, because 25 key gems is totally worth it, I got an early night's sleep. I was giving Jerick a birthday gift the morning of day 310 when I got distracted by a chicken. Don't tell me you wouldn't either, because that is simply not true. I was around Ridgeside because I wanted to explore the so-called Summit Farm. It only took a short ride through the Ridge Mountain with Dusty to get to the farm, and I made a start clearing a path through all the debris. It was an incredible view once I made it to the other side. I even noticed some minecarts around the outskirts of the farm. The house wasn't looking too bad either, considering the lack of a human presence, but I'm kinda stuck on what to do with this space, so I'm offering it up to you to decide. Leave a comment on what you think I should do with the space. The most popular suggestion I'll do in the final episode. As for the rest of the day, I dug up another golden walnut over on Ginger Island, and wondered if I could do anything about this green snow. Day 311 can be summed up pretty easily. It was a day of cooking, and I won't drone on about it because trust me when I say this, there will be a lot more of these days over the next 100 days. Day 312 was the exact same as yesterday, to be honest, slowly but surely ticking off every cooking recipe. I took a break from the heat of the kitchen on day 313. I was able to pick some produce from my orchard this morning before heading out to deliver some gifts to a group of villagers close to Full Hearts. I thought if I do this now, then that's a few more birthdays I don't have to worry about down the track. So that's exactly what I did. By the mid-afternoon, I'd given out the last gift. So I potted around Ginger Island for a bit, unlucky not to get another artifact spot. Then finished the day collecting up my ancient fruit wine. At least it was a bit earlier this week, so I didn't pass out. Rolling right along to day 314, it was back to the ancient fruit harvest. Let me tell you something though, this HarvestWithScythe mod is an absolute game changer. I mean, just look at me go. And after dumping all of the fruit back into kegs, I ventured back out into the valley to hand out gifts to those close to max hearts. In between handing them out, I helped Bert out with a parenting problem that he had with Trini, and I helped him pick out a surprise date for him and Olga to go on. Aww. I gave my final gift out to Evelyn that evening, and by the time I got home it was getting late, so I just called it in for the night. I found myself mooching the morning of day 315. I did collect some oak resin and rode Dusty around the island farm hoping to see an artifact spot. But I did find something to do later on. My dragon meat had finished growing in the meat house, so I picked it and replaced it with horse meat. Nobody told Dusty that. I then hauled a pile of just under 200 Omni Geodes to Clint's in hopes that I could knock off the minerals collection tab. I donated what I could to Gunther when I ran out of space, circled back home to free up some inventory space for round 2, then popped into Clint's again to repeat the process. Again I donated, freed up space, and was back to Clint's for round 3. But it was all worth the effort when Clint opened the final mineral I needed, and there's nothing more satisfying than a completed collections tab. I celebrated in typical Poxial fashion by staring out over the farm atop Dusty, doing absolutely nothing for the rest of the night. I had some winter forageables to pick the morning of day 316. You already know how this goes by now, so here's me planting down another batch. A new week means new special quests, and would you bloody believe it, Key's Cuisine is back for its 6th consecutive week in a row. I still took it. But that would have to wait as today was the Festival of Ice. And since I'm boycotting all future egg hunts, I've got to find victory by other means. And you know what? I think this'll do. You may be wondering if I spent my time wisely the morning of day 317. Well, the short answer is, I didn't. I waited for Gus's shop to open for a solid 4 hours. Also, I can mass produce more triple shot espressos to complete another week of Key's Cuisine. I then took off to the Ridge Mountain to try my luck catching some new fish. I was getting berated by monsters and I won't lie, it almost ended in absolute disaster. I guess that's what I get for trying to catch fish that only swim in waters surrounded by monsters. But it all paid off when I caught the crimson spiked clam, and another Ridgeside legendary fish, the Deep Ridge Angler. After which I quickly warped my way home to safety and showed off my newest catch. Come to think of it, Dusty will be fine up there, right? I called him to me just before bed just to make sure, and honestly, he's never looked better. I began day 318 with an early morning ride to Robin's, so that I could give Sebastian a void egg for his birthday, before swinging by the mines to catch myself a lava eel. You'd think I would have caught one by now with all the trash fishing I've done, but apparently not. I then made an effort to restock my crab pots. I have been doing this for weeks now, and I still haven't caught a mussel or a lobster. I managed to find some ginseng seeds I hadn't planted yet from the dwarf later that evening, and waited around the mountain lake until it got late so that I could catch a midnight carp to add to my fishing collection. Again, you'd think I would have caught one by now. As I went to bed that night, the miracle of childbirth happened overnight, and we were blessed with a baby girl. A child so precious shall be called Bingus. Blair didn't veto the name, so I guess it's a keeper. Day 319 started off down at the beach. I had convinced myself that you could catch an octopus in the wintertime. I later found out that you couldn't. So yeah, everyone laughed at the dum-dum. I had a much better afternoon though. I gave Kia here a clam for his birthday, planted my ginseng seeds down on the island farm, and finished the day picking produce from my orchard. As for day 320, well, it started off with a ride into town to hand Gunther a birthday gift. I gave him a rabbit's foot because he's another fickle man to find gifts for. Then I thought I'd try my luck with some artifact troves I traded with the desert trader. But I watched Clint walk off as I remembered that he doesn't work on a Friday. He'd rather stare at a furnace in the community center than help me in my hour of need. Come back, Clint. Not to worry though, instead I got back to the cooking grind for the rest of the day. I guess you could say the metaphorical chef's hat came back out. And after a day's worth of cooking and my chests now overflowing, I decided to relocate them all down to the cellar. Purely so I can collect everything I've cooked, just so you can all see how much suffering I went through to cook 7 pages worth of recipes. And as the day came to an end, I collected up another batch of ancient fruit wine and shipped it off. Well, I bet you can guess how day 321 started. And after I'd wrapped up the weekly ancient fruit harvest, I paid a quick visit to Clint's to whack open a few artifact troves. Unfortunately, I came up short with no new artifacts, so I went out in search of one of them myself. I did find Krobus having some fun with a Junimo though, so that's kinda cute. The arrowhead artifact has a small chance to be dug up from an artifact spot, and it's one of the last 3 artifacts that I need. Yet again, I was met with disappointment as I couldn't find it. The prehistoric scapula is another artifact still left to find, and it can be found from breaking bone nodes at the dig site on Ginger Island. Bone nodes. However, it seems disappointment followed me all the way across the GMC and I didn't get it. So I quickly returned home to forget about today. And move on to day 322. I noticed a piece of marble for sale at the market day stalls in town that morning, so I waited patiently to buy it for a crafting recipe later on. I'm not putting it up to chance with Mr. Unreliable working at the blacksmith. It was Harvey's birthday today too, so I gave him a rabbit's foot. Later that morning I found myself back at the dig site, this time to fish up a piece of spine, which I passed on to Professor Snail for further research. I then ventured around the valley again in hopes of digging up an arrowhead artifact. I'll give you one guess if I got it or not. Your clue is it starts with N and rhymes with low. It was to Key's walnut room soon after, so I could spend, maybe not so well earned, key gems on 5 mushroom seeds, which I planted down to make a start on decorating the funky gap between my crop fields and the path. I began day 323 at the island farm, whacking weeds and checking in with the Keymeister for special quests. He isn't offering Key's cuisine this week, and maybe it's because I've seen it so much, but I think I kinda miss it. Never thought I'd say that. I did the same up at Ridgeside and picked up Blair's Upper Creek quest again. I then did something you would call controversial. I chopped down the oak tree farm. I know, it's hard to see it go. I think it's one of the first things I ever made on the farm way back when we were just starting out this series. But it had to go because in its place the golden clock would soon take over. That night I tried to catch an octopus in the submarine at the night market, but realized it probably wasn't gonna happen. So instead I'll show you me working on the golden clock space again. See, nothing dumb going on here. It was Louis' birthday on day 324, and I was on my way to surprise him with a Highland Butterwort when I got to overhearing a squabble between Zane and Maeve. I would have paid attention, but Maeve started clipping into a chair and I really lost all track of the conversation. Don't worry though, Louis got his birthday present. After those shenanigans, I got back to cooking away in the kitchen, and that's what took up the rest of my day. Serenity, tranquility, calm. No, I'm not describing my new spa business venture. That's how I describe day 325. It consisted of picking produce from the orchard and fishing at the Ridgeside River for harvester trouts next to Carmen, until she walked away. By 4 in the afternoon, when the run of harvester trout stopped, I had 3 out of the 10 I needed and spent the evening bumming around the farm, smelting iridium, chucking the lava eel into a pond to replace the sturgeons, and having some sleepy times. Day 326 was a pretty similar story. I gave Freddy a birthday gift, emptied and refilled my crab pots, and returned to Ridgeside to fish most of the day away, catching more harvester trouts. And by the time 4 o'clock had rolled around again, I walked away with 3 more. Yeah, it's not as many as I'd like, but hey, it's for my lovely wife, so no complaints here. And frankly, that's about it for today. So I guess it's on to day 327. It's an odd thing to come across half-grown mushroom trees. I'm not even sure if they're meant to be like this. I've just never seen mushroom trees in the winter apparently. But please let me know if this is normal or not. Either way, I couldn't ignore Marlon's birthday, so I handed him a rabbit's foot. Picked up some more hay for my animal friends since they'd chewed their way through a whole silo worth, and returned to the Ridgeside River for the 3rd consecutive day. Luckily though, it was the last day. I caught the final trout, put all 10 into a bin beside Carmen's place, and ticked off another special quest. That evening, another round of ancient fruit wine was awaiting collection, so I went around my sheds collecting it all up so that I could ship it away before bed. I won't skip over the ancient fruit harvest this morning, because it'll be one of the last. With my pockets overflowing with gold from weeks of meticulous ancient fruit winemaking, I could afford the priciest decoration in all of Stardew Valley, the golden clock. And after purchasing it, I felt like I could float to heaven now that I had emptied my life savings onto this thing. But hey, it looks great, and that's another thing I can tick off on my way towards perfection. I was conducting my usual mooching around the farm nighttime routine that evening when I entered my slime hutch and was surprised to see that all of my slimes had lost their colours. Now that I think about it, I think I did see a witch fly over a few nights ago, but I couldn't be bothered to change it. I did enjoy the squelchy sounds though. It's day 329 and it started with a visit to Ridgeside so that I could join Pika in bed and hand him a birthday gift. Consensually, I swear. Afterwards, I popped by Marnie's again, this time to buy some more rabbits. Subtly named Hip, Hop, Hup, and Hap. I bought Hip, Hop, Hup, and Hap in hopes of obtaining more rabbit feet, as they're a universally loved gift that can be iridium quality. Which is great when you have people who only love cooking dishes. I'm looking at you, Pierre. And about 50 NPCs to get to max hearts. Soon after, I was at the dig site to break some more bone nodes. Bone nodes. When I accidentally got my first golden coconut. But that would have to wait, as today was the first of many episodes in this video, the continuation of season 3, and your favourite segment of all time, Panning with Poxio! With special guest Dusty. Any words you'd like to say to the thousands of people watching, Dusty? Spoken like a true panning guru. Well, let's be honest now, you all know how this works. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to pan up a ring today, but the total for the season still stands at 3, which, fun fact, is tied for the record right now from season 2. Moving right along to day 330, it began with a trip to the Walnut Room where I picked up Key's Hungry Challenge. Finally, I was going to put those many staircases I traded to good use. Hold your horses though, because first of all I had to check Ridgeside for special quests. And I picked up Mr. Agwa's Geology Research quest that tasked me to find and hand over 30 magma geodes. But I was too excited to use my staircases, so I headed to the Skull Caverns. Using my staircases, I made my way down the caverns, dodging all harm thanks to the Desert Trader, only taking a slight deviation to open a chest and stumbling upon my 4th autopetter for the series. I hit level 100 in no time and I got the heck out of there. The rest of my day was, to say, less action-packed. I gave my lava eel some fire quartz, picked produce from the orchard, and decorated a path around the mushroom trees, all before hitting the hay. It was Leah's birthday on day 331, and after handing her a cheeky wee truffle, I came across Louie and Sunny by the bus stop. Louie was inviting me to come and play with him and his friends, and while it was clear that he was still learning how to be nicer, the thought was there. And I had a great time joining in on the fun. Right afterwards, I paid Clint a visit to crack that golden coconut I'd found the other day. It gave me another walnut, but even better, I could now purchase them at the island trader. So wasting no time, I went to the desert to pick up some final coconuts and warped my way over to the island. At the trader, I got my hands on 4 golden coconuts, which I took all the way back to Clint's. I was looking for a fossilized skull, and thank goodness I got one. This was so I could hand it over to Professor Snail to complete another set. And for my efforts, I was rewarded with more golden walnuts and a banana sapling. I then thought a good use of my time could be spent in the mines, making a start on Mr. Ugwa's quest to get 30 magma geodes. And using some leftover bombs I had found in my chests, I went along carpet bombing each level to maximize my chance of finding geodes. This continued to day 332, as unfortunately I didn't get quite enough the night before. Just as afternoon approached, I picked up the last geode I needed, and made my way to the water treatment plant. Inside though, I interrupted a serious conversation happening between Magnus and Mr. Ugwa. It seems there's some bad juju underneath Ridgeside. My words, not theirs. And they're after my help, since apparently I just made my way through Mr. Ugwa's magical field when I saw him doing magic. Supposedly normal people can't do that. I guess I'm just not like the other girls. So I agreed to keep a lookout while they continued their investigation. Back to what I was doing though, I dumped the 30 geodes into a bin to finish the geology research quest, before finding Freddy lost in thought outside his house. He felt comfortable telling me a story about his past. A very long story short, he and Lola were once assassins, and served to protect the everyday citizen. One day, unfortunately, they lost their child, who they had told to stay in a toy shop as they went to help a nearby attack. But it all went pear-shaped, and unfortunately he didn't make it, so they bought the toy in remembrance. Freddy offered it up to my future kids, so I hope one day I can bring Bingus up here to play with it one day soon. While I was around, I popped in quickly to the meat house to pick the horse meat I'd planted a while ago. There's a joke here somewhere, but I just can't seem to find it. There isn't much to say about day 333. I harvested radioactive ore, picked produce from the orchard, and headed into town for the Feast of the Winter Star Festival. My person this year was Ezekiel, so I gave him a cauliflower. All I got this year was a purple mushroom. I'm putting that pretty low on the list, Isabel. Pretty damn low. Just don't tell her what I did with it when I got home. You saw nothing. Rolling right along to day 334, I got to collect up a bunch of radioactive bars before visiting Ridgeside again. Corrine made her dad apologize for being rude to me when I found his ring that one time, and he showed me what was in that ring. It was a picture of him, Corrine, and his late wife. And it was nice to see a vulnerable side to Ezekiel. I was really here at Ridgeside to give Shanice a birthday gift, but I wasn't around for long because it was time for another episode of your favorite segment of all time, Panning with Poxio! With special guest Dusty. Not only did I find a prehistoric scapula while clearing out the dig site for today's episode, but I also managed to pan up our 4th lucky ring of the season, bringing our total to 4, and breaking the previous record. I had to finish early tonight however, as I needed time to collect my ancient fruit wine before bed of course. Apparently, splurging 10 million gold on the golden clock wasn't going to stop me from chasing that bag. I was back to another ancient fruit harvest on day 335, mainly because I wanted to have enough money to cover my bases for any future projects or endeavours. So after the kegs were full once again of fermenting ancient fruit, I had a couple of birthday gifts to hand out, one to Irene and one to Sophia. Then it was off to the museum to hand over the scapula I had found yesterday, before trying my luck on Ginger Island for that second snake spine, and calling it a night. It was the final day of winter on day 336, and it started off with a few odd jobs around the farm. With the bunch of grass starter I'd bought from Pierre's, I topped up the animal pen with grass for spring just around the corner. It turned to the afternoon pretty suddenly, and I was on my way to Shiro's when I caught the end of what I gathered was a very close call. It was pretty obvious why Yuma is always out and about doing things for his brother, but he seemed pretty upset. Outside, Shiro expressed his gratitude towards Yuma, saying that he feels bad for taking his childhood because of his injury. But they made up, and I hope Yuma gets to play with the other kids more now. Coincidentally, I was actually here for Shiro's birthday, so I made sure to give him his gift. Back on the farm, I passed the time making room in my hub area for more chests. I don't know what I'll need him for, but I'm sure I'll need him. Dusty and I took a moment to overlook the valley, but before I knew it, I was attending my third Ember of Resolutions festival. As per usual, I put my log down, watched the flames of the bonfire grow, and wished for the greatest gift of all time, more lucky rings. The green snow has melted away, the doctor suggested no more broccoli. And here we are on day 337, the first day of spring and the start of our 4th year in the valley. Sophia's friend Scarlett paid a visit to the farm to let me know that I could now visit her in Grampleton via the kiosk at the railroad. Yeah, just what I need, another villager to get to max hearts. The day started on a slight rough note as I forgot that the winter forageables don't turn into dead plants, they just straight up disappear. So I had to spend a good chunk of my morning fixing all of that so I could plant down an absurd amount of strawberry plants. But it was nice to have it back to the aesthetically pleasing standard I strive to uphold. To round out the day, Corrine had a weird interaction with Geo. Maybe she's going to become a part of the cult? Who knows? I handed my favourite tortoise a birthday gift worthy of the gods and fixed up the golden clock paths with more stone walkways. Carrying on to day 338, I dabbled in a bit of fishing today. I caught myself a grass carp from the secret woods, a king salmon from the west woods, and while I was there I thought I'd stick around to catch a dorado. Over on the pier, my crab pots had also finally caught a lobster. And I looked over the fish I had left to catch. I have to say, we're getting pretty close. Although I clearly was not satisfied with the inadequate amount of crab pots I had, so I added a few more around the pier just to be sure. And I accidentally gave one to Carmen. Oopsie. My fishing excursion had eaten away the day, so I quickly looked at keys and Ridgeside special quests for the week, but none took my fancy, so I headed home for the night. I said good morning to Hip Hop, Hop and Hap to start the day on day 339. I need them at full hearts to be making iridium quality rabbit's feet, so this is going to be a daily thing I do. I then spent the morning picking some new produce from the orchard, and went out in search of some legendary fish. And would you believe it, I caught the legend on the first attempt. That usually takes me a few tries, so it's safe to say I was stoked. I had to wait a while to catch the final Ridgeside legendary fish, so to pass the time I emptied another round of crab pots, searched the island for artifact spots, and admired my mushroom trees in the rain with Dusty. But later that night it ticked past 8 o'clock, and I attempted to catch the final legendary fish. It proved pretty difficult, and I got a lullaby carp, a new fish I wasn't even trying for, which hey, I'm not mad about. But I managed to finally hook the waterfall snakehead, which meant I had caught all the legendary fish. I went to bed that night most certainly dreaming about how, wait for it, awesome I am. I was up and at him the morning of day 340. I paid Kent's place an early morning visit so I could hand him a birthday gift and warped my way to Ridgeside. Tort and I found Geo and Kiwi monster hunting, and to Geo's horror, I decided to let a trapped monster go. But Kiwi seemed to appreciate it. I was here in fact to fish for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' distant cousin, and while I tried really hard to ignore Daya practicing her dagger skills nearby, I added the Cape Tree Frog to my fishing collection. Back down in the valley, I got into a conversation with Shiro about his injury, explaining to me he got it in a freak paratrooping accident after he enlisted as a soldier. He told me Yuma saw the whole thing, and that's why he feels like he has to look after him so much. But Shiro seemed better being able to chat about it. That afternoon, I was back on Ginger Island in search of some more golden walnuts. Leo's bird said I'd find one in the shelly stones on the beach, but I turned up nothing and was evidently not very happy about that. So upset in fact that I parked myself by the golden clock for a while. Maybe I was just getting a snack. I guess we'll never know. The day doesn't end there though. I tried my luck fishing around the mountain ridge. I had another fish to catch, but I got a little too cocky and I really don't want to talk about it. Instead, let's move on to day 341. A mod I added to this series was the tractor mod. Essentially, it assists with crop growing, allowing you to mass hoe or water dirt. Let's be real though, I probably won't use it much, but hey, I bought it anyway. Of course I had to decorate around it too. It'd be rude not to. Adding the tractor to the farm has taken up most of the day, so I thought I'd kick back and relax at the casino. I bought the statue of Endless Fortune from the shady guy in the corner and spun the wheel at the pokies until I had enough tokens tokens to purchase a statue of treasure from the shop, both of which I placed down beside the golden clock. By the time night came, I was back at the Ridge Mountain risking my life to catch one of the last fish I needed to catch. This time, however, it went much better and I hooked myself a Cardius septal jellyfish. But that was enough danger for one day, so I headed home for the night. Day 342, I woke up and paid the desert trader an early morning visit to get some more artifact troves. I hauled them over to Clint's hoping to find the last two, and sure, I may have got the arrowhead, but I still had one left, and that was fine. I'm not mad at all. After picking some more produce from the orchard, I decided to take matters into my own hands. The last artifact I needed was a dwarf gadget. Actually, I needed two, but that's a whole nother story. So I took my bombs to the mines and farmed away for magma geodes, as I had a pretty good chance to open a geode and find one. And that's how I spent the rest of the day. Now, would you believe me if I said I did the exact same thing on day 343? Of course you would. And you'd be correct. It was a day filled with bright flashes, big booms, but most importantly, more magma geodes. I was over the mines by day 344. My morning was spent giving Lance a birthday gift, scouting Ginger Island for a sign of any artifact spots, and opening 2 days worth of geodes for the final artifact, which, for the record, I did not get. Being a fresh new week, Key had some more quests available for me, and I was excited to see danger in the deep. So I quickly ran home, picked a pile of staircases, and headed to the mines. I would usually just staircase all the way down, but I vaguely remembered the island trader sells galaxy souls if you slay a certain number of dangerous monsters. So as I went down, I took some time to try and reach that number. The iridium needle dagger that I found was putting in some good work too. The adventure down the mines extended onto day 345. I kinda ran out of time yesterday. I should also add I gave Anton a birthday gift too. I spent a good chunk of time meandering my way to the bottom, reaching level 120 by the afternoon. And to round out the day I gave Lance another gift, picked some produce from the orchard, and took a lap around the farm on my snazzy new tractor. Just before bed, however, I collected up the wine from my keg sheds to ship away for a bit of a cash injection. I had a birthday gift to hand out on day 346, Vincent's to be exact. And after he got his bunch of grapes, I paid a quick visit to the walnut room to spend my well-earned key gems. I bought Pierre's missing stock list and as many crafting recipes as I could. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough to buy all of them. By handing Pierre's missing stock list back to him, I unlocked every single seed from across every season. And there is a lot of seeds. Really, I just wanted to get all of the meat seeds I hadn't harvested yet, but oh my god. Over at the meat house, I planted down some mutton, ostrich, pork, and rabbit meat seeds. Afterwards, I decided to just cook the rest of the day away. Oh, and I caught a few eels for future recipes too. The sun was back out again on day 347, and to begin this beautiful day, I popped into the log cabin hotel to give Isabel a loved birthday present. Maybe that's something she can aspire to next time she has to give someone a gift. Over in the town square, I picked up Richard's special quest to assist the hotel with a backup power source. And all the way across the GMC on the island farm, I hoped for a miracle. Truly devastating scenes. I did get the Shelly Stone Walnut though, so I guess that's a good compensation. I returned to Leo's bird who gave me the location of another walnut, so I took off, slayed the tiger slimes to receive one of the last walnuts. I then realized the last walnuts I needed were from donating the final snake spine. Dusty and I were back to fluffing around the farm that night, and not a lot happened, except maybe for some ore smelting. So it's on to day 348. I made myself some solar panels this morning to put in the desert sun, in hopes they'd provide some extra batteries for Richard's backup power quest. Let's hope they help. I then paid a visit to Ridgeside to hand everyone's favourite army man, sorry Kenton Shiro, Ezekiel a birthday present. Right after that it was back to the desert and to the casino, and I must do some explaining here, because I have one artifact left to get, and I need it twice. But you see, the Statue of Treasures has been giving me artifact troves every single day. My logic was to play the slots, rack up enough tokens to buy like 5 of them. You can only buy 1 a day by the way, and hoard artifact troves. I may be biased, but I thought it was a pretty smart plan. I placed the first of many statues down in the living room so that I could collect it on the way out every morning. You also might be concerned about Bingus being close to an open flame, but I can assure you, it's fine. I can't say too much happened for the rest of the day. I picked some produce from my orchard again and popped into the spirit realm just because I'm nosy. There wasn't too much to say about day 349, that's because it was the Egg Festival day. I popped another statue of treasure down before heading into town, but I kept my promise. I bought some strawberry seeds and scoffed at the thought of another egg hunt. And genuinely, I just left. I take my boycotting very seriously, I'll have you know. Day 350 was upon us, and what better way to start off such a day than to be waiting outside the casino to get another statue and handing out birthday gifts to the villagers of the valley. Most of the day was taken up by crafting actually. My hub area was a distinct indication of mass hoarding, which worked in my favour as I had most of everything I needed. So as the day went on, I kept ticking off more and more craftables from the list. However, the lack of hardwood and other things made it hard to continue as it got dark, so I called it a night. The rain was back on day 251, but that didn't stop me from handing Olivia a birthday gift and getting the final statue of treasure from the casino, after which I had a very wholesome family moment with Blair, Luna and Bingus. Aww, isn't that just cute? By the afternoon, my mind was back to crafting, and I purchased a stack of iron ore from Clint's so that I could replace the iron bars I'd spent crafting to craft more things. I circled by Pierre's to get some flower seeds, purely so that I could craft the tub of flowers later, and collected hardwood from the Secret Woods and Ginger Island, since I was going through a bit of a shortage. Then I smelted iron and quartz into the late hours of the night. The rain was still pelting down on day 352. I'll admit that was on me though, because the batteries I was getting from the lightning were putting my solar panels to shame, and I needed quite a few for Richard's quest. Shortly afterwards, I was back to Ginger Island to scout out some more artifact spots. Unfortunately, none were found, but I did pick up Danger in the Deep again from Keys, so... Oh hey, fancy seeing you here. Welcome to day 353. We're here on Ginger Island for another episode of Panning with Poxio with special guest Dusty. Now, in no words can I describe what happened today. Instead, I'm just gonna show you. That's right people, we got 8 lucky rings today. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 8 this day. Day 353 from the Mega Modded series will go down in history as the single most successful day in channel history. And quite frankly, I don't want this day to end. After a day like that, you could imagine I was riding a high on day 354. First things first, I had to sort my inventory out and put my lucky rings in a safe space, since I now had so many. I then found Naomi at the log cabin hotel to give her a gift for her birthday, before returning to the island in search of more artifact spots. As you can imagine, this was a very heartbreaking moment. So close, yet so far. In better news though, I hauled my stack of artifact troves I'd been collecting to Clint's for him to smack open, and I got the final artifact. I dropped it off to Gunther, and with the museum now complete, I got my hands on the second to last star drop. Being the nosy little rat that I am, I took a look at the total percentage towards perfection, and all I can say is, nice. Which must mean it's day 355. The morning started off with a few chores around the farm, and afterwards I popped by the meat house to harvest the meat that had grown, which I replaced with reptile meat, venison, wild boar meat, and fowl meat. It's fowl meat, not foul meat. It tastes fine, I'm sure. With the morning now gone, I popped past Pierre's that afternoon to buy some celery seeds, only to realise that I had already grown some. Some would say my observational skills are quite bad, and to that I'd say you're probably right. Over in town, I visited the saloon to buy a few more cooking recipes, and back home, I headed to bed for an early night. Day 356 began down at Marnie's ranch, so that I could hand Shane a birthday gift, before knuckling down in the kitchen to cook for the day. I got distracted planting some basil down on Ginger Island, as it was a crop I hadn't planted yet and needed for some cooking. And I popped by Robin's to purchase 5 fridges. Previously, I had been cooking one recipe at a time, which was neither fast nor effective. So I'm overhauling the kitchen with fridges so that I can dump piles of cooking ingredients into them and have them at the ready. It was the best decision I ever made, because now it's so easy to cook multiple dishes at once. I was making my way through town the morning of day 357 when a certain something caught my eye as I was passing the market. If you remember from the last video, I missed out on getting Dusty a propeller hat, but I finally saw another one. After stocking up on cooking ingredients from Pierre's, I got there just as it opened and purchased the hat, and Dusty was like the most handsome steed in all the land. Just look at him. Aww. On top of that, my day got even better when I finally dug up the last snake spine. Yeah! After weeks of checking day after day, it was finally mine. I then dropped it off to Professor Snail. Now every set was complete. He taught me how to craft an ostrich incubator. I got the final golden walnuts as a reward, and now I could tick off another goal towards perfection. The ostrich incubator required cinder shards to craft, and safe to say I was running a bit low, so I spent a bit of time at the volcano dungeon collecting some. Luckily I didn't need many and I crafted one shortly after, which I placed down in the barn and started the incubation process on an ostrich egg I'd found ages ago, all before bedtime. It was straight to Ridgeside on day 358. This was so I could give Sean a birthday present. Shortly after, I popped out to the Castle Village outpost to hand Lance a gift. I really want him at max hearts to access a new location that has a couple of fish that I need to catch. But it's gonna take a while, so in the meantime I did some more cooking to pass the time, picked up the Skull Cavern invasion quest from Key, gathered all the things needed for the hotel power backup quest, and dumped it into a box at the Log Cabin Hotel, completing another special quest. Then it was back to cooking for the rest of the night, and filling up chests with plates of food. It was Andy's birthday on day 359. Dusty and I rode through the rain to drop off a birthday present. After giving Lance his second and final gift for the week, I paid a visit to Marnie's to get some more butter churns and seeds that I hadn't planted yet. The butter churns are for, well, if it's not obvious, butter. But I have a few cooking recipes that need some. And to be honest, looking closer at Pierre's stock revealed that there were a few crops and flowers that I hadn't grown yet, which was quite a lot. Like a lot. The only way I was going to have room and the capability to grow so many crops was my island farm. So I harvested my ancient fruit for the final time and made a start on replacing them with many seeds. The work continued on to day 360 as I ran out of time last night. I was being careful as I went to axe the plants but not the dirt, since I still had speed grow in the soil, which was a nice added bonus. By the afternoon I had finished planting down the last section of crops, and although it was sad to see all of the ancient fruit go, it was looking a lot more colourful. I couldn't let the fruit go to waste though, so I dumped them into my kegs one final time. After that was done, the day had just flown past. But I did find some time to migrate all the fish I had caught to the basement, freeing up space for future fridges. Shane paid the farm of it. Oh, okay, Poxil. Okay, we're skipping that. It's day 361. This morning was spent buying more fridges and adding more cooking ingredients from around the farm to said fridges. Also, I got quite lucky and managed to open a second dwarf gadget at Clint's, meaning that I could make the farm computer. I placed it down in front of the farmhouse, but as you can see, I'm having a very thorough look through the crafting menu. I think I'm missing a recipe or two, and for the rest of the day I ventured around looking at the inventory of many vendors, but unfortunately I couldn't find any spare crafting recipes. Just ignore the mind blank I'm having here on Key's Walnut Room. It's a little embarrassing. But alas, I could not find a single crafting recipe. And after planting another field of crops on the island farm, I decided to forget about it and get some sleep. Day 362 was a hodgepodge kind of day, I guess you could say. It was spent on the farm, picking produce from the orchard, doing a lot more cooking, and trying to figure out the rest of these machines. And I will admit, I did use a wiki to find out how to make some of these things. Things like miso paste and wheat noodles, I'd have no idea how to make. But to keep it organized, I repositioned the machines to share a chest. That way I could keep the products and ingredients for two machines separate from the others, because my brain could not handle it all being in one chest. I was feeling fresh and ready to go on day 363. My first big win of the day was making wheat noodles with the extruder machine, something I needed for a couple of cooking recipes. The second was making blackberry juice with the juicer, and the third was finding out that I could make different types of kombucha with the glass jar, which is gonna send me on a health kick, I'm sure. The fourth big win was finding out I could make soy sauce in the foreign cask from soybeans, another ingredient needed for a few cooking recipes. The fifth was being able to make any kind of soap I wanted with the soap press, and finally I learnt I could use tea leaves on the drying rack to make matcha powder. I had successfully learnt 5 new machines today, and safe to say I was thrilled. So much so that I had the energy and willpower to spend the rest of the day cooking again. It's an absolute grind, but let me say, those fridges are really helping me out big time. Just before bed I had a quick look through the cooking collections tab, and I have to say the hard work is paying off. I was glad to take a break from the kitchen on day 364 because it was the final day of spring. I think I was actually happy to have birthday gifts to hand out this morning. One went to Bert, and the other went to Sunny. While I was around, I passed by the meat house to harvest another round of fun and funky meat plants, which I stored away back on the farm. Then it was right to the island farm to continue harvesting. A few sections and flowers ready for picking, and I was able to replace them with other crops, slowly lowering the list of things I had to grow. Although having just harvested so many flowers, I was having a bit of a full inventory crisis. Eventually I sorted it out, dropped everything back home, and headed out to the desert. Also, I could trade some more jadestone for staircases at the desert trader. I had run low and still had the Skull Cavern invasion to complete, so I bet you can guess where I headed next. If you guessed the Skull Caverns, then you'd be correct. Wait a minute, you guessed for the Crimson Badlands? Man, you're all idiots. The rain pouring down really summed up this year's spring season. Dusty and I enjoyed it though, because we're going to be working under the heat when it's summer. Hold on, sorry, most of my audience is American, so let me do that again. It's summer. That's better. Day 365 marks the first day of summer, and to no one's surprise it was someone's birthday today. Bryle's to be exact. Ridgeside special quests were lacking this week, Pelican Towns didn't have any better. Buttkey was offering the Skull Cavern invasion quest again, and that I could get behind. The island farm has sprouted more flowers and crops to harvest, all of which I replaced with even more things to grow. Then I spent a while back on the farm scything away my now dead strawberry plants and replacing them with a field full of blueberries. Can't let those Junimos relax all year round, am I right? Being a new week meant that I could bombard Lance with more gifts, so I did just that once I found him at the outpost. And that's it for the first day of summer. Carrying on to day 366, the day began with more gift giving. Obviously one to Lance, the second going to Lola as it was her birthday today. Afterwards I decided a good use of my time could be spent coupled with some staircases and the Skull Cavern. It didn't take me long to hit the bottom where I received another lot of key gems. As the day went on I tried to find something to occupy my time, and I landed on the idea to decorate the extended orchard section in the evening. I gave it the usual path, fence, torch, grass procedure, and I think it turned out quite lovely. Day 367 I gave some gifts to both Kiahi and Yuma because they were so close to max hearts that it was just honestly kind of annoying me. I then picked a fresh new season of produce from the orchard trees. I also noticed my wine was ready to be collected, so for old time's sake, and money of course, I gathered it all up and shipped it off. Afterwards I decided to burden myself with some more cooking. It had to be done, but boy was that a slog. Back out of the kitchen on day 368 I had a couple more gifts to give out this morning. A fairy rose flower to Jazz for her birthday, and a clam to Kiahi to get him to max hearts. Although I caught Pika talking to a mermaid's pendant, but that's his late wife we're talking about, so tread lightly. Back down in the valley I passed by Pierre's to get a pecan tree sapling and some peanut seeds. Then it was off to the island farm as I had quite a lot of crops ready for me to harvest today, all of which I replaced with more things to grow as per usual. Once I was back home and the crops had been sorted back into chests and the kitchen, I planted my pecan tree down. Luckily it grows in the fall, meaning I'll have the chance to get my hands on some reasonably soon. I then spent some time mucking around with the machines, collecting new products and experimenting with different ingredients. And I introduced my animal friends to a new friend, Lenny the ostrich. Fun fact, if this was vanilla Stardew, then the ostrich egg would be the last item I'd have to ship off. Instead, I've got the rest of these pages of items to ship off too. Isn't that fun? Isn't that just really fun? We love this. This is so much fun. It's funny number day plus 300 today. Nice. I picked out 2 more people for me to reach max hearts with, and I gave both Torts a gift and Louis a gift towards that little goal. The island farm was teeming with fragrant lilies to harvest, so I picked them and replaced them with honeysuckle and fairy rose flowers. Now you may be thinking, Pox, don't you already have fairy rose flowers? You're right, yes, I do. But I just want to make more fairy dust to use on the machines, so I don't have to sit there and wait for new fun things to be ready. I hate to say it, but I spend the rest of the day cooking. Enough said, I think. I sensed a theme intruding on my morning routine, but day 370 started with more gift giving. I gave a birthday present to Martin, and I was on my way to give Louis a gift when I stumbled into an Amathine brunch. I was introduced to Nataline, Althea, and Lorraine amongst the rest of the Amathine family we know all too well. Things got a little heated, an affair was brought up and it got a little uncomfy. I did eventually get to give Louis his gift. I was after a little space from Ridgeside after that affair. Sorry, too soon. So I potted around the farm for the rest of the day, picking more produce from the orchard, cooking a couple of dishes, and riding Dusty around the farm until bedtime. I had to travel to the Highlands as day 371 started. I then decided to pay Grampleton a visit as it was Scarlett's birthday today. I got there using the kiosk at the train station. I handed her some cherries as a present, and then outside she got caught up chasing a dog.
What the dog doing?
Shortly after, my island farm was teeming with more crops and flowers to harvest, and was proving to be worth the culling of ancient fruit. I wish I could say more happened today, but all there is to say, cooking, gathering, and sleeping. Day 372, I paid the saloon an early morning visit to Gus for his birthday. Lance also got a gift, and he was so damn close to max hearts. I was very calm about it. I picked up the Skull Cavern Invasion once again for some easy key gems and cleaned out the island farm once again of more harvestable crops. That afternoon I dug up a shrub seed because silly me didn't grow enough salal berries. And I collected some smooth peanut butter from my butter churns, which I do find out is not the same as normal peanut butter. It started getting late, but that didn't seem to stop me from completing another key quest thanks to some handy dandy staircases. It didn't stop there though. Back at Key's Walnut Room, I splashed my key gems on 3 galaxy souls. I don't know if I just forgot about the island trader selling them, or I just gave up on it. Either way, I unlocked the island travel system with my golden walnuts, and used the rest to get a few more key gems. After which I finally made my way back home and to bed. It was straight up to Ridgeside on day 373. It was Olga's birthday, and I had to surprise her with a poppy. I found myself heading to the mountain lake shortly after. I dusted off the old fishing rod and fished until I caught myself a rainbow trout. I just needed one for a cooking dish. The other item I was after was seaweed. Now, a smart person would just head to the ocean and fish for the day. However, I am not one of those. Instead, I opted to go with the dangerous mines route. And would you believe it? It didn't work. I spent far too long here and walked away with a whopping 2 whole seaweed. I do it, so you never have to make the same mistake. Don't tell Blair, but I shared a bed with Maru this morning. It was only for a birthday present, I swear. Wait, don't take that out of context. My morning was taken up with emptying crab pots, picking fruits and all sorts from the orchard, and venturing through the volcano dungeon, looking for dragon teeth and cinder shards. Dragon teeth for a banana sapling I needed for a cooking recipe, stupid, I know, and cinder shards to infuse the galaxy souls to my galaxy sword. Exploring the volcano dungeon ended up spanning the majority of the day, but I found 3 dragon teeth and got my hands on the infinity sword from the forge. I was yearning for more adventure on day 375, and what better way to get that rush than downing a speed potion and speeding your way through the Crimson Badlands. I quickly ran into a swarm of monsters and this scary looking thing. But I gathered myself, turned back around, and it was gone. I swear to God, that long void serpent just disappeared. Must have seen how fast my feet were moving and ran off in fear. That's what I'm telling myself at least. I then found a cave being guarded by an army of monsters. And balls to the wall, I downed an invincibility potion and ran right through a horde of mummies into the cave. I just collected my treasure and used a prismatic shard to open the big purple chest. I was then rewarded with the galaxy slingshot. I couldn't really leave the way I came back in because, you know, army of monsters. So I walked home, loaded up the slingshot with iridium ore, and tried it out on a few enemies back in the Crimson Badlands. It's pretty effective, but I think I have bad aim, so I'll just stick to my infinity sword for now. Mr. Key was at my door the morning of day 376. Apparently he was here to offer me another jukebox track and break the fourth wall. I was understandably a little confused. Anyway, Gus was close to max hearts, so I gave him another gift. Torch was also very close, but disaster struck when I accidentally gave him an orange instead of an ancient fruit. As morning turned to afternoon, I spent a bit of time in the kitchen before popping by the island farm to harvest a load of crops, and then it was back to cooking for the rest of the day. Overnight, Blair asked if I wanted another baby and I agreed, now that we had a visible bed. It's day 377 and I'm happy to report that Hip Hop, Hup and Hap were very close to full hearts now. Gus didn't accept my orange today because apparently I'd given it out too many times. Which is a shame because look how close he is. Alex received a rabbit's foot for his birthday, Kiara also received a rabbit's foot for her birthday, and downstairs in the Heaps convenience store, Irene seemed very excited to be cooking for Zane. I think someone's got a little crush. I found myself heading into the volcano dungeon that afternoon in search of a couple more dragon teeth. Yeah, I'm still after that banana sapling. And I mean, I got one tooth, but it wasn't quite enough, so I messed around with some machines a little before bed and deciding to get some rest. Surprise, surprise, it's another birthday on day 378. I swear to God, all of these birthdays just to get max hearts with so many people. Why can't people just accept one gift and love me for the rest of their lives? In the lobby of the log cabin hotel, I found Anton taking shelter from the rain. However, as Maeve walked past, Anton worked very hard to not be seen by her. I asked why, and I got Anton's story. Another long story short, he was once an architect, and he had an opportunity to build one of the Amathine family mansions. He went in too hard with the project, kept postponing his soon-to-be wedding, and lost it all when the building failed. Although it was a bit of a rough story, he appreciated me listening. What I was actually here for was Floor, as like I said before, it's a birthday. Also, I got to make up for past mistakes and I gave Tort a better gift this time around. Gus also accepted another orange, making him another Poxyl Adorer. The last gift to give out was Lance in the Highlands, and thank Yoba, he was finally at max hearts. He visited me at the island farm as he was giving me the opportunity to accompany him to the first / guild. As it's on an island in the middle of the GMC, he took me through a hidden away portal deep in the forest of Ginger Island. We arrived at the Fable Reef, home of the first / guild hall, and we headed inside. Lance took the opportunity to introduce me and show off the monster crops I had grown for him all that time ago. But just like that, our visit was over. And with no way back, I decided to use the rest of my day making a bunch of fairy dust with some fairy rose flowers I'd harvested and using it on my machines to hurry along the process on some cooking ingredients. Magnus was on my doorstep the morning of day 379. He caught wind of Lance and my trip to the Fable Reef and would allow me to travel there using his Nexus. It was nice to explore the island freely. It allowed me to pick a whole lot of forage around the outskirts of the island and fish out into the open ocean. It's here I caught myself both a torpedo trout and an octopus, which were the final 2 fish left to catch. And satisfied with another complete collections tab, I ticked off another goal towards perfection. I then took some time to explore the guild hall, and got caught out the back nosing around the sleeping quarters, but Jolene kindly offered me the spare bedroom to me if I ever needed it. As for the rest of the day, well, the cave patrol quest was posted on the special quest board, which I accepted, because weirdly, I've never completed it, and it gives you another crafting recipe for the Geode Crusher. So I got to skeleton slaying in the mines. That was done and dusted pretty quickly, however I caught Martin getting friend-zoned by Claire at the bus stop. And man, you just gotta feel for the guy, eh? My mailbox was providing all the goods on day 380. I got the final star drop from Willy for catching all the fish, which ticks off another perfection goal. I also got the Geode Crusher crafting recipe. Now in my mind, I thought this was the last recipe I needed to craft. And oh boy, was I wrong. 98% complete, not even 99%, which means I have one if not two missing crafting recipes somewhere out in the valley to find. This is genuinely going to drive me bonkers. To take my mind off crafting turmoil, I got to spend some quality time with everyone's favourite tortoise. And look, you just can't be upset when he's being cute like this. I picked up a Ridgeside special quest from Olga called Morning Hobby, which tasks me to deliver 50 tea leaves and 100 coffee beans. It was going to be a close call, but I had tea saplings planted, and after some work, coffee beans planted down on the island farm next to my shrub seed. By the time night came, I picked some produce from my orchard and called it a night. I headed to Jodie's first thing on day 381. This was so I could hand Sam a birthday present. I then picked up some new seeds from Sandy in the desert, but I'll be honest, today was mostly spent trying to figure out the mystery of the missing crafting recipes. I went from vendor to vendor searching through their inventory hoping that I'd just somehow missed buying one. My efforts were proven futile and defeated. I headed to bed early that night. Day 382 was a new day though, and after handing Kenneth a strawberry for his birthday, I got to work planting down some crop seeds I'd purchased from Sandy yesterday, down on the island farm. And I'm gonna be real, that's about all that happened today. I started day 383 back in Ridgeside to continue my search for the mysterious missing crafting recipes. I started my search at Sean and Ian's Odd Jobs. While there was no crafting recipes, they could pet my animals for me, and I wondered, where has this been my whole life? Faye's clothing shop didn't have what I was looking for either. I stumbled across Lola's weapon shed, but alas, she didn't have what I was after either. I did bump into Irene at the Log Cabin Hotel, who told me she's actually wanting to leave her position. But it's Maeve she'd have to deal with, and I can understand how that's a very tricky situation. I was here to check in with Malaya, but she didn't have a spare crafting recipe either. And after that, I quite honestly gave up. I spent the morning of day 384 pottering around the farm doing some chores and adding some diamonds to my crystallariums. The rest of the morning was just me buying some fairy rose flowers so I could go and plant them on the island farm. It seems fairy dust goes just as quickly as it gets made, so growing fairy rose flowers and duplicating diamonds is going to be a must. After dumping a whole inventory full of crops into the shipping bin from an island farm harvest, there wasn't much to say about the rest of the day. All of day 385 was taken up by buying starfruit seeds from Sandy, making room to grow them on the island farm, sowing the dirt full of quality fertilizer, and planting down the seeds. For the simple fact that apples and kiwi both love starfruit, and they're both on like 0 hearts. I'm just making future Poxior's life a little bit easier. Day 386 was the start of the final week of summer, which is important because tea leaves sprout during this time. And to complete the morning hobby quest, I'd have to hope my 6 plants would be enough, plus whatever extra I have in my chests. It was also the dwarf's birthday today, so I gave him a rabbit's foot. Speaking of special quests, I picked up Andy's cellar quest from the board in town, because why the hell not? I had a noticeable lack of hardwood, so after a while of chopping tree stumps and mahogany trees, I gathered up everything I needed, rode Dusty down to Andy's place, and dumped everything he'd need into his chest. I spent the morning of day 387 picking tea leaves, harvesting coffee beans, and giving Victor a duck feather for his birthday. I also got to see Andy's new cellar we'd helped him with. I then decided to oversee the Junimos' work for a while just to make sure they were upholding company working standards. Let's be real, I probably went to get a snack. The Volcano Dungeon is where I spent day 388, and for the life of me, I actually cannot remember what I was here for. Was it Cinder Shards? Dragon Teeth? To show off the illustrious capabilities of my Infinity Sword? I guess we'll never know. Day 389, we were back on the case of Mr. Agua's quest to save the ridge from certain doom. On his birthday, nonetheless. He took me to a location he's been looking into, and before I knew it, I had fallen right through the ground into an underground cave. Agua was worried that the cave's trees were destabilizing the integrity of the entire ridge, which could cause a sinkhole. But I guess we'll just figure that out all later, or seemingly unbothered, I took a bit of time to clean up the animal area. Having someone else pet your animals is great, until you realize no one's looking after the pen. Remember a while ago I said a smart person would just fish into the ocean for seaweed? Yeah, well, I took my own advice and I spent the whole of day 390 fishing for seaweed, which worked out way better than trying to find it in the mines, that's for sure. I also got to name our new baby boy, and I called him Gert. Oh man, these kids are gonna hate me. It was Malaya's birthday on day 391, and I got to her just before she headed into work this morning. I then got distracted teleporting around Ridgeside using the pink crystals, as per usual. Back on the farm, I picked the final round of summer produce from the orchard and fluffed around the farm with Dusty until bedtime, as per usual. It was the final day of summer on day 392. To my delight, a week's worth of tea leaf picking and coffee bean harvesting had paid off, so I paid a visit to Bert and Olga's to drop off the goods, completing another special quest. Dusty is a companion that never complains no matter what kind of situation you put him in, and I wanted to show him that I really do care, so I let him spend some quality time with one of his own kind, and his cute little propeller hat really just puts the cherry on top. As for the rest of the day, well, I did some textbook manspreading on the bench in town while I waited for tonight's festival. Until Maru came along to join me. Look, what happened that morning was taken out of context. Please don't tell Blair. She'll take Gert and Bingus away from me. The moonlight jellies were back tonight, but someone forgot to empty his crab pots. So please try to ignore that as we indulge in musical euphoria. What goes around comes around, they say. I don't know who they are, but let me have this, alright? Here we are back in fall on day 393. I had to please a birthday boy called Lorenzo this morning before dedicating some time to scything away dead blueberry plants and planting a field full of cranberries. Shortly after, I found Scarlett and Sophia stomping on grapes when they asked if I wanted to go, and I think I almost broke the barrel. Now from here on out to day 398, I decided a good use of my time would be spent on Ginger Island, recording a very special episode of your favourite segment of all time, The Panning with Poxiel Extravaganza, with special guest Dusty, and let's roll the montage. Day 399, Dusty and I quite literally did nothing all day, and here we finally are on day 400. As is tradition in all of my 100 days videos, I soak in the spa on the final day to reflect on the past 100 days. And all I can say is holy crap. What an adventure this has been. Not only did we free the spirit realm of Gabriella's corruption, we got to tick off loads of goals towards our journey to perfection, ventured to faraway lands, and made so many new friends along the way. Our mega modded journey is so close to its end, but fortunately for that, my friends, you'll just have to wait to see how it ends in the thrilling conclusion of 500 days. But for now, I'm gonna keep relaxing in the spa for a while. I think I need it. Day 401 is the beginning of the end. Sorry, that was a bit moody. But we've got a lot to do over the next 100 days, so there's no time for formalities. Well, actually, it had been a while since I was last here, so I had to take some time reacquainting myself with the farm, and all of the mods again. But it didn't take long to find the flow, and it all started with the harvest on Ginger Island. It seems I had left myself an island full of wonderful flowers and fruits. So thanks, past Poxiel. I had to detour back home in order to make more room in my backpack, and then it was back to the island farm for the rest. After I had sorted the rest of my produce into the kitchen, I warped out to Calico Desert. Here I popped into Sandy's to buy some fairy duster seeds, and foraged for some coconuts and cactus fruit. Although when I was planting the seeds later that evening, I had a thought. I've planted these before, haven't I? Alas, it's never a bad idea, I guess. Just in case. Back on the farm, I used those fairy rose flowers I had harvested earlier for more fairy dust and wrapped up my final first day. Which means it must be on to day 402. To my utter shock, when checking Key's quest for the week, I was astounded to see Key's cuisine. This man is pulling my leg, right? That didn't stop me from taking it though. Hey, key gems are key gems. Afterwards, I headed to Ridgeside to start the gift giving grind. I'm gonna warn you now, there will be a lot of gift giving in this video, so buckle in for a new segment I'd like to coin, Presents with Poxeel. It's less energetic than panning with Poxeel because unlike gift giving, I actually enjoy panning for lucky rings. That afternoon, I paid a quick visit to the saloon and ended up paying for Claire's salad because it's just in my nature. I was here for coffee and lots of it, to turn into triple shot espressos back home and ship off the Keys Cuisine quest. And for recognition of my hard work, I did keep some for myself as I gave myself Employee of the Month. With that taken care of, I was craving a little extra gold. I know I've torn down the Ginger Island ancient fruit crop, but I still have the greenhouse and Grandpa's shed still full of it. So I dumped them into kegs, because why not? As night came, I stumbled across an unfinished harvest by my Junimos, and let's just say if they weren't getting paid before, they certainly won't be now. Anyway, moving right along to day 403. It took a minute to figure out how to start my day today, but eventually I made it all the way up to Robin's to buy a stack of wood from her to use on a community upgrade for Penny and Pam. And with my good deed done for the day, I popped up to Ridgeside to get an idea of how much the Summit Farm house upgrade would be. It needs 500 hardwood. I have 41. Hopefully that should do it. I came across the hungry bear later on, just chilling at the edge of the cindersap forest. The bear wanted a salmon, so I gave it a salmon. Then it wanted a wild plum, no worries, so I fulfilled its wishes and gave it a wild plum. It took a bit of figuring out to work out whatever this was, but I soon found it and made an ice cream brownie. Good to see a balance of healthy fruit and sweet treat, I guess. And then it asked for one more thing, and let me tell you, I could not work it out. Trust me, I do kick myself when I figure this out eventually. But for now, we're just gonna have to move on to day 404. It was the second day of Presents with Poxeel. I should note that characters like Andrea, Geo, Kiwi, and Dyer, most of which became recently available for friendship after clearing the spirit realm, don't have a birthday. Meaning I'm just gonna have to give them gifts 2 times a week, every week, until they love me. Trust me, I'm a self-proclaimed love expert. Amongst the gift giving was June's birthday, who leaves after winter and doesn't come back until fall, meaning I'll have to get him to max hearts before then, or risk losing the opportunity for max friendship with everyone. Isn't that fun and totally not stressful at all? In better news, I managed to get my hands on one of the last crafting recipes. Some extra wonderful people left comments on the last video, saying the final recipes could be from the Badlands outpost, and they were right on the money, so thank you to them. After crafting the elixir, I ended the day by filling in the orchard extension with more trees, for the simple reason of, farm must look pretty. I paid Abigail a very early morning visit on day 405 to hand her a pumpkin for her birthday. Then it was off to the deep woods for the day. Yeah, remember when I tried it once ages ago and then that was kind of it, I never really brought it up again? Well, I finally remembered about it. It was a nice change to be running through green forests rather than musty mines, so I quite enjoyed my time running through the deep woods. At these lower levels, there wasn't too much challenge with the monsters, but as I got deeper, I tried to find any secrets or obscure items. But it seems all I could get my hands on were flowers, bug guts, and lots of slime. Karma came and bit me right in the ass later that night though. Turns out these putrid ghosts don't care about max health, and well, there goes the end of that. After a near-death experience and 4 hours of sleep, I was looking never better on day 406. I put that energy into Presents with Poxeel that morning. Amongst them was another birthday, Ian's actually, so I gave him an eggplant and bed. Just outside, I got to read him a letter that he'd received back from his family, and hearing about how his family, especially his sister, were really benefiting from the money that he was always sending them was truly heartwarming. We all need an Ian in our lives. Back down in the valley, we also got to see Penny and Pam's new house thanks to Robin's community upgrade. Not looking too shabby if I say so myself. All I needed was to give June a gift, but he was nowhere to be found. So instead I headed back to the farm to empty the mailbox, where I found a letter for me from Rasmodius, saying that he could manifest an obelisk to the deep woods for me, allowing me to explore further. I really hope that I don't forget about this really important information for the next couple of weeks. I started day 407 playing a game of hide and seek with the kids of the valley, and while I was seeking I let Morgan win. They were having a bit of a hard time with Jazz calling them a boy, so I thought I'd be kind. But I explained to Jazz that Morgan just identifies themselves differently, and Jazz and Vincent were pretty cool with it and still happy to play. So with another good daily deed done for the day, I called into Key's Walnut Room, and yes, picked up Key's cuisine again. Are we surprised? I'm not. I made some poi in the kitchen back home to tick off another cooking recipe. I completed Key's quest by shipping off some more espressos and finished off another incomplete harvest in the crop fields. But I guess that's what I get for employing volunteered work. I was gearing up for the prank of the century on day 408. It was the Valley Fair today, and in my inventory I possessed a certain someone's pair of purple underwear. I stuck it on my Grange display and let Lewis wander around to look at all the displays. Once it was all over, Lewis gave me a very generous 750 star tokens to take them away from the public view, which at the shop I spent on a fancy looking fedora. Back home I swapped out Dusty's propeller hat for the swanky new fedora, and from now on we'll be referring to my refined steed as Dusty the Detective. Gift giving is how I started day 409, and it didn't take too long to get all the gifts out to those who needed them, which meant I had time afterwards to collect up the ancient fruit wine I had been fermenting and dumping it into the shipping bin for some extra profit. I then ran into Andy at Aurora Vineyard nearby. He gave me a rundown on what happened to Jerry and Elizabeth, the original owners of the vineyard who went bankrupt in a recession. He didn't look too happy about it all, so I thought it'd be best to give him some space. Coming back from the beach, I dropped off Lewis's pants back to him. One of the lobsters I'd caught I gave to Gus for a quest, and the other I put away safely back in the basement of the farmhouse. I also wanted to knock off another quest, so I took a largemouth bass to Jodie's for dinner, and just slapped that bad boy right down on the floor. Not only am I 3 years late to dinner, but your fish now tastes like the floor. I think it'd be best to move on to the next day. I found myself that morning at Marnie's giving her a cave carrot and... ugh, right on the floor again. My daily good deed score is really taking a hit. Oh well, it was off to the desert to chop down some of the mahogany trees that had grown in hopes of getting enough hardwood for the Summit farmhouse upgrade. I got a lot, but unfortunately not enough. However, from chopping stumps in the secret woods and cutting down mahogany trees on Ginger Island, I still didn't have enough. But I was pretty close. In the meantime, I planted strawberries down on the island farm because silly me had run out, and they're a hot commodity for not only cooking, but gifts too. I had to give out a couple of gifts the morning of day 411, one to June, who I found hanging around Pickers, and one to Leo, who is now a part of the weekly Presents with Poxteal segment. However, the afternoon had snuck up pretty quickly, so I used some of the time to chop trees and stumps for more hardwood. This time, when I checked to see my progress, I was happy to see that I had over 500 hardwood, which I used along with some stone, wood, and a bit of gold to commission the Summit farm upgrade from Sean's Odd Jobs. This is embarrassing to admit, but I spent the rest of the night once again trying to figure out what the hungry bear was asking for. Trust me, this is as painful to watch back as it was trying to figure this out. I added Scarlet to the weekly gift-giving gang on day 412. The list gets much bigger, but let's just enjoy how small it is right now. I had high hopes going into the Ridgeside Gathering Festival today, hopes that the girls' stall would be selling a banana sapling for a cookie recipe I still needed to make. But they were instantly crushed when I saw a mango sapling and a certain lack of banana. So disappointed I had to watch the performance at the Starbound stage. But from an earlier storyline, Alyssa was now singing at the gathering, so that's cool. My disappointment was quickly thrown out the window on day 413 because as I walked into the outpost this morning, I was greeted by Alyssa, who was selling 2 marvelous looking crafting recipes. Of course, I had a quick second to celebrate. Without a second thought, I raced home to craft the 2 final items, and with that, I had achieved Craft Master, which ticks off another goal towards perfection. and puts a rest to the immense stress I was feeling at the end of the last video about these bloody recipes. I'd argue it's pretty hard to follow that kind of success, so I took it down a notch and decided to spend the rest of the day up on the summit farm, clearing out this excess amount of debris. Not only because I have a brand new farmhouse being built, but because I have something to do with it. In the last video, I said the most liked comment would get to choose what happens with the summit farm, and Victoria had the most liked suggestion to turn it into a decorative garden. And you, my friend, are speaking my language. I woke up on day 414 to my new farmhouse. I gotta give it to him, Sean did a great job. The debris clearing continued this morning as I didn't quite manage to clear it all last night. This consumed most of my day, but by the afternoon it was looking like a beautiful blank canvas for a future garden space. While around Ridgeside, I came across Philip, who was receiving a comic book from the Log Cabin Hotel's mail service. I got to read it and look after it while he had an appointment to go to. Safe to say I'm a big Incrediman fan now. A short while later, I came back and he'd fallen asleep reading it. Then Lenny came across us both sleeping. This sounds like the start of a great love story. But I'm married with 2 kids. I was still around because I was actually finishing the day giving out some more presents. Okay, then up at the ridge I got between Geo and Bryle again. Now these two have a history, but this time, Bryle saved Geo from a monster attack. Then, a very long story short, Geo came clean about the threat of Gabriella's minions taking over human political hosts, meaning that the assassinations Bryle has been investigating has been by Geo and the Red Scarf clan, but they're doing it for a good reason. So then Bryle is like, hey, that's actually good, let me help, and then Geo's all like, no doubt, sounds good man. That's totally word for word what they said, I swear. I'm also giving gifts to Claire now. Just thought you'd want to know. Speaking of gifts, I began day 415 gift giving. Who would have thought? There was also another birthday amongst the gifts today. I gave Maddie a piece of coral for her special day. But yeah, just lots of people happy to receive the same thing they got last week. I found myself up in the Ridge Mountains later that night picking more mist blooms for Daya's presents, and I found the Falls of Love, which was a quest I had picked up from Geo's hut earlier. Day 416, I wasn't gonna let the rain dampen my mood to decorate, so I arrived at the summit farmhouse with stone paths in hand and made a start laying out the main pathways through the garden. I quickly worked out where the main middle section would be, then ran a path from the southern entrance, this funky circular path from the farmhouse, and a path to the east side of the farm from the middle, then a little side path that led to the minecart. To add some detail, I swapped out some of the stone paths with crystal paths to add a cool green colour to them. I then added one more connecting path later that night, and I was very happy with the progress we made today. But was I finished there? Of course not. The decorating bug had latched onto me like a crazy ex-girlfriend. So day 417 was spent back up at the summit farm, adding hardwood fences around the outside of the paths and putting torches on top of them for light, extending the path out to the nearby lake for any future peaceful fishing opportunities, and filling in a small section of the garden with mushroom trees and surrounding it with grass. My plan is to have each section unique and different from the others. I'm not too sure what the other sections will be just yet, but I'm sure it'll come to me in due time. The first thing I did on day 418 was give Corrine a birthday gift, and I enjoyed a cable car ride back down the hill with Dusty, because I had more presents to present some villagers with. I only had a few today, and afterwards I got to make a couple more cooking recipes back home in the kitchen. With that out of the way, it meant I had the day to spend decorating. I utilised the Adventurers Guild ledger to pick up a fun few decorating things, so that I could light the garden with these wooden lampposts and turn the front of my farmhouse into an outdoor storage area, which ended up turning out a lot better than I thought it would. My lava eels were demanding an iridium bar back on the farm, so I complied with their demands before heading to bed. I happened upon Corrine on the way to Geo's the following day. She was intrigued by his invite the last time they met, except Geo got to the part where they were assassinating people who had been corrupted by evil spirits, and Corrine was not too stoked to hear about the whole killing people part. So understandably, she cut the conversation short. Hey, I was just trying to move my catalogs from the summit farm to do more decorating. I don't want to be part of this. Which I did. I added some birch benches to the middle of the garden and started on another section of the garden. This section I thought would be for the usual trees you would find around the valley, but to add some flair I took the conventional indoor plants and placed them out here instead, all before adding the final ingredient, all of the grass. It was soon after this I finally remembered about the Deep Woods obelisk. You'd think I'd pay attention to my to-do list. Nonetheless, I went to check how much it would cost. It costs 10 million gold. Holy good lord in heaven, what the fuck? I needed a plan, and I needed one fast. I sat on top of Detective Dusty and thought for a while. I even went to the Spirit's Eve festival, and while I was blundering around the maze, I was still thinking. But as I left the maze with my golden pumpkins that night, I was confident I had come up with a suitable plan. Day 420 Blaze It was the final day of fall. I would try to make a better joke, but I had no time to muck around. First of all, I had to give Susan a gift for her birthday before setting my plan into action, which required buying a buttload of seeds from Sandy in the Oasis shop, then a buttload of deluxe speed grow from Piers. Straight after that, I was on my way to Ginger Island. I may not have ancient fruit anymore, but if I can do the same with starfruit, then I may just have a chance of making 10 million gold by the end of these last 100 days. So I got to tearing it all down just to build it right back up again with starfruit. It took all day, and I think even I was sweating a wee bit, but after a back-breaking day, I filled all but one section with starfruit, and before I knew it, it was winter. The usual frosty chill I wake up to isn't here this morning. It's quite nice to be in the tropics, even though it's raining. The last section I missed last night was the first thing I took care of for day 421, and I was happy to see my island farm full of potential profit once again. I couldn't hold off from the snowscape back in the valley for much longer, so I headed back to dump an inventory full of produce into the shipping bin, and I dropped by the sewers to hand Krobus a birthday gift. Now here is where I overhauled the presents with Poxial segment. Just like the fridges, you know I go big or I go home. I had a plan to get everyone to max hearts, and that meant a lot more gift giving, so you can imagine the rest of my day was spent doing just that. You can see as I'm looking at the relationships tab, you'll notice that some of the villagers I'm not giving gifts to every week. That's because they have birthdays coming up, but everyone else? Free game. My night doesn't finish there though. Corrine and I raced in to rescue Geo, who was looking in quite the pickle with some gnarly looking monsters. And Corrine took care of a corrupted human invaded by one of Gabriella's minions. So you can imagine she saw more eye to eye with Geo and accepted the opportunity to join their cause. And then I had to cover for Daya over at Pika's, saying that she was just a traveling researcher to everyone else. But we know the truth. Aside from corrupting humans and lying for the sake of hiding true identities, day 422 was about the same as yesterday. A lot of today was lost to more gift giving, not to mention Jeric's birthday. I came across him on the hike trail where he admitted defeat to our farm competition, but then I pushed him to be better and the bet was back on apparently. And then it was back to the same old thing. We did manage to convince Leo to move to the mainland, so that was cool. I walked outside on day 423 and noticed the green snow was back. I thought the doctor gave me a pill for that. Anywho, I received the recipe for and cooked up a mixed berry pie to start my day, before handing June an apple since I missed him out yesterday, and hitting the volcano dungeon for the day to find dragon teeth. In spite of the girl's stall not selling a banana sapling at the Ridgeside Gathering, I would have to find my own dragon teeth to buy one from the island trader. Lucky for me, I got my hands on enough and used them to get a sapling, which I took back home to cook a tropical fruit salad. It's a salad, why does it need a sapling? Shouldn't it just need like a normal banana? Well, I can't argue with culinary greatness. All I can do is purchase another recipe from Krobus and cook up a fresh Void Delight. I'm sure that won't give me gastro problems, right? I used the HelpWanted board for the first time on day 424. I tell you what, it took me long enough. I can finally showcase the mod that adds multiple HelpWanted quests to the board. And so I dropped off a cherry to Olivia, a dragon fruit to Elliot, and an apple to June, which actually put June to full hearts, so I was happy to tick him off the list before he leaves at the end of the season. Additional gift giving followed suit that afternoon. I furthered my list of villagers to give presents to. What joy. Just before bed that night, I caught Blair sitting in the lounge staring at a blank TV. At least let me put on something worth watching. That's right, my wonderful people, today we find ourselves back. It was time to work on another section of the Summit Farm decorative garden for day 425. This time I took over the large section on the right side and had a great idea to use it for an orchard. I mapped out the layout, slowly adding markers for the trees and wooden paths in between, adjusting the layout slightly as I went. Once I was happy with it, I circled down to Pierre's in the valley just before he closed to purchase a few trees to test out the spacing. And let me tell you, your boy nailed it. I'm also keeping them together by season, like spring, summer, fall and winter trees, so they'll look aesthetically pleasing. As it should be. Continuing those orchard efforts onto day 426, I paid Kimpoy a visit at Nightingale Orchard to purchase a few more trees for our Summit Farm. It wasn't quite enough to fill it out, so I had to buy the rest from Pierre's. Then I had to plant them all, so I spent a bit of time putting them all into their spots. Now we just have to wait a month for them to all grow so I can decorate it. A quick side note, earlier in the day I saw Shane followed by his chicken, and I thought it was the most wholesome thing ever. I watched Malaya and Kimpoy walk into the void the following day. What have I just witnessed? Well, I guess we know why I can't find certain villages on certain days. Maybe it's because their pathing gets messed up with the market day. Either way, I spent the whole day gift giving, but I was feeling very confused at the same time. I may not look like I'm doing much here on day 428, but I have just stumbled across the best wiki page ever. I could have never figured out all of these machines on my own, but this page just gave me all of the possible answers. Granted, some didn't work, but I think that's excusable due to its usefulness. So with this page in my hands, I got to make different types of yogurt with the yogurt jar, I smoked fish with the smoker, and made peach schnapps with the infuser. This wiki page may have just been my saving grace. The machines were swapped out for good old-fashioned hard work on day 429. My starfruit was ready for its first round of harvest. And yes, I may have harvested a bit prematurely, but I don't want to talk about it. Unlike ancient fruit, I cannot be a lazy farmer and just wait around for them to grow again. I have to go out to Sandy's to purchase another round of seeds just to plant them back down again on the island farm. All before returning home to shove them into my hundreds of kegs. I think I'm having deja vu. But hey, would you look at that, it's day 430. And would you believe it, it's a day for presents with Poxseal, with Sebastian's birthday sprinkled in there for a bit of fun. There was a lot of gift giving today, but it wasn't all about the gifts. That night I put the infuser back to work and conjured up an inventory full of different types of schnapps, all of which I shipped off towards the shipping collection. I had a couple of cooking recipes to cook up the next morning, including a mango sticky rice and a pumpkin darling slice. Hey, wait a minute, that rhymed. I worked on another section of the Summit Farm for a while today. I ended up turning the section up the stairs into a bee house area. Of course, I had to add extra decorations around the place before spreading the grass around, but it turned out quite nice. With some time still left in the day, I wandered down to the pier to do some fishing. Also, I could catch myself a squid. It was the last item left to give out from my journal of quests, and after handing it to Willy, my journal was now empty. Can you tell I'm starting to try and fill time yet? No? Okay, great. Then let's scooch right over to day 432. It started off with handing Gunther a birthday gift before heading off to Ridgeside. I came across Aria while I was looking for Zane. She asked me to accompany her around the village meeting everyone as she wanted to give herself a break. And I have never been more happy to say yes, given all the pressure she's had on her shoulders. I was in the village to hand out a few more presents to people I had missed during the week, or to people who had walked through the void apparently. With the morning now gone, I decided to spend the rest of the day working away in the Jadestone Diamond Shed. I wasn't going to be able to fill the whole shed with crystallariums, so I split the room in half, one half being the crystallariums and the other decorated in the theme of a workshop. I stayed up quite late to finish it, but I was pretty stoked with the final result. Maintaining that decorator hat on day 433 meant that I couldn't help but finish weaving the path through the extended orchard, since all of my trees had grown up so fast. And with some final touches here and there, it was the perfect space filler. And actually, I didn't find anything else to do for the rest of the day, so...
Here we go!
I apologize for the no warning montage, but I didn't want to say gift giving again and I thought it would be more fun that way. What's funny is I didn't do too much for the rest of the day today. However, I went to the Hungry Bear on the off chance that I just happened to figure it out. And I did. Very easily, might I add. I wish I had recorded my mic because there was a lot of yelling and swearing at myself. I will admit, finishing that was like scratching an itch that you can't reach. So I was feeling good on day 437. I was riding around Ridgeside that morning and happened to pop into the Odd Job shop, where I noticed another Summit Farm upgrade. It turns out Sean is so good at his job, he can build houses and manipulate whole climates so I can grow crops all year round. Despite that, this opens a whole new realm of possibilities for the garden. So I got right to it. Back on the farm, I got to making all the different types of seeds I would need, but it turns out I was short 5 grapes to make more summer seeds. However, thanks to Pierre's stock list and a little space on Ginger Island, I can grow a small patch of grapes in the corner. All I need is a little patience, and we all know I'm a very patient person. In the meantime, I paid a visit to Sandy's to stock up on starfruit seeds. I overheard a lovely conversation happening between Bert and Olga. I finally checked out the Ridgeside Community Center greenhouse I unlocked at the end of the last video, and I had a nice conversation with June overlooking the valley, all before sleepy times. Starfruit consumed a lot of day 438. There was starfruit harvesting, starfruit planting, very satisfying by the way, and starfruit fermenting. Then, to pass the rest of the day, I gave Zane a gift, putting him at max hearts, emptied the Jadestone Diamond Shed, and called it a night. It's as plain and simple as that. I was off to Ginger Island the morning of day 439. Okay, no, Pox, that's Ridgeside. Yeah, okay, well, let me try this again. I was off to Ginger Island the morning of day 439. Not quite, that's the desert. Okay, well, you got this, 3rd time's a charm. I was off to Ginger Island the morning of day 439. Today's mission took place in the Volcano Dungeon, because I want a Tiger Slime egg to fill my slime hutch. I didn't get any though, so that was a fun use of my time. Day 444 is a special day because it's the final episode of Season 3 of your favourite segment of all time, Panning with Poxio! You know how this works by now, and this is a special one today because it is the one and final episode of Season 3. And you bet we went out with a bang, because we panned up lucky ring number 18, and then lucky ring number 19. Then we added 2 more onto that, which made it number 20, and then number 21. And then let's pan out 1 more for good luck, because why not? A total of 5 rings were panned up today, bringing our final tally to 22 lucky rings. What a way to close out Season 3 of everyone's most beloved segment on YouTube. Moving right along to day 441, I decided to hit you all with a throwback today, and spent the day selling some of my starfruit wine at the market day. I even went above and beyond and bought some sick shades to help sell my wine, because who would say no to that stylish look instead? It was a successful market day, and after dumping the rest of the wine into the shipping bin, I woke up on day 442 with a healthier looking bank account. Fun's over though, because it's back to gift giving again today. I won't montage it, I promise. But I did run into Kimpoy at Bert and Olga's, and I got a peek at an old photo of some of the villagers from back in the good old days. However, being community day, it made the present giving a little more forgiving, as everyone was hanging out in the community center. The same cannot be said about the next day though. Although Mr. Agua finally took charge over the potential sinkhole mentioned in the last 100 days, he used a poisonous concoction to disintegrate the growth underneath the village, paired with a bit of magic, and it was good as gone. I got to choose what was planted here in replacement of the growth, so I chose Ridgeside fruits. I'm a humble guy, but saving the village from a potential sinkhole and giving gifts to the populace of the valley like some incessant Santa Claus must be sending my brownie points through the roof, right? To finish up the day, I accepted Danger in the Deep from Key and found the third and final waterfall for a quest I had picked up from Geo's hut. And I saw all of the great weapons available. Now one weapon really caught my eye, so I picked up some spiritual essence from back on the farm and returned to purchase the Green Gambler dagger. It does between 1 and 500 damage, so I guess it really is a gamble. And after a bit of experimentation on the Ridge Mountain slaying some monsters, I'll admit it was a lot of fun. The next day, day 444, started with some great picking on Ginger Island, and I think you know what that means. And while Sean goes to manipulate the weather conditions on top of a mountain, I decided to take the tractor on a joyride and did some donuts on the farm for a while. Alright, well, okay, that's enough of that. I did get to collect a second round of starfruit wine though, so I guess that's something. I think it would be best to jump to day 445. It was the Feast of the Winter Star today, and I thought, I've been giving out gifts to the villagers of the valley, I think I deserve a gift this year too. So as I entered the festivities in town, I dropped off a summer spangle to Caroline since she was my secret person this year. Elliot then surprised me with the gift of all gifts, the tea set. Well now, how about that? Elliot, my friend, you are going at the top of the list for best present. Although I found Bingus up way past her bedtime staring at a wall. It's a little concerning, I'll admit, but my tea set looks great on the coffee table. I began day 446 atop the volcano on Ginger Island, simply because I wanted to infuse 3 rubies into my Green Gambler's dagger to up its damage output. So instead of 1 to 500 damage, it now does 4 to 650. And to celebrate, I took it downstairs and through the volcano dungeon. I will say it's still fun to use and it puts in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, it doesn't guarantee tiger slime eggs though, and I found that out the hard way today. Never to mind, day 447 is a new day, and it began up in the village of Ridgeside, handing Irene a Ridge Wild Apple for her birthday. Across the GMC, an ocean of starfruit was ready for harvest, so I took to gathering them all. I raced them home so I could dump them all into my kegs for another week of fermentation. But in mockery of all that is good in this world, Sandy wasn't attending her shop today. I didn't quite know what to do with myself since I had no starfruit to plant. So to pass the time, I patched up the animal area with more grass, bought more coffee from Gus to turn into triple shot espressos back home for personal use, and sat for a while with Dusty, wondering what I did wrong to deserve this. Dealing with starfruit seems to be a common theme for the 28th of each month, but I can't forget about giving Shiro's birthday present to him. Taking care of that had taken up most of the final day of winter, so I took some time to myself atop Dusty in my usual contemplating spot in the ridge. You know, next to this huge health and safety risk. I did go to the Ember of Resolutions festival that night, but I think I'd like to end winter here because it's just such a beautiful spot. And I can't believe we're already back into Day 449 is the start of our 5th year in the valley, which is just insanity. First order of business, as usual, is the crop fields, but I have a tractor for that now. Right afterwards, I helped Geo buy groceries. That's not a lie, by the way, he asked me to buy groceries from Piers. So I did, and I got him some wine and melons. Who knows what they're for? Either way, that didn't hold off the fact that I was back to presents with Poxiel today. I had a pretty good system going though, and I was slowly ticking more people off of the list, so I can't complain. Same goes for day 450. You'd think the halfway point would be a bit more celebratory, but I was locked in and grinding away. Thankfully, it didn't take up my whole day. I still had time to drive down the coast and spend a bit of time with Sophia and Scarlett atop the lighthouse, overlooking a sea of mangroves. I also had time to do a few things back on the farm, like empty the diamond shed, cook a delicious strawberry lover pie, and spend some quality time with Dusty. As if we don't do that a lot already anyway. I took advantage of that climate control upgrade I got for the Summit Farm on day 451. Since all crops can now grow at all points of the year, I went around planting little patches of crops around the empty sections. As well as crops, I planted some flowers too, just to mix it up a bit. And well, I think that was a day well spent. Heading to the sewers the morning of day 452, I crashed a party full of void monsters. A bit of a lame party if you ask me though. Turns out they weren't here for a party, but a peace treaty between humans and the void creatures. To make said treaty a reality, I would have to bring them 60 void souls. How many souls did I have currently? I don't want to say. So with nothing better to do, I headed out to the Crimson Badlands to gather some more. I actually managed to pick quite a few void souls, and my green gambler's dagger was putting in some hefty work. However, by the afternoon the void souls left to collect had run dry, so I just headed back home, and decided to call it an early night. I was back on the summit farm on day 453. The decorator bug had bitten once again and I just couldn't resist the temptation. I worked on the top section today, adding a bigger main path leading to the views, popping down a few extra plants and braziers around the crops, and adding a bunch of grass. I didn't stop there though. I'm quite proud that I had this idea and I'm so happy with how it turned out, but with a small path, some quick math, and more decorative plants, I made this really cool pathway that cuts off the garden from the edge of the farm. And as they say, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Day 454 began in the keg sheds collecting another round of starfruit wine. I've heard it's good to start your day with a win, so a win worth 1.8 million gold sounds pretty good to me. After dumping the wine into the shipping bin, I popped back out to the Crimson Badlands to gather a few more souls for Krobus's friends, before returning to the volcano dungeon for a slim chance of a tiger slime egg. No, I didn't get one. The only egg I found was the one staring back at me in the mirror that night. So I guess it's on to day 455. I tried to make a start giving out gifts this morning. However, I once again watched a villager walk into the void.
Oh my god.
And I got distracted making Dusty moonwalks slide around the place in the town square. But I did tick a couple more villagers off of the gift giving list. I was down to the final few villagers left on my present list, and on day 456, I only had to hand out presents to Apples, Kiwi, Andrea, and Alex. The others had birthdays coming up, so I wasn't too worried about them. Furthermore, I gave Olivia a pearl for a HelpWanted quest. Pretty straightforward, right? Andy, for a HelpWanted quest, asked for an ornate treasure chest. The only place I could think to find one of them was the Highlands, so that's where I went. With Dusty, we rode through the Highlands, up the mountain once more, and were on the hunt for the dino on top. We found it, so I took to what I thought would be an easy fight. However, I got a little too close, and maybe a little too cocky, and well... Not only that, but I lost my dagger in the midst of it all. So Andy did receive his ornate treasure chest, but at what cost? It was tough to pick myself out of bed the next day, but I had to because I had Anton's birthday sleep-in to interrupt. Celebrate. And I did so with a red Jazorian flower. I couldn't miss out on my starfruit either, and I guess the thought of all that gold perked me up a little bit. And after planting down seeds for another harvest and dumping the starfruit into my kegs, I wrapped it up for the day. I gave Andy a mixed berry pie the morning of day 458. I figured the HelpWanted quests would aid in my quest in becoming the most popular farmer. I'm surprised it hadn't slipped my mind, but I headed out for the third time to the Badlands to collect a few more void souls. In all honesty, I thought 60 would be a breeze, but they're not as common as I thought they were. After that small adventure, I apparently needed quite the rest and returned to the usual spot above the valley for a while. It was Isabel's turn for a birthday celebration the morning of day 459, and I got to tick off another villager for having full hearts. Up at the summit farm, I was pleased to see all of my orchard trees blooming, and now that they had grown, it was time to decorate. Day 460 began back in the Badlands for the last time, I promise. My trips out here had given me just enough souls to meet the void monster's treaty conditions, so I handed them over to Krobus to give them the souls on my behalf. Then, for the rest of the day, I played around with the Artisan machines with the wiki page up right beside me. I got to make fruit peels with the grinder, I messed around with the DNA synthesizer and made a whole bunch of different DNA with different animal products from around the farm. I tried to get frog DNA, but every time I tried it would run away from me. I also stumbled on a key on my keyboard that shows me the Automate mod UI. Yes, I installed Automate, but I seriously don't really know how it works. As you can see, these chests aren't linked up to the machines like they would be. So I don't know. I tried experimenting and doing it with paths like the mod says to do, but either way, it wasn't really working out. This curiosity for the Automate mod continued on to day 461. I managed to get it to work on the bee houses, and linked the lightning rods to a chest, so safe to say it works with the vanilla Stardew machines, and yes, it is pretty fun using it in the Jadestone shed, but that didn't alleviate the fact that it wouldn't work with the other ones, so I guess I'd have to keep doing it all manually. So I made some essential oils with the Alembic, a whole bunch of different butters in the butter churns, some canned fish with the canning machine, and later that night some dried chai tea leaves. Day 462 was also spent with the machines. It started off with the drying rack and using it to create a lot of new artisan goods to ship off for the shipping collection. Then I switched to the glass jar and made an unruly amount of kombucha using the vast amount of teas I had in the kitchen. And to wind it up was more goods made from the grinder before bedtime. After picking up Danger in the Deep from Key and giving Olivia a birthday gift, I had to give up on the machines on day 463 for some more gift giving. It was taken care of pretty quickly, so I headed off to the mines for Key's quest. However, upon arrival, I witnessed quite possibly the weirdest, yet most interesting cutscene I've ever seen. I watched as the void souls I had given to the void creatures created new life for their people. Super weird, but kind of wholesome. And as I descended down the mines with my staircases, I realized that the peace treaty was now in place. As I got to the lower levels, they actually wouldn't attack me. Although I just realized that it's a good thing I completed the Monster Slayer goals ages ago, otherwise that may have been bad, I might have softlocked myself. Presence with Poxiel has come to an end today. And all I can say is, thank God for that. All my weekly villagers had reached max hearts. Now all that was left were the last couple of birthdays left this spring season. I got to celebrate by gathering another round of starfruit wine and shipping it off for those sweet delicious profits. I wish I could say the rest of the day was more productive, but it was not. So it's today 465. It was my goal to tick off the Summit Farm garden from my to-do list today. I had one single section left to finish, and with the help of a few decorational plants and a stack of grass, it was finished. I took some time afterwards to add some final smaller details around the garden. It turned out way better than I could have even imagined. Day 466 is Naomi's birthday, meaning our old mate Andy was the last one left, and his birthday was coming up soon. I had all the time to fill before then, however, so today I dealt with another starfruit harvest. There was an adventure to be had on day 467. Gunther asked me to accompany him down to the mines to look for untouched artifacts, so I agreed. We came across some in a nearby cave. I sliced a slime, and Gunther got what he wanted. Speaking of slicing slime, the adventure continued over to the volcano dungeon, where I searched once again for a tiger slime egg. And I managed to find not one, but two at the same time. I'm sorry little ones, but your time here is now up.
Oh my god!
Now I get to have a hutch full of tiger slimes, and I put down a wicked statue so we wouldn't have a repeat situation. The following day was reserved solely to explore the Highland Caves and to see what it was like to not have a million void monsters chasing you. Turns out their treaty turned them invincible, so let's cross our fingers they don't reverse said treaty and stay invincible. Funny number day plus 400 started out back in the slime hutch. I set up the chest next to the row of slime egg presses so they'd be automated, and then realized it had kind of already happened with the default slime incubator. Oh well, I'm sure that slime's life will last a very long time. As for the rest of the day, I made ice cream. There should totally be an ice cream truck mod, that would be amazing. Anyway, moving on to day 470, the animals had mowed right through their pasture, so I filled that back to the brim with grass, before really struggling to find something to do. Later that afternoon though, I remembered Key would have some fresh quests for me, and luckily he was offering up the Hungry Skull Caverns quest. With staircases in hand, I knocked out that quest in no time at all, only getting slightly distracted wondering why I couldn't drink my espresso. My stupidity really does astound me sometimes. But we can't dwell on that for too long because it's day 471, because it's Andy's birthday and there's no time to muck around. I handed Andy a single farmer's lunch, and with that, there was peace. Peace that I will never, ever have to give another villager a present again. We can finally tick another goal off towards perfection. I then proceeded to waste away the day searching the valley's vendors for more cooking recipes, since I had a few left to cook and no idea where they were. I am sad to say I came up short, except I got my gambler's dagger back, so maybe I spoke too soon. I ended up in the spirit realm that night. How did I even get here? Day 472, I took a break from the crazy fast-paced life of a farmer to spend the day boogieing with my wife Blair at the flower dance. Aww. But it was back to reality the following day, and it began back in the keg sheds collecting up another round of wine. I'm hoping it'll be one of the last because we're getting pretty close to 10 million. I then wandered over to Ginger Island, unfortunately not to pan for more lucky rings, but to relocate them back to the farm. Two historical moments now etched into the farm's history. Genuinely, I spent all of day 474 up in the Ridge Mountains slaying monsters for spiritual essence. You'll see why in a minute, I promise, but I was happy to put the gambler's dagger back to work. I missed my beautiful little dagger. No, I didn't get enough essence, thank you for asking, but a particular field of starfruit was in need of harvesting on day 475. So after gathering many starfruit, planting many starfruit, and fermenting many starfruit, I found myself back in the Ridge Mountains, collecting the last spiritual essence I needed. But before that, here is Tort in his final form. That's right, my final day of spring began in Tort's small shack, which actually took me to meet Tort's real form. This tortoise, which I once thought was a cute little guy, turns out to be some sort of universal being. Buying the cult clothes with the spiritual essence doesn't seem as cool now. Like a ninja in the night, with Detective Dusty, I pledge to protect the valley from all evil spirits and horrible monsters that threaten our very way of life. In Ninja Poxil and Detective Dusty, coming summer 2024. I'd totally watch that. Oh yeah, sorry, where were we? Oh yeah, that's right. The final change of the season is here. Day 477 marks the first day of summer, and you know what that means now, right? With a fresh field of blueberries growing, I tried to see if the tractor would do more than crops, like chopping down trees. Well, I am quite disappointed. I then made some more schnapps that evening, and made a start making some new funky types of mayonnaise that night. I didn't stop there though. Day 478 saw me making more artisan goods because there's just so damn many of them. Day 479 I reserved for the Skull Caverns. I didn't need anything down here, but I thought it'd be a fun way to spend the day. And I was right. It was pretty fun. I had gathered so much yesterday that I wanted to smelt it all, but I also wanted to put the Automate mod to work. So I shimmied a chest between the rows of furnaces, and all I had to do was leave it, put everything in it, and let it do its thing. But all of this extra time is just a burden, so I shipped off lots of animal products that had built up over time, trust me, there was a lot, and just passed the time hanging out at the Summit Farm. It was back to the volcano caldera the morning of day 481. This time to enchant my tools and take whatever I can get. My fishing rod was the only tool to get something exciting, and that was the auto catch enchant. So I took it down to the pier to give it a whirl. And I mean, hey, it's pretty cool. Then I just sat around and waited for my wine to be ready. Yeah, the things to do are getting pretty stretched right now, but I did get to ship it all away that night, which was exciting because on the morning of day 482, I had 10 million gold in my pocket. which meant it was finally time for the Deepwoods obelisk. So I raced over to the wizards, saw the stuff I needed, got back home, and realized that I didn't have quite enough sap. There's a few places to chop trees, but I thought it would be more symbolic of the series ending to remove the oak resin farm that I had made in the desert. And my axe has the swift enchant, which makes this quite satisfying. I returned to the valley soon afterwards to chop more trees in the cindersap forest. And yes, I got sidetracked watching Apples and his friend Peaches having a dance. So cute. Aww. I finally had enough materials to get the obelisk, and even though I couldn't quite fit it into the obelisk area, I found a spot for it nearby. Now, you'd imagine this is where you would see me running around the deep woods, but for the first time in my YouTube career, I forgot to press record for 2 whole days. Talk about unprofessionalism, eh? But that's okay, I promise you didn't miss out on much, because it's pretty much just the same thing over and over again, like you're seeing here on day 485. The obelisk allows you to save your level every 10 levels, so I was starting from level 60 today. Something I figured out over the time I've been here is you can bomb the poisonous plants away, so that's a little fun fact for you. I'll tell you one other thing. These putrid ghosts do not care how much health you have either. They hit like a truck. But that didn't discourage me in the slightest. I would be back the next day, still making my way through the endless maze that is the deep woods. I'd come across a monster section and for no reason at all just die. But I'd pick myself right back up and carry on. Died again? Don't worry, I'm right back again the next morning. I even found a hidden away house and got very excited, but I couldn't even interact with it. For being 116 levels into this, I'd expect a little something to be worth my troubles. Well, I died again, and just between you and me, I kinda gave up on the deep woods after that. But my day was made on day 488. I was riding through the west woods to go and check on Apples, and was thrilled to see all of his Junimo friends and the bear hanging out with him today. We all got to witness the mother starfruit tree with everyone, and safe to say, Apples was loving it. I went fishing on day 489. Maybe it was because I needed something to do, or maybe it was for old time's sake. But either way, it was quite relaxing. Apples came to ask me a very serious question on day 490. He asked me if I wanted to see Aurora Vineyard restored, or if I wanted Apples and Peaches to stay there. And honestly, we don't have much time left in the mega modded valley, so I just let him stay so he can enjoy his home with his friends. Today was spent overlooking the Junimos' work out in the crop fields. After last fall's shenanigans, I gotta make sure their work is up to standard. I bumped into a conversation between Magnus and Mr. Aguar on day 491. It turns out they found another valley-threatening anomaly, but to be honest, this one they're gonna have to work out on their own. I also moved the woods obelisk back a couple of tiles so I could put some paths down to it. It looked a little silly being right beside the main path. For the next few days, I just kinda slept the days away, because truthfully, I had run out of things to do. Which certainly isn't a bad thing, it means we've pretty much done everything we possibly can. But it was a somber reminder that we were close to the end. Days 497 and 498 were days I just played for myself, riding Dusty around the places I knew I wouldn't be visiting for a while, if not ever again. Day 499, as per usual, I did absolutely nothing all day long. And here we are. I cannot fathom it on day 500. As is tradition, in all of my 100 days videos, I spend the final day in the spa, soaking in the water and reflecting on the last 100 days. And well, I guess we have a whole series to reflect on. I am beyond stoked about how this series turned out. To think we started with a rundown farmhouse and a field full of debris, to the wonderful adventure that we have turned this into. I had no idea where this series was going at the start, but to think we made it this far is such a crazy thought. I couldn't have asked for a better ending. But I'm going to finish the series here on the summer, because you may be thinking, hey Bugs, hello, you didn't get perfection, what's the deal? After much research, suffering, and finally acceptance, to my knowledge, perfection isn't actually achievable. I have dabbled and tried to think of solutions, but some things just either aren't in the game because mods haven't been updated, or you need a coding degree to actually get something to work, and I just don't think it's worth the pain. Instead, I just looked at what we did achieve. We spent 500 days here in this valley. We managed to reach 96% towards perfection. We've spent 136 real life hours to get to where we are and made a total of 45.3 million gold. So sure, we may not have hit that 100%, but the hours spent, the adventures chased, the goals achieved, and seeing all of you watching this along with me, well, that, my friends, sounds like perfection to me. So that's it. That is a series wrap on the mega modded videos. I'll let you have a look at the final look of the farm. I'm so happy with how all of this turned out. I'll even give you a look at the summit farm because as a screenshot you can see it all in one picture, and that too I am very happy with. If you have made it this far, then all I can say is thank you so much for following this journey with me. Leaving a like on the video and subscribing to the channel is always much appreciated, and I guess we just move on to the next adventure now, which I am very, very excited for. All that's left to say is, you're all wonderful people, so have a wonderful day, and thank you so much for watching.